Hello, y'all. It is Friday, and, well, that means what it always means around, what the fuck? Hang on, let me fix that. That's clearly the aim was off there. There, it shouldn't miss now. Okay? Try that again. Let me give you a free one here. Oh, there we go. Tested. Thank you for testing. Thank you for testing. Looks good. Folks, how's it going? Thank you for testing. Thank you for testing. I entered my own channel to do a channel point thing, and immediately started playing on my phone. You might have heard me saying a thing. Hey Corn, hey Brown, hey, let's see, Lord Bowser, 06i, Nocturnal Sakai, a new Corn alt on the Twitch side. Okay, cool. I don't know what's up with that, but whatever. Ah, there we go. That's working, right? Timing seemed weird, but, whatever. Let me see that again. Close enough. Hang on. Does it seem like it's out of sync a little bit? Hang on, let me see here if I can do something about that. That seems better. Okay, whatever. Maybe it was a little out of sync, I don't know. Let's not worry about that, because it's Friday. It's Friday, the Friday before Thanksgiving, and I'll say right up top here, I'll say what I said in the thing up top that you could have read. You know, the starting soon screen. I'll say, and here's a card to that effect. I'll say, next week I only have Thursday and Friday off, Thanksgiving and Black Friday. So, I'll say I do have to work next week. I do have to work Monday through Wednesday. So, for me, this is not the start of a 9-day vacation. Sadly, not this year. Kind of makes sense if you think about it. I did just take 3 weeks off to go to Japan, and suffice it to say, I used up enough of my days off that all I could swing was Friday, and also I took off a bunch of, like, time around the Xmas and New Year's. I got a 2-week vacation coming around Xmas and New Year's, so, you know, don't feel too bad for me, you know what I mean, but if y'all are already on vacation now, that's fucking great, and I'm so happy for you, and probably next year, most years that would be me, but not this year, not this year. You know how it is, you understand how you gotta pick and choose your time off. That's what I did. I picked and I chose. Hello, Gamer John. How's it going? It's a fun Friday. That's right. I hope y'all had a great day, whether or not you are about to be on vacation, or if that's a little ways away, or maybe you're not even American, and this whole idea of a November vacation is entirely foreign, or at any rate, maybe your Thanksgiving's at a different time. I know California has a Thanksgiving earlier in the month. That's fun, but that's you know, we do the last week, or the 4th Thursday of the month. That's how we do it. One more thing to discuss up top before we get into things. And by the way, thank y'all for all the levels. We got like 6 in so far. That is real nice to see, as usual. Hey, look, new emotes. I randomly added a new emote to the emote lineup on the Twitch side there. I had an idea randomly midway through the week, and I thought it was so funny. I was so amused by it. I made it, and then I put it up as a emote on the Twitch. You can see there, it's under the 1K bit category. That is to say, anyone who has donated using bits to the tune of essentially $10 will get that emote in perpetuity that says Goon on it. It's based on like emotes I've seen around where it is like 100, or It's, you know, like the 100. Or I had one, there's one on another Discord that I'm in where it says mood. I bet that's pretty common, but I was just thinking like, goon, you know? That's just become like such a popular word now, and such a fun word to describe general horniness that, gooner, gooning, all that, all the various plays on it. I was just very amused by that as an idea, and, as such, you can see there, I have put it there. Didn't really feel like retiring any of the tier 1 ones, I'll say. So, you know, they're also good. I couldn't part with them. I couldn't. No, I just couldn't. But the bit ones are less dear to me, so I figured like, yeah, cut one of them and yeah, just go ahead and put that goon in there. That's just a good emote, I think. And I hope other people think it's great, think it's hilarious, think it's amusing, think good of it, because it's there now, and people can get access to it if they so choose. And I think I'll keep that at the 1K mark. You know, if you get that, I probably won't change that. I think that's gonna be an evergreen. That's I can't imagine parting with that down the line. Who fucking knows though? I guess I don't fucking know. Do you know? How would you know? We'll see. Y'all should consider that, I guess. I don't know. Okay, let me say that well, I'll say, just like as a small note, I have been noodling a little bit on my level here. Just a little bit, not really. I haven't really made that much progress. So really it's not worth getting into. Other than to say like, yeah, I've just been messing around with these guys. I kind of think it's fun to bounce off these guys running around these spike things. And, you know, there's some good gameplay to be found, I think, around this chaos, but it's not really advanced that much, and it's not really a whole thing. Let's, folks, let's get into these viewer levels. Let's do this. For those who are new or don't know how this works, I think most people are returning right today, but, you know, whatever. Let me explain how this works for those who are new, don't remember, or are watching the VOD later and perhaps aren't familiar. Let me explain. If you are here when your level comes up, like Lord Bowser is, Lord Bowser in chat there, if you are here when your level comes up, I will give you the full time of day, which means 12 minutes, plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you are not here, I still play the level, but I will do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I will have only 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That is just my way to prioritize the people who are present, whilst playing more stages, which I think are fun. It's fun to do that. It's fun to play more stages, even for just the briefest time, you know? That is my compromise, I guess. How did I end up over... Oh, this world is going right to left. I was confused because I thought, what the fuck? I can go to the right? Let's do it. Lord Bowser's levels are pretty traditional, and also, yeah, no, this is a new. You revised all your levels when you put up this super world, so we haven't seen. We might have seen an earlier version of this. I think Lord Bowser, we have seen most of your levels. Is that right? Like before, across the many years that you've been submitting. I say many years. It's like 2 or 3, right? 2, nearly 3, maybe. You've seen pretty much all of yours? Yeah, you know, you keep on submitting levels every week. Like, that's just gonna happen. We all know this. We all understand that, And especially if you're like me and you don't make a level every, if you don't make a level every week, if you don't make a level perhaps every month, then obviously a week at a time you'll run short. But also, you know, they're fine quality levels, and, you know, never let it be said that I don't enjoy playing them again. I don't know if I recognize this one, though. I think some of these might be, like, brand new. Others might be revisions. I couldn't have seen that one coming. Replaying levels can be fun. Oh yeah, I agree with that statement. What the fuck? Depends how long it's been. Your levels take 2 months to make? Oh, mine too. 06i. I don't think my next level, my last level of the Super World, is going to be out this year. I'll just say that. Not at this rate. Sometime early next year, I reckon, I'll put the finishing touches. Who knows? Maybe I'll have a stroke of inspiration over Thanksgiving, and I'll come in to, like, the Friday stream. I'm thinking, by the way, I do want to do a stream on Black Friday. If y'all are down with that, that would be cool. Let's see. I'm thinking just a regular viewer level stream, but, you know, maybe we'll do something else. Maybe I'll do, like, a longer stream. I do have some ideas for things I want to play in the near future, and I don't know when. Also, I need to do Extra Life at some point. There's a bunch that, Is Black Friday a good day to do Extra Life? Or is it a bad day to do Extra Life? Or alternatively, if I want to do a discount on the lightning round, yeah, I could do that. Yeah, I've done that many a time before. The bonus heads will be free. Yeah. Could do Extra Life on Black Friday, or could do Metroid Prime 3 Randomizer, which I'm also fixing on doing sometime soon. We'll talk about all that later, you know. As I do in many of my streams, I have plans to talk about things as the night goes on, so you know, get ready for that. I do plan on streaming next Friday. Is it a bad idea or a good idea to do Extra Life on Friday? I'm uncertain. You know, I want it to be a day where people have off, but also a day where they're not, like, you know, busy, I guess. You'd think they'd be busy on Black Friday. But then again, after they've made their purchases and gone home, I don't know. I guess maybe, like, if I had to say anything, it'd be that I should plan this out, like, long enough so that I can promote it properly. You know, so I can say on the previous viewer level stream, like, hey, next Friday, Extra Life, etc., etc. But I'm really not sure if it's gonna be next Friday or, like, sometime in December. Up in the air, up in the air. Also, I gotta make sure that this, my plan for Extra Life, by the way, involves a 360 I just got, playing some old 360 games, and, especially ones that are backwards compatible. Not backwards compatible. And, yeah. You don't really care about Black Friday anymore? Understandable. But it is, for a lot of people, a day off, so isn't that nice, though? November through December is always so great. Yeah, December is the best month. December is for sure the best month. That is, 100% the case. I agree with you there. My favorite month, December. A lot of that is because I take, like, at least half of the month off, you know, but like, there's other reasons too, like all the holidays, the game of the year festivities, other end of year type business. And also, it's a great time to do some stuff. Last December was weirdly slow on the channel. Like, I'll say, like, I remember there being a weird dip in, like, not to be too, reflective about this stuff, you know, but the queue did not get that long during December somehow, and then it picked up in January, and, you know, has been, like, we've had longer streams and longer queues since December, and, I'm wondering if, like, that's gonna be a pattern and happen again this year, or what? Maybe it's a factor of people being, you know, busy with family stuff during December. I don't know. I'm curious about that, and, I guess we'll see. No big deal. No big deal. Y'all, you know, I'm fine either way, and I'm sure we'll have, a good amount of levels to go through. I say I'm sure, you know, I'll say, like, I won't lie to you, you know, the thought does, it can be a stressful notion, I feel like, you know. Sometimes I start up these streams and wonder, like, okay, well, you know, I'm gonna have my spiel up top, it's gonna be a minute, right? We gotta get in a couple levels before then so I can, you know, start the stream properly. If it's, like, really slow, that's, like, a problem. But, I'll say it hasn't been, quote-unquote, really slow for a while. The only slow stream was the one where I forgot that Twitch was in, it was the one where I went to Japan and it was at a weird time and I forgot that Twitch was in broadcast tester mode. And, basically what that meant was I was only live on YouTube and, you know, that cuts off a lot of the audience, it turns out. That was like the slowest stream in the last year. And it was also a big disaster in other ways. Probably the most disastrous stream I ever had. For multiple reasons. Like, I don't know if y'all watched that VOD or eventually, like, you know, whatever, but, like, during that stream, the laptop that I was streaming on was burning through power faster than the cable could go. You remember that long stream you stayed the whole time? Wasn't that much of a long one. Oh, that long stream, a different long stream perhaps, the Donkey Kong Country one. Yeah, that was a good one. YouTube seems to have disconnected and reconnected. That is concerning. Let me just pause real fast. Where's my remote? Excuse me 1 second. Let me make sure. Did we have a dip during that? Is my internet on the fritz or is YouTube chat on the fritz? Let me check 1 second. Let me know we're good still, but I'm gonna look at the OBS on the thing. We had 0 drop frames. Okay. It's just YouTube. It's just YouTube. Okay, cool. Cool. I mean, it's not cool, but I don't have to worry. I saw, by the way, before the stream started that the YouTube chat disconnected and reconnected like twice. So, looks like there's something wrong with that. I don't think it's my fault. I don't think it's my fault. What else was I saying? Okay, yeah, about that disastrous stream, right? So, I was in a foreign country, in a hotel, late at night. While I was, streaming, the front desk called and said, hey, shut the fuck up. It's fucking, they didn't say it like that. They said it nicely, but it was, like, 1 a.m., and I was talking perhaps as loud as I normally do, which is fine if you have good thick walls, but not as good. Probably just YouTube. Same thing happens to other streamers. Yeah, probably just YouTube. That is good. Kinda good. Kinda good. Arguably good. The battery ran out, and also, yeah, that's, that situation with the not being live on Twitch. Quite awkward. Quite awkward. And, you know, it was a perfectly good stream in a lot of ways. You know, I got through the content I wanted to talk to in that stream. And there were levels to play throughout it, though sometimes multiple from the same person. Can you imagine that? That's, again, like I said, I fucked up. I accidentally didn't go live on Twitch that stream. And, you know, I was streaming at an unusual time from a foreign country. I didn't know. I was like, okay, well, I guess fucking this is just how it's gonna go. This is just how it's gonna be. Okay. Streaming at night. Like, streaming like Saturday morning US time, or Sunday morning. Was it Sunday morning? Saturday morning? I think it was Saturday morning. I guess that's just weird. Come on, dude. There we go. Nice boss, nice boss. Anyway, let's relax and have a good time. This is a good month. I love the New Year's. I love December. This is really a unusual time to be negative. You know, right before a vacation. There's the chat again. It disconnected from the YouTube side. Fucking piece of shit tonight. It's really taken a minute to reconnect. Sorry if I miss any messages. Please understand. I saw that when I was in Japan. It seemed when I was trying to use a VPN to do the Twitch and do the YouTube. It seems like if you have a VPN, it disconnects and reconnects, but I'm just on regular ass internet now. I did not renew the VPN after getting back because, you know, it seems like it interacts weirdly with streaming, and also I don't have any use for it beyond just using streaming sites from abroad. But it was nice while it lasted. That's the end of that tangent. Let me hit GG and, or hit complete, and yeah. By the way, feel free to submit levels after I clear them or whatever. And I'll, you know, when your turn comes around in the queue again, you'll be back up. You understand that. It makes sense. I'm seeing some weird stuff with, like, shadow effects on, oh, we got, Ouija time as a, thing. Thank you, Lord Bowser. Yes, let's go to our good friend Luigi. Channel point incentive. Hey, fun stuff. How's it going? Let's start going into these cards here. In particular, well, what am I saying? I mean, I got 20 cards. I'm just gonna pull them after each level, and I'll say right now, 20 cards is quite a few. I'll say, let's say 8 p.m. for the end of this segment and the start of the lightning round, okay? 8 p.m. Hey, Logan Pinchbeck. I'm flattered. I'm flattered that you feel that way. Logan says that, he's in love with me. That's, nice of you to say. I'm flattered. Okay, let me punch in this thing, and I'm gonna hit this button here, and it's gonna pop up a card, and then we're gonna talk about what's on it. This is the thing I do every week. This is the thing I do on the Friday streams, most especially. And sometimes other streams, but not always. Yes, that's right. That's the name of the stream, From Chat with Love. That's right, I forgot about that. I forgot I put it From Chat with Love. That might not make context if I pick a different name for the VOD than the live stream, but you know, yeah, there's kind of a lot in queue. Please understand, fun stuff. It is what it is. I know, it's like 6:30. You got in pretty early, and yet there's 9 people ahead of you. That can be discouraging, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? That's just how lines work. I always feel bad about people having to wait, but there's kind of no alternative besides starting the lightning round early, which isn't always good. I forgot about that name. I'll say we might have a better name by the end of the stream that ends up being on the VOD, but I just thought it was a funny thing to put on the live stream From Chat with Love, and you know, You don't have to think about it too much. You don't have to think about it too much. You can make channel point skip queue. Oh, that's too good. I will say I have considered making a Twitch subscription skip queue, like once per stream, maybe. Like every Twitch subscriber, we could do something like that. Have like a skip the line once, with the caveat of it being like a sudden death style. You get one sudden death, skip the line thing. But that's just an idea right now. That's just an idea. I am not 100% sure about it, and yeah, very tentative, very tentative. Let's do this. I was going to pull a card, but then I talked about From Chat with Love for a bit instead. That's perfectly good. 06I is here. Let's do this. Cool setup. I hope I wasn't supposed to keep that helmet. Nope, looks good. Interesting. Huh? Oh. This is an interesting setup right here. You have to use these elevators to go up level by level. And, sort of the scrolling of the screen seems to have some impact on it. Maybe that's not it. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Yeah, no, there's totally some sort of thwomp triggering this after a short delay. You love elevators? Elevators are pretty good. They're the best way. They are totally the best way to get up to a high story of a building. Escalators are probably better for like small distances, you know what I mean? Like just a single story, maybe two. But for anything above that, like, yeah, elevators are the way. This is a bit of a tight race right here. You know, this level. You think they are... You know what I'll say? I'll say that I was thinking before I went to Japan that I would implement that sort of skip the queue, for money type situation. It'd have to be a premium thing. It'd have to be a premium thing to skip the lines. Too powerful for channel points, I think. But, just, I guess when I got back, I forgot about it and, didn't pull the trigger as a result. Oh crap, need to spin. Wiggler plus wings equals wingler. Yeah. Anywho, those are some thoughts on that matter. How about I do a card anyway? How about, now seems like a good time for a card. Let me just, I'll just complete this try. You know, we'll just complete this level, actually, right now. And if that doesn't work, you know, if I die, we'll pull the card, but, now, like, let's do it after then. Alright, new ground. Okay, let's go. Ooh, a checkpoint. Hell yeah. And I guess then the coins can only be optional. Because, you know, how checkpoints work. I like that second elevator. Wait a minute. What is this? What? Let's puzzle that out before we start talking about something else. What is? Yeah, that was good. What was that? How do we do this? So we got this shelmet, right? Okay, we got a shelmet. Obviously, that's wrong. Okay. Ugh. I'll say, Didn't take any sort of nap after work today. So I'm just, you know, just gonna get through it normal style. Not that I really need a nap, just nap is nice to just make sure that my general sleeplessness doesn't get in the way of a good time, you know what I mean? We gotta hold down the button to jump so that we don't end up dying here. That was a weird one. Let's do a card, okay. What should word of the year be? What should be word of the year? I don't know if you know this about me. You probably don't. I don't talk about that often. But I do, like, on YouTube and stuff, I watch some, like, linguistic? What would be the word there? Like, etymology YouTube? You know what I mean? Like, YouTubers that are talking about, like, the origin of words and stuff, and also the evolution of languages and things of that nature. And things like the Oxford Dictionary, word of the year, that happens every year, is something of interest to people like that. And I saw a short the other day, sort of talking about, one word in particular that's like, you know, is on the short list of words to get into the top, to become the word of the year. I swear I was holding down the button there. That's on the short list to become word of the year, and that word that, dude was interested in was slop. You know, as in the context of AI slop, which I do think that sounds like a pretty good choice, actually. Like, shit, yeah. AI slop has been a big, theme of the year. At the start of the year, we did not call it AI slop, and it's really been quite quick, if you think about it. That term has just basically become standard, regular, accepted, and, shit. That is fascinating, but I'll say the one other word I also would like to give importance to is the one that was in the image here at the start, the extra new emoji. The word goon, gooner, gooning, all that. I don't know quite if, like, dictionaries yet are recognizing the word gooner and goon and gooning yet, but, I think they should do. It's very clearly become a real word in the last year. A word that everyone enjoys using. Chat is disconnected on YouTube. Sorry if y'all are saying something. It's being all fritzy on the fritz, you know? It is very clearly a real word, and also I think it's very funny. Honestly, I probably would support, slop over it, but, like, as far as a runner-up word of the year goes, I feel like Gooner is just like a top-tier contender. Like, goddamn, you know. People now use gooning. That's YouTube, you think? No, that's, yeah, it's definitely YouTube, yeah. I agree that it's YouTube disconnecting. You have a couple in mind? Lay it on me, Corn. Lay it on me. Watch this be a word I have never heard of. I'll say a thing that is extraordinary, I think, about, like, Gooner and slop and such. I think it's extraordinary that, like, people of my generation use them. You know, it's one thing when kids use the new popular words like Ritz. I'm mispronouncing it on purpose. I know it's not Ritz like the cracker. I know it's different. You know, people of my generation, we don't say that. But like, slop, gooner. Corn says kablamo. That's your catchphrase, Corn. Gen Alpha, yeah. It's not a Gen Alpha word. We're all using it. Slop and gooner and all that. And it is perhaps like the most of the words that we have started saying this year. I feel like those ones are the most that make us go like, you know, Gen Alpha doesn't have to come up with everything. You know what I mean? Like, we can come up with our own stupid ass words that we enjoy saying, like Gooner, which just started off as Gooner gooning just started off as a yeah, it's as a synonym for edging, and now it's taking on a life of its own, basically replacing thirsty and you know, that sort of thing in the common parlance, which I think is just fascinating. It's Riz is derived from charisma. I'll say the thing about Riz really that annoys me is like, you know, we already have a perfectly good word that that follows on from charisma. It's charm. It's charm. Those two words is charm. Is that is how it works, right? Like charm is from charisma, right? I'm not sure, but they probably have the same root either way, but basically means the same thing as Riz, except a little less existential and a little more just, it's an adjective. You have charm. You can be charming. No one's rizzing. Ugh. Saying that you're rizzing makes it sounds a lot like another word related to the edging conversation and the gooning conversation. If you know what I mean. That's in the dictionary, right? That other word? I assume the dictionary has all these good words. Maybe it doesn't because, you know, that sort of thing is relegated to Urban Dictionary. It really shouldn't. All these nasty terms, they should be documented just as much as the nice ones. Your friend says the word edge every day. To be clear, when I say edge in this context, is referring to approaching the edge of can I say this in a way that isn't lewd? You know, you're getting close, but not quite you as in a you know, a fella with you know, with a situation. Anywho, thank you for the level. It was quite good. I am hitting complete. Don't worry about it. I said complete, and that made me think of another word that is similar and related to what we're talking about. Anyway, is it euphemistic if or like entendre if I just dance around when I'm talking about? You get it. You understand. You understand. It's cool. Quentin is up next. Quentin just said GG. Fantastic. Feel like we don't have a consensus on what the word of the year should be, but I like slop. That's what I'm supporting, and Gooner should be at least in the dictionary and on the top 10 list. If there was 10 words from this year, Gooner would be on there. I think you'll agree. Gooner, gooning, and goon. Maybe, you know, obviously, you don't put like all the forms of there on there. You just put the first, like, one of the forms and everything else just follows on. Anywho, how about we do another card and talk about something else other than gooning? Did you see the Game Awards nominees? I'll say, disclaimer, I don't really care for the Game Awards. I don't really respect it as an organization, and I do not in any way accept the Game Awards verdict as binding. You know, I would encourage anyone who does to notice that there are hundreds of people doing their own Game Awards, either people on their own doing their own top 10 list and their own personal goatees, or relatively big sites, podcasts, outlets, etc., who all do their Game of the Years and crown their own winners. And, you know, pick your favorites and care about those. Personally, Game Awards is not mine. And I would push back on anyone saying, like, oh, this year's Game of the Year, last year the Game of the Year was blank. Like, no, everyone had a different Game of the Year. That's not how it works. There is no official adjudicator for what is Game of the Year. But here are the Game of the Year nominees of the Game Awards specifically. They put up Astrobot, they put up Metaphor, Final Fantasy, Balatro, Black Myth, Wukong, whatever the fuck, and What's that last one? It's behind my thing. Oh yeah, the DLC. The DLC got onto the list. That's right. I'll say I'm reasonably happy with this list, I guess. I don't know. I mean, personally, like, I don't care about half of it, and I low-key expected, Like a Dragon Infinite to make the list just based on the way people were talking about it. And, you know, I'll say, like, I have heard nothing. We played this one, so I'll pick up a different one if that's cool, Quentin. Maybe we'll do the Super World. What do you think? We'll pick one. We'll pick one. Yeah, what do you want? If you're welcome to suggest one. I'll say like Balatro, Metaphor, and Astrobot. Those three are on my top 5. I mean, I don't have my top 5 locked down yet, but I'm pretty sure those 3 are going to be on it. Metaphor and Astrobot are quite likely to be the winners, you know, one of them or the other, so, on my personal list, so I'm pretty pleased about that. I kind of think Black Myth Wukong is just there because there's a lot of journalists and outlets. China is a very big country, it turns out, and it turns out when China has, like, one big game for once that some people like, I kind of feel like I haven't heard anyone particularly say it was, like, revolutionary or anything. They just say like, yeah, it's good. And I feel like it's kind of overhyped, if you know what I mean, because it's from you know auto level. Okay, we can do an auto level. Yeah. How about Auto Mario Keep Run? Yeah. I kind of think that's just there because there's a lot of people in China, and just the sheer democracy of the Game Awards means that Black Myth Wukong gets on the list as the one game that China agrees on that was good. For once, you know, I think that they've never had a game that they agreed was good before, so, you know, what the fuck, that's what it is. I'll say I don't like the DLC being on there, and I've never been a Final Fantasy person, so I can't really speak to that, honestly. I am rooting for Metaphor or Astrobot. Those are the 2 ones I think should be the winner. Honestly, right now, if you wanted to know, like, where I stand, I'll say I've been thinking more and more about Metaphor since I finished it, and I just think it is such a good story, so, like, perfectly executed and inspiring politically in a way that, like, no game I think I ever played has been. Helldivers 2 should have been on the list. I agree with that as well. If I were to cut 2, I would say, like, okay, put 2 games I didn't play, by the way. I would have put Helldivers, even though I didn't play it. And I also would have put, Infinite on there, Infinite Wealth, even though I didn't play that. I think that would have improved the, list. If you had cut, like, let's say Wukong and Erden Tree. Let's say Erden Tree doesn't count because it's not a full game. If DLC wins, I'll say, if DLC wins, I agree with what someone on Twitter said. Some guy on Twitter said, Infinite Wealth is a Like a Dragon game. It's the Yakuza. It's a Yakuza game. If you saw E3, there was a trailer where the guy was on the beach and he was buck naked. That one. People were really hot on that at the start of the year. And it's a shame that it didn't make the list, I think. Even though I didn't play it because I wasn't as into the last one as a lot of people were, I feel like there's passion there. Hey, Speedrunner Mario, what's up? Let me hit complete. That was a nice auto. That's right, there are ads, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about that. They're set to be as minimum as they can be on the Twitch side. Flame69X. Flame69X. Is Flame69 said anything in a minute? Y'all have been pretty active, so let me scroll up for a second and look. Or is Flame69X on the YouTube side? Either way, Flame69X, now's the time to speak up. Let me put something in chat for you so you can see. I'll say my personal pick right now, honestly, not to spoil game of the year or nothing, but I more and more I think about it, the more and more I feel like Metaphor is maybe the best Persona game. So yeah, I like it as number one a lot. I also like Astrobot as number one. Those are two extremely good number ones to choose. It's close. I would give the edge to Metaphor, but like if they picked Astrobot as number one, I would be delighted by that as well. That would be such a delightful choice, so different from most Game of the Years that people do, that these things do. I also would have considered putting UFO 50 on the list. That would have been a fun one to get on there, but there's not that many slots. There's not that many slots. And I don't know if people would be down for cutting Final Fantasy for UFO because, I've already said the ones I would cut, so you'd have to cut. If you were sold on a list of 6 being the nominees, then you'd have to cut around that. There are also other categories, but honestly, I didn't look that closely at them. The only one that caught my eye was Best Soundtrack, which I was only interested in so far as like looking at that list and going like, okay, Metaphor made the list, Astrobot made the list. Those are 2 extremely good soundtracks. But let's be honest here, like if we're including remixes and also games that are mostly remixes but have a few originals as well, in addition to the remixes, like, Persona 3 Reload has some incredible remixes of Persona 3 music, plus, like, 1 or 2 amazing original songs, and, exclamation point add Belena, exclamation point add Ebeleno. I would have put those up over, any of the ones here. I guess if I had to choose which ones to cut, this is hard because I don't know how their music sounds. Any of these other games, I would cut Stellar Blade or Silent Hill because I haven't heard that much about them relative to Final Fantasy. I feel like Final Fantasy is also remixes, so you don't have the excuse of, well, remixes don't count. Well, Final Fantasy's on there, so are you sure? I have a question. How much did Star Wars Outlaws play to be on any category? Was it? I haven't heard about that. What was it nominated for? That is a weird one. I will say I was looking at like the most anticipated list of the year, and I don't have this on like a screenshot thing. I can't pull it up actually and show it. Maybe that would have been more interesting than like best soundtrack actually, but I found the list to be kind of uninspiring. It's just a bunch of big action games that are known quantities, basically. Just a bunch of known fucking quantities. Action adventure or something? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I feel like that might just be a sign of this year being a lot less good than people think it is. I feel like anytime you ask, was this year good or bad? Everyone would say, oh, it was really good. It was really good. There were like 3 really good games that I played, and 3 really good games that I want to play. And it's like, okay, buddy, but like I'm looking at a top 10 list that has 9 entries on it because I'm not really happy with any particular game as number 10 right now because they're not good enough. So take that as you will. Here's how to submit. Let me help you out, Abelena. There. Follow those instructions. We had good games, just nothing special. I mean, Metaphor is something special. Astrobot is something special. I think every year has something special. Maybe to the tune of like 3 to 5 games. Balatro is pretty good. You submitted it? You have to do exclamation point add to actually submit it, Abelena. Please follow the instructions. Please follow the instructions. If anyone can help Abelena in the YouTube chat, who is in the YouTube chat already, that would be nice. Talk Abelena through it. Maybe. Helldivers had a giant community event. Not even Sony could crush. Yeah. You did it? You have to do exclamation point. Oh, did it not show? Try it again. I'm not seeing it in chat. Oh, your message got eaten? I've seen that happening before. Yeah. I could try submitting it for you if it doesn't work, but give me a second. What the fuck are we doing? We were waiting to see if Flame would appear. Looks like Flame hasn't, right? I'll say I was looking through, like, old Game of the Years, right? And I noticed that, like, every year had, for, like, most anticipated game, had, like, Let me make you whole. 1 second. I'll make you whole, Abelina. And then if you manage to get through, you can submit it yourself, maybe. Excuse me, I'm just gonna copy this, paste it in there. God damn it, it didn't include the space. God damn fucking thing. If I include a space in the selection, I want to copy and paste, including the space. I understand. Yeah, I've heard people say that YouTube occasionally will eat a thing. There, I submitted on your behalf. Try to be around when it comes up. You won't get the same notification that you otherwise would, or I won't have that option. But remember, me is you is me. I'll say I was looking at older Game of the Years, right? Older Game Awards most anticipated game, and I saw a lot of instances where, like, one of the Game of the Year most anticipated games was just like a clear flop. Just like a total dud when it hit. Like, Starfield was one of the most anticipated games. As was, Star Trek Outlaws. Speaking of Star Trek Outlaws, that was a most anticipated game. That's sad in retrospect, isn't it? This is hard to jump through this thing. I looked back until the time where I think that it was twice, actually. It was twice that Starfield was a most anticipated nominee. I'll say just nominee, not winner. The winners have always been... I think the winners have been good every year. I'm not... Don't quote me on that. Oh, there we go. This is just a lot of type gaps to get through. Star Trek Outlaws? Star Trek Outlaws. I think I saw... I think I said Trek. Do you think that makes it harder? The moving track situation? I'll say, like, straight up, on account of this is sudden death, we ought to have, like, a slightly different rule. I'll say, how about 100 seconds no progress? This is sort of this is just sort of an off the top of my head type thing, but, like, let's say we get to 300 seconds without getting through these jump, we'll count that as a life. Every 100 seconds we can count as a life from here on out. Let's say that, because we're not gonna die, and not exactly in the spirit of things if we are allowed infinite attempts now, is it? I'll say again, to cap off this Game Awards discussion, I do not respect the Game Awards, and I do not think it speaks for everyone. I don't think that it is the arbiter of what is Game of the Year. So, for what it's worth, Helldivers can be one of the games of the year. That, to me, is still true. Though I haven't played it. Maybe I should. It's on PC. I could get the PC version. I didn't play it because I don't have PlayStation Network. So it would be like... Another 100 seconds. Another 100 seconds without progress. We get to 250. We will knock off a life. It should be Silk Song or GTA 6. That one was included, GTA 6. But I will say, I do think as a known quantity, I don't know I'm really excited for GTA 6. Silk Song, though? Yeah, I think there's reason to be excited for Silk Song. It was not nominated. Too many times, perhaps. Too long of a wait, perhaps. I really don't know what I'm most anticipating right now, honestly. I feel like these days I've just been more focused on, like, what's going to come out this year, right? Like, I'm thinking, okay, next month this is gonna come out. I'm excited for that. But, like, things that are coming out, like, 1 to 2 years from now, I just can't muster the energy. And also, I feel like the obvious thing is, like, okay, Nintendo is gonna announce a new Mario game, and that's 100% more exciting than anything that is currently announced in the pipeline, right? Like, Mario Maker 3 is gonna be a thing probably in the next 3 years. Let's say. 3-4 years. Let's say 3-4 years. Mario Odyssey 2, or a new original one on the new console. That's right, the Switch 2 is really the low-key, most exciting thing. The next Smash Brothers. These are the things I'm kind of excited about. And they don't exist yet because, you know, they're just things we assume are happening because they've always fucking happened. Need to see the launch games? I goddamn hope Mario at launch. That is my bet. I bet whatever the Mario Odyssey team has been working on, that's going to be at launch. Now, if they haven't been working on Mario, oh, by the way, it's 2:50 now. Jeez, how the time does not fly. Checkpoint refreshes. Also, I have 10% battery on my watch. I did not charge it yesterday, I guess. That's fine. It'll make it through the stream, maybe. It has a very high battery capacity. I don't know if Mario Kart will be launched. I think... There we go. I think it's possible that, Donkey Kong Country, a new Donkey Kong of some kind, might be launched. Okay, what the fuck here? We have to, like, duck and jump at the same time? 8 Deluxe was launched? That's true, but you don't know that this one's gonna be a full game. I'm confused how we get over this one. I mean, I could take a damage boost, but that doesn't help me. Mario Kart 8 or 9 or Mario, who cares? Yeah. I'll say I'm expecting Snipper Clips too. Haha. That'd be fun. That'd be funny if they did that. Was that was that first party? That was third party. Can I, like, spin right as soon as I jump? Mario's missing 2. Maybe the key is to, like, get a running start and then duck and start jumping. Uh, 100% without progress, we'll count that as a oneer. Yeah, I think at launch, here's what I'll expect for launch. Okay, I'm gonna say it. There's gonna be Mario, 3D Mario. There's going to be, yeah, probably Mario Kart. But I'm expecting it to be a port with new tracks. I'm expecting it to be 8 Ultimate Edition. Mario Kart 8 Ultimate. Or Mario Kart 8 Forever. Maybe they make it into a live game where it's always getting new tracks now. This indicator looks like it might be a sign, but no, it's just connecting them. It's just connecting them. It's not any sort of indicator of like how to get through. I can't like run back and get this and then run forward, right? No, there's not enough time. Good theory, though. I mean, I can get past the first one like that. But obviously, that's just not going to cut it for the whole thing. Mario Kart 8's original tracks are boring. I mean, I think they're great. I guess now would be a good opportunity to make some actual new ones, like a whole bunch of them. That would be really cool if they made a bunch of brand new tracks for a change rather than porting old ones. But also, please don't unport the old ones. We can't go through that again. We can't go through like 2 years of adding tracks to a game. We've done that before. We've been through that. We can't start over. Okay, I'm gonna call it. I think that's enough time there. Thanks for the level, Flame 69, but you not being present, I gotta cut it off. Thank you for submit. I'm hitting dismiss. We're moving to the next one. By Nocturnal Sakai, who has been actively chatting. I'll say this, Metroid Prime 3 or 4, not at launch. That's going to be holiday. I'm going to say it now. Assuming it's next year at all. It's not going to be at launch, which will be like... I think it's going to be like March. I think it's going to be like March like last time. Fiscal year, right? Did they say it's going to be fiscal year? They might have said it's going to be fiscal year. Just newest? You got a typo there. That's unfortunate. I hope the tracks actually have a gimmick and aren't flat. A lot of the regular courses had gimmicks. I think that is a little harsh, honestly. Here's a card. Other of the year lists are happening, and also recaps. Abilena, you're still a ways off. There's a lot of people in queue. Look at the number next to in the corner of the screen. A lot of people in queue. You can look at the list by hitting exclamation point list. Can I make that appear? I don't have a button to make that appear for y'all, but you can check yourself if you do list. There's other Game of the Years, other recap lists. Some of them have even gone out yet, which is, I think, a little premature, honestly. I think of the year list in speaking of lists, in November is just way premature. Honestly, I think all this talk of Game of the Year right now is like super early. I mean, we haven't even finished November, let alone all the games that are going to come out in December. It is, I think, much too soon. So YouTube put out their a gaming, like you can go to like YouTube gaming on the app. I had to download the app to see this myself, but you can go to there and find out like your most watched gaming YouTubers are. In my case, it's me. Apparently, I am my own top gaming creator, according to YouTube. I don't know how that happened. Maybe because I have the stream, I have like the YouTube video monitor up. It's counting all the time I spend streaming as watching myself. And, that's screwy. I also think it's screwy when I get my own videos in the recommendations, YouTube. By the way, if you're wondering, I think that's weird. I think that's very weird to see my own videos recommended to me. Like, yes, I know they're good. I've already experienced them. I've already lived them, though. So, you know... Yeah. I mean, I do go through my videos to do timestamps and also to get a VOD thumbnail, but, like, that shouldn't make me #1, right? Here's the full list, by the way. Giant Bomb is #2 for all the time I've spent watching, like, Blight Club. That's also why Superman is up there. H Bomber Guy, who mostly does, like, video essays and stuff. I don't know if I really would consider him, like, gaming first and foremost, but I do rewatch a lot of his crap. Linkus is great. Love Linkus. And, GDQ, goes without saying. Great charity marathon. I don't know why Banjo-Tooie is #1. I don't know why Banjo-Tooie is #1. I maybe have watched, like, one video about it, and also I did a 12-hour stream of it once, but, like, once. There was, like, a 1-hour follow-up to that as well, so... I don't know how that can beat Mario Maker if, in theory, I'm watching myself play that every Friday for, like, 5 hours. Anywhere from 3 to 5 hours, YouTube. I don't get the math. Marvel Snap, I was just watching a lot of Marvel Snap until, like, midway through the year. Superman, that's Blight Club, and Wind Waker is Linkus's thing. As far as the music recap goes, I tried to get that, but because I don't use the music app, I use just on the browser. Apparently, it doesn't have the stats. It just said, like, hey, once you watch some music, once you listen to some music, it'll be here. Oh, you wanted to see latest. That's right. Sorry, let me, back out here. Sorry, I forgot. I'm not sure how that all works, the math there, but, I do love Banjo-Tooie, it's true. I wouldn't say I watched more of it than anything else this year. No, that's, not true. Not true. Yeah, it shows the music recap. You go to YouTube and then you hit on the app and then you hit, like, a thing, and then you go to gaming on the side. You have to go to the gaming bar. Do you see? You were seeing the YouTube music one? I tried to get the YouTube music one. I couldn't get it. To be honest, it's not that exciting, you know? I'll say, like, very, very definitely my YouTube music of the year. Probably Color Your Night, the, Persona 3 song. Oh, god damn it. One of the new Persona 3 songs. All that Persona 3 music I've listened to a lot this year. There we go. Oh, we're gonna have to escort this guy, aren't we? Maybe not. Does this stop this guy? No, so we just sort of have to do this. Yeah, I'm thinking we're friends. I'm thinking we're friends here. God damn it, friend! He almost saved it there. Except that he didn't because it's going all the way to the ground no matter what, so... Makes no difference if he saved it or not. Alright, friend, let's go. Friend? Oh, I see. We gotta bounce him up. Alright, friend. Friend! Oh, I forgot to set a timer. Hang on 1 second. You got it. Here we go. 12-minute timer. We gotta reset the thing. It's just Mario Maker and Mario Party 1 and 2. That's a good list. Oh, wait. Because that guy's already... The platform's already moving, so we don't... We get to skip the first step. That's cool. Alright, friend. There you go. All right, friend, I think you might have to do something up there. There you go, friend. Thank you. Good looking out. I have to... Friend, why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to me, friend? Are we not friends? Are we not friends? Honestly. Now, friend. Please explode the... Friend? Friend! It's very sad. Ooh. Alright. Now then. Now, friend. You're gonna have to have more speed than that. So, I guess I'll stand right here. There we go. He's fine, it'll be fine. In fact, this is actually a time-saving method. Because you see, now we don't have to fuck around with getting him up onto here. He can just start right here. It's perfect, it's perfect. No notes. Go ahead and get him up there. He'll release me. Speedrun strats? Minor optimizations, yeah. Eh? Also, there's like a icicle in the way. Icicles dealable with. Oh, you think we don't need that? Maybe we're supposed to leave that. Maybe that's supposed to be inaccessible to us. Oh, I think that might be what we were supposed to do there. Literally a contraption. I think last time it was accessible, though. I think last time it was freed up. I don't know how it happened last time, but I thought I saw it was on top of the rocks. Maybe I missaw it. Very possible. Don't be mean to me, friend. Don't be mean to me, friend. Be nice, friend. The chat is disconnected on the YouTube side again. Again. I'm gonna reset because let's reset him up to the top. Speedrun strats, that's right. What was the last card about? It's been so long since I say so long. Hasn't it been like 5 minutes or so? I've forgotten. Other of the Year awards. Right. The spring would do you no good as well? Okay, so it's good to know that we just get rid of it now. Okay. Now, friend, you need to get up there, friend. You know you gotta jam yourself up there in that little nook there, friend. Okay. This time is gonna be nice. As for other of the years, usually I do a movie of the year. You know, like a top 5 movies of the year, like live action and stuff, not anime specifically. I watch so much anime that all anime movies go over under the anime top 10, but I'll say this year I feel like I just haven't seen enough movies. I don't think I've seen like that many good ones. I thought about this off stream when I was for like some time this week. I was thinking about like what movies have I fucking seen this year? And I struggled to think of like literally one. The first thing I thought of was like, okay. Was that I saw Wonka, didn't like it at all, so there's the first movie that I saw. That would not go on a list. I would not put it on a list, even if I had nothing else to list. Going down now. I would not put Wonka on a list on account of it wasn't very good. But, after some thinking, I was able to come up with... Oh yeah, I did see, Deadpool. I saw Deadpool. That was really good, actually. That was, like, one of the better Marvel movies in some time. And also, apparently, was the only Marvel movie this year. How the fuck... What happened there? Usually they have, like, 10, 12. They have, like, 10, 12 Marvel movies. Go figure. A Marvel light year. That's fine. That's a fine thing to be. There we go. There we go. Release this fella. Buddy! Fuck! They stopped making NG money because their movie quality dropped? Oh, you mean the Marvel movies? Yeah, sure, I guess. I'm sorry, I'm just a little put out by, what just happened. I'm just, sort of... Jeez. Right? Right? Yeah. Yeah, okay, Also, I saw, what did I saw? If we're just counting non-anime, okay, if we're counting animated movies in general, I did see Inside Out 2. That was pretty okay. I would put that at the bottom of a list. I also saw Dune Part 2. That's like between Inside Out 2 and Deadpool. I think Deadpool probably the best thing I saw all year, but also, like I said, I did not see that much this year. I hope when it reconnects, I get to see all the messages that were sent whilst it was disconnected, but, oh, fuck me. I'm not sure that's really the case. I'll live, either way. Please understand if I miss a message or two. That, the YouTube chat is being screwy today. Seems to be having service issues. I don't know why I stopped my friend. I wish I didn't. I regret that every day. You know, stopping friend. It's not good to stop friend. You don't want to stomp friend. Don't stomp friend. Oh, what the fuck with this camera now? Here we go. I promise not to stomp you, friend. I will not stomp friend. Every day since today. Every day is harder than the last, you know? Ever since I stomped friend. Ever since I stomped friend. That's a pretty good stream name. Ever since I stomped friend. Since you've been stomped. That's funny. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That amuses me. God damn you. Friend, you're gonna have to... Look, friend, you're gonna have to... Okay, good friend. Good friend. Good friend, I love to see it. Okay. Now... How the fuck do I... get him to get the speed he needs? Do it in a manner that's, like, safe for me. Oh, just like that. It's easy. Okay, cool. Good going. Fuck, those are vines! I'm sorry, friend. I have squandered your efforts. I thought a spin jump, but the wind fucks that up. Clearly. Yeah, I died. I don't really listen to new music outside of anime music or game music, so I've never done like a music of the year type thing. That's just not something I've ever, I can't fill a list. So I don't do a list. If we're including anime OPs in the list, if I were to do a list, I don't know. There's been a lot of goddamn good ones. Of this season, Dan-to-Dan's definitely is, Dan-to-Dan or Ranma ED. Those two in particular I would call out, but really there's just so many throughout the year. I would have to think about it a lot, and also, yeah, I'm fine not having a take on that. Okay, friend. Friend, you really scared me there. Okay, great. Alright, friend, come my way. Ooh, that's a checkpoint. Oh, friend. I don't know about this, friend. But I think we might have got through it. Basically. If he goes, over here. You trying to get up here, friend? What? Huh? Rip, missed the coin? Oh. Coin's mandatory? Well, there was a checkpoint, so... Okay, I can get up here, but then I have to die, right? Oh no, I just have to get this guy to open a way for me. Cool. That's great. Good friend. No, but you still missed it. Okay, cool. That's a weight off my mind. Friend is dead, but, yeah, I'm fucked. Oh, timer's up, so I'm just gonna end the timer. And we're gonna put in, 5 last tries. And, well, yeah, let's do it. Let's go, let's go. Also, it is, 7:30, so still a while into the lightning round, I'll say. Goodbye, friend. I will avenge you with the next one. Hello, friend. Welcome back to life. Oh, that was quick, friend. Hello, friend. Good news, I care about you. Did I say avenge weirdly? He keeps on dying. I don't know what to say. Very least right here, we don't have to start over if we murder our friend. That's always the worst part of friend murder, you know? You gotta start over. It's not good. No. How many times can an adult start over a friendship? I mean, it is such an investment in at this age, you know? Friendship. Really just like, you know, who has the time to start all that over again? Certainly not me. That's just a sad fact about, you know, adulthood. I don't know. I mean, I was doing it as a joke, but it did become halfway. Going under is the key here. Going under is way better. Hey, hey, hey. Beautiful, friend. Beautiful. Fuck you, friend! I didn't know he was gonna come up like that. Okay. Don't do that again, friend. I'm telling you now. We're gonna have words if that happens again, okay? You know, like slop and goon and things of that nature. Can't believe he did that to me. I can't believe he did that to me. People in chat slowly coming to that moment. That was a pretty good one. That was a pretty good one, wasn't it? My God. That's gonna be a YouTube short one day. I don't know if it's good or not to always, you know, often talk about that in like the moment, you know? Be like premeditated about it. The choice of words after some of the places this conversation has gone. I'm not sure if it's good to be like so much talking. Friend. Oh, wait a minute. We're good. Hang on. Wait, no, we're not good. We're not good. If we undo this, we can't go forward. That's a new one? Apparently. It's almost too bad I already have a YouTube short / Twitch clip entitled The Scorpion. Ah! I already have a YouTube short entitled The Scorpion and the Frog, because that is much more the parable of the scorpion and the frog than the troll level being a troll level that YouTube short was actually about. The original YouTube short was like, oh, the troll level's gonna be nice to me, and then it kills me. And then I say, I don't know that I said anything related to the scorpion and the frog. I just thought it was an apt name for the moment. But that was literally some scorpion and frog type business. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. Why would you scorpion frog me, friend? I thought we were cool. And you scorpion frog me. Unbelievable. I don't like to be scorpion frogged. Don't scorpion frog me. That's also a good VOD name. I mean, what the fuck? It's... Does this reset our mole? What the fuck? That resets the mole? Oh, shit. That's sick. I'm so happy about that. How do you keep the mole? Oh, right. So it's based on the off-on status. So if when you get here, the on-off is one way, and the mole is in the gap, in the air gap. And when you get here, if you use the door, the on-off is the other way, so the mole is allowed to burrow through the platforms. That's a nifty trick. Alas, I have wasted it. It's not magic. It's just magic. So it seems. So it seems. We got 2 tries left. This one is perhaps a very long one to do lightning or 5 tries left style. But, you know, we're coming down to it. Ah. Alright, very good. And we actually don't need to hit any of these fucking blocks. They are pointless to us. They're just so that we can't go and follow the mole. Okay, drop this. Now this again. All in all, good run so far. Yeah, I think we're doing well. I think we're making steady progress. Figuring out how to get through this. One step at a time. Very easy to lose progress once you fuck one up. Oh, it's hard to like get on the right side whilst keeping the mole where it needs to go. Things are still good, oh 6i. We're still trucking. Nothing to worry about here. Get him to this side. Get him to this side. Oh, damn it. Yeah, it seems like if we lose the momentum at all, we need to, get a restart. Ugh. Wait, we can have this guy come up. But wait, that's bad. That doesn't work as good. If we let him slip, it's gonna go all the way down. Very cool. Fuck! 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 Okay, good. We weren't fully fucked. We weren't fully fucked. I killed my friend again. I stomped him. But, we can reset door, reset door. Okay, it's not over. We're not fucked here, we're not fucked here. Not fully. Not fully. Hey, tech is amazing. How's it going? This level is, giving me the business. But it's very doable. This part is, anyway. Just gotta get the knack of it. Thank you for the level. Right, there's the first. There's the second. We need to get this guy on the far side of every one of these. If he doesn't go to the far side, it doesn't work. The YouTube chat keeps on disconnecting and reconnecting. Sorry if any messages get missed. Again, hopefully that's not a problem next stream. YouTube is sometimes shit, huh? I think that's just all that needs to be said. Oh, come on, Moly Mole. There we go. What? Okay, don't go up there myself. Don't go up there myself. Last try. And also, by the way, if we reach a checkpoint, the tries, they would be refreshed, but who knows if there even is one. Cannot be said. We can't go up there. I thought we went up there, but we don't go up there, is the answer. That's just for Mole. Are we fucked? Yep. No mole, no progression. There we go. I could have checked that out that area the whole time. I could have, yeah. Anytime I died or killed... Well, actually, the mole being dead wasn't important at that point in the level because there was a door to respawn him, but I could have checked it ahead of time, you're right. I didn't, and now we're out of tries. Thank you, Sakai. Damn good level. Let me, hit dismiss and bring up the next one. It's been a minute. That was a long level. Huh. Long, session there. Corn is up. Corn. Corn, you chatting? Corn, go ahead and say something. It's been a minute, I think. I'm gonna put something in chat for you to see. And, you know, I'll put up the sudden death. Okay, you are there. Okay, there you go. No sudden death for you. It is 7:40, so 20 minutes until the lightning roundabout. Let's have another card. I finished Life is Strange Double Exposure. It's like a 4 out of 5, maybe? I don't know. I talked about this on the last stream. Over last weekend, I bought Life is Strange Double Exposure and played a ton of it over the last weekend. And then since the last stream finished it, I'll say over the weekend I got to like chapter 4. I do play all the levels in queue, that is correct. Eventually. It'll probably be a while though until you get to you. By the end of the stream, don't you worry. Lightning rounds coming up, the pace through the queue will speed up at that point. We'll be going faster through the levels. You don't know Life is Strange is an adventure game, sort of set in a liberal arts college, or the original game is set in a liberal arts high school about a photography student, and this is set like 10 years later as her being like a professor or like a visiting professor at a liberal arts college. That is technically true, client of gaming, but it's all in good fun, so, you know, it's fun. The lightning round is a good time, and it's like half the stream, and it's, you know, it's not where the stream ends, to be clear. People still submit during the lightning round up until the queue closes. You'll see, it makes sense. I played up until chapter 4 before the last stream on Tuesday, and then I finished off the game, and I I had heard that the ending was bad, and boy howdy, the ending is really bad. In fact, I was sitting around a 5 out of 5 up until that point, and then the ending just like sucking shit, not tying its loose ends, and being just shit ass. I think really just lost it at least one point, and really, as I'm thinking about it more and more, I could see losing more, being like worse than that even. Like, I could see it as a 3 out of 5 just because, like... Oh, I accidentally hit play together. Don't mind. Don't mind. We'll do the super world here. There's a basic mechanic in that game. The basic gimmick is different from in the previous Life is Strange games, where, someone needs to make Life is isn't strange, where you make choices, but none of them really matters and nothing really happens. Well, insofar as nothing really mattering, that is double exposure in a nutshell. There's 2 timelines is the gimmick, and like, you can sort of see one timeline from the other, and interact with them, and, like, sort of go back and forth between them. It's kind of a neat concept, and it does lend itself to some good puzzles. It's not really as good as the rewind mechanic, and also by the end of the game, it sort of they stop using it to make good puzzles. I would say the last chapter of that game is very much like, what if you made the conclusion using GPT, you know? Like, it's like an ending that's so generic, yet it doesn't answer the questions that you had outstanding. It's, you know, it's just a bunch of mystical bullshit happening, and then all the characters get together and they say, boy howdy, we had a tough time, huh? We had a tough time. Yeah, Cornus is here. He's in the YouTube chat. He chatted in the YouTube chat. Don't worry about it. Cornus sometimes in the other chat, not this one, or not in the Twitch chat. I say this one. They're both my chats. This is a fun level. I like, it's fast-paced. It's kind of thrilling with the 100-second time limit. And, all the fireball spam is, bar spam is, quite well done. Anyway, with how it ends, I guess I would say that I can't recommend Life is Strange that hard. I was really enjoying the first 4 chapters and like how it sets up its world, its mysteries, and chapter 4 in particular did have like a really cool answer to like the central mystery of like chapters 2 and 3. That was really neat and cool, but the direction they take it in the final chapter just sucks shit. I watched MinMax's spoiler podcast on the game, on that Life is Strange game, and they raised an interesting point in it that I would like to repeat to y'all, like without any spoilers or nothing, which is basically that, like, you know, when in the original game they sort of made the two endings, spoilers for Life is Strange, which is very, very good, and you should check it out. I'm gonna talk around it. I'm gonna say that it basically comes down to a character or a whole location. It's kind of obvious what it has to be, right? So people at the end of the game, right? They either have one ending or the other. You know, they either have like one such character, or they have the town still existing, and that sort of turns them into a corner. You know, they made a great point in that podcast, and basically said, like, you know, if they were making this game now and they knew they wanted to make sequels, they wouldn't have killed off the most popular character. Or, you know, in half the people's games, they wouldn't have made it a choice. They wouldn't have let you kill characters so willy-nilly. Or like locations that could have been cool to see again. Like, you know, in half the people's timelines, it's one way. In half the people's timelines, it's the complete opposite. Also, it's kind of a missed opportunity that there are some real missed opportunities. I would recommend watching that spoiler cast. It is quite... I guess if you played the game, which I don't recommend doing, listen to the spoiler cast. It is quite interesting. as like a post-mortem type exercise, but suffice it to say, it kind of dropped the ball in the last minute, and yeah, it's ugh. They really fucked up bad as far as how they wrote that ending. Oof, oof. I guess that's all I have to say about it. I'm putting it as a 4 out of 5, but I feel like the more I think about it, the more it gets close to 3 out of 5. And, that should tell you about how bad the ending is. It's a story game. It's a story game. If a story game has a bad ending, then what are you doing? Everything builds up to that bad ending, so... Yeah. Yeah, you kind of can't give them credit. Alright, let's end the timer, hit complete. Great level. Corn. Let me hit one here and bring up Gamer John. Gamer John, you are up. Gamer John. Gamer John, I understand you have probably been waiting pretty patiently, so you might not be present. If you aren't, it'll be sudden death, you understand. Do speak up now. Is Gamer John in the YouTube or the Twitch? I think in the Twitch, was it? Oh, in the YouTube, and yes, you are here. Fantastic. Perfect. Okay. Lightning round, by the way, is scheduled to start in less than 10 minutes. Why don't I talk about another game that I've been playing? I started playing Pokemon TCG Pocket. I got into Pokemon TCG Pocket this week. I watched a Marvel Snap streamer talk about the future and, like, what content creation looks like for, like, him and why he would consider quitting if he were to consider quitting. I quit myself like 6 months ago, so I'm always curious when, like, oh, the people I watched during that time I was into Marvel Snap, are they quitting? I'm curious how they're feeling, like, if they got to where I was. And he was sort of talking about how much he was enjoying playing Pokemon Pocket, you know, and enjoying that content a lot more than making that content versus making the Marvel Snap content. And that sort of piqued my interest and made me go like, wait, what's up with this thing? And I looked into it and found out like, oh, it's like simplified. And it's like faster than the original base game. And also the cards are all different. And also you get free energy every turn, so you don't have to depend on card draw to get your energy. And all that just sounded like really good, because I'll say, like, I had tried Pokemon TCG when it came out on Game Boy Color online. I tried that, and I thought, like, well, it's pretty good, but I don't really like the way that you can get energy starved, you know? Or just a handful of energy, conversely. Like, both those states just suck so much and make you feel so bad. What is that message? I don't see anything. Is that a space? It makes you feel so bad, and, you know, to hear that they have fixed, like, a couple of my least favorite things about that Game Boy Color game that is pretty divorced from, like, the current state of Pokemon Snap, or Pokemon Snap, Pokemon, the trading card game. Fish. Something up. There's, oh, you're just, making some water, okay. And some fishies to swim around in it. I see. I found that pretty appealing, and sure enough, I went and downloaded it on Sunday night, and I've been playing it ever since. I have unpacked a good amount of cards, and have gotten to where I have now, like, a good amount of decks that I can play. It's weird in Pokemon Snap, or Pokemon trading card game, because the way cards work, right, is that you want to have... You can't just run a pre-evolution on its own. You're always, like, building up to the final card, right? You're just building up to the final evolution. So if you don't have one of the pre-evolutions, you don't have the complete set, you can't run them. So as a result, it's kind of hard to get enough cards to do the strategies you want to do. You know, you have to be like, okay, well, I got this water motherfucker, but I don't have this pre-evolution of it. I don't have enough copies of it. That said, I haven't packed a lot of good cards. Like, look at this shit. I just got this. I just got this one right before the stream. I opened a pack like an hour before the stream started, and I got Zapdos EX, which, if you don't know Pokemon Snap, or if you've only played the Game Boy Color version, which is from before these existed, an X card is like super strong, but counts for 2 when killed. So if it gets killed, you get your opponent gets 2 points, which is 2 out of 3 in pockets. You know, it's pretty much fatal if you let that happen. You know, these guys are finishers. They're the Mac Daddies. They're not to be trifled with. You can't really read that text very good on the screen capture, but I'll show you. I bet if you move it around, you'll be able to read it, I bet. I got a bunch of cards. I got like Pikachu X, a really good one. I also got another Pikachu X, so I got 2 of those. That's like the most OP card, is my understanding. Pikachu X, and I've made a deck with that. I've been having fun online with that. I'm trying to get some more Greninjas, because I think Greninja's ability is really fun. I need another copy of Greninja and probably one more copy of its pre-evolution, so I can do that like more big style and more reliably. I only have like 1 copy of each of those, so it's fun but not reliable. That's also the thing, right? You have to get like 2 copies of anything before you can like do as much as you'd like with it, which is a whole thing. Here, Mario Maker ID codes. Here's how you submit. Okay? Here's how you submit. Let me help you. That's not the thing. Okay, here we go. Wrong message. Wrong message. There you have it. I got a bunch of them. I got Articuno, I got Charizard EX, I got Starmie EX, Arcanine. That one's really shiny. That one's really nice. Yeah, I do think that it's kind of... The best cards are definitely the EX ones, and they're ones that I kind of think of more. But there are a couple that are cool as well that I've gotten that are, you know, less rare, more just regular dudes, regular Pokemon. I never played, like I said, I never played the Pokemon original, so I'm like learning the strategy, learning how to play it. Let's play this level. Learning like how you build decks, how you know, build up your back line and move guys around from the front to the back as you want to like protect them or whatever. And it's been really fun so far. I'm having a good time. We just gotta kill these guys. That's cool. Oh, is there... Okay, so we have a limited time in each room to do the gimmick. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, I understand now. This is really cool. This is like the one where... Sort of like the one where you took pictures. You know, where the metaphor was that the blue ones were like, the shutter of a camera. The view of finder of a camera. But, with like variety in each one, because each one is like a different gimmick. This is fantastic. Jesus. We need to keep an eye for the brick, though, so that we don't get caught. This one we should just keep on pressing, and, Oh, shit! Those ones up top would have died if I had waited a second more. My mistake there. We got 3 left. Have we done enough? Yes, okay, good. There's one more room. There we go. We did it. Let's go for an even 100. Got over 100. Good shit. That was a great level. Really quite loved it. That was amazing. That was an amazing concept, quite original, and very fun, Gamer John. And very well tuned as well. We were just over the threshold there. It's not quite 8 o'clock, so let's just continue. Walk into walls. You are up. We'll do this one normal style, and the next one will be lightning round. Walk into walls. Go ahead and confirm. So yeah, I'm learning about like how to play Pokemon trading card game. I'll say, if you don't know, the cards are all simplified. Like I did look up. I have been looking at a bunch of content around like, oh, what's the difference between like the original card game, and also like, tell me more about the original card game, because I'm curious now that I've been playing Pocket. And apparently the cards in the original are a lot more complex. Usually they have more than one move per Pokemon. Also, obviously, you put 60 cards in a deck rather than 20. And also the energy is represented in a deck, whereas it's all automatic in Pocket, which I think is just lovely. What do we want to do here? Don't choke mini puzzle? I don't see walks into walls, so let's just do this one. It's still not 8 o'clock, so we wouldn't be starting the thing anyhow. But we will, because it's gonna be 8 o'clock in like a matter of seconds. We have 2 tries, let's do it. Walk into walls. If you say something, you get more tries. Do these things break walls? No, but this is a little bit dangerous here. Are you stopping at 8? The lightning round is starting at 8. The lightning round is starting at 8 o'clock. It is a part of the stream where we will start to move a little bit faster per level. It just adds some stakes for me. It is fun. It is fun times. It does take a while for a level to come up. That's just, you know, unavoidable, right? Oh, fuck. Speaking of unavoidable, I can't get out of here, and since Walks into Walls hasn't said anything, isn't in chat, I only have 2 tries, so that's the second one. Thank you, Walks into Walls. This seems cool, but we weren't able to do it. How's the clear rate? It's pretty decent, honestly. It's 10%. It's over 10%. I mean, it's 13%. That's unlucky, but you know, what are you gonna do? I am hitting dismiss. I am bringing up the next level, which is Dan. Go ahead and say something. Let me put Dan in chat. Really enjoying Pokemon TCG. I suspect I might be talking about it for a while. It might be my new thing. I'll say I think it's probably good enough to make my end of the year list, honestly. That's how pleased I am so far. It's kind of fun to chat with people in various Discords. Right now, folks, it is time for the lightning round. That's right, and during the lightning round, I will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way, 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints, and 7 for Twitch subs. 7 for Twitch subs, and those extra KEDs, they come in a variety of forms, which you can see here. It's 8 p.m. Central. 8 p.m. Central. Did I not say Central? When I said 8, I meant 8 p.m. Central. You can see there's a bunch of different kinds of heads there, including Luigi, including Toadette, including some that are not Mario related. Those are rarer. Is it 50-50? No, but we'll see what happens. You got Sonic heads. Those ones are rare. Those are the rare ones. You got Sonic and Tails. Look at that live action Tails. Isn't that a good one to get? I say Dan get them. If you're not here, and Dan has not confirmed yet, actually, you still get sudden death. That's still how it works. If you say anything during sudden death, I will convert you over. And you will have the appropriate number of lives that you would have done if you had confirmed at the start, and I have died the number of times that I died before you said shit. Okay? Okay. Brackets and asterisks in the name there. That's a weird thing. If I go like this, does it look like I'm looking at the name of the level? I'm not. I'm looking at the ceiling. I'm looking at the curtains here. Does it look like I'm looking up at the game? Here's me looking at the game. I'm kind of looking away as far as the screen goes, but there's a free clear. That's nice. We should do an actual level, I think. Animal Crossing Life Edition. Why would this have zero clears? That's odd. Here, I'm looking at that now. I'm actually looking at the curtains again. That's a weird thing to have as a clear rate. The collaboration, 1%. This one with really hard or easy at 0.4. Let's see if we can be the first to clear Animal Crossing Life Edition. What does that mean? Let's find out. Dan, you can still confirm at any point. We gotta find one coin.
Oh.
I gotta count that. You set it up that way.
Oh.
What the I was holding down the button. Do I have to, like, tap to jump?
Oh.
We're out of lives, so, like, it's done, but, like...
Oh.
How is that possible? How is that possible? I don't get how that's possible. I held the button to, like, run in the direction. Didn't work. I tapped the button to, like, jump. Immediately. Didn't work. Those are the two things I can do. How the fuck? Let's look at the comments, because I'm seriously lost here. How the fuck? One comment has been deleted. Too bad. Too bad. Bro, shiny. Why so tough? Yeah, I'm right there with all these 4 comments. I don't get it, Dan. Okay. Let me dismiss. You know what you did. Thank God we don't have 12 minutes of that. That's some really serendipitous timing, maybe. Did you consider to cheat? I didn't consider to cheat. Can you cheat? Lord Bowser, you're up. Go ahead and confirm. Let me put it in chat for Lord Bowser. Let me get it in there. That'll make sense later. Me saying get it in there. Here's another card. I've been playing Super Mario Advance 2, parentheses world. Last weekend I played through, like, Zero Mission randomly on the Game Boy Advance. There you are, Lord Bowser. You get that Sonic head now. You're the one that gets the Sonic heads. Isn't that nice? I've been playing through some random GBA games, and I didn't know what next to play, so pulled up World and started playing through it. Realizing it's been, like, a while since the last time I played every level in there, so I might just, you know, play every level in there idly in my free time. That seems like a perfectly nice thing to do. You know, whenever I have a minute that I want to fill, you know? Whenever I don't have something else I'd rather be playing, but it's good. It's good. And maybe I'll think about, like, oh, you know... I play through DKC pretty often. But, like, World, haven't played through in a while. I did it as part of... I've mentioned the July 4th stream a couple times in the last few weeks, but... Like, a couple years... Like, for the last 2 years, I've been doing streams on July 4th where I played through all the 2D Mario games as fast as possible, and I did World, like, the first year, using, like, the shortcuts as you do the Star Road, but there's, like, most of that game I haven't touched in, like, probably 2-3 years, so, you know, it's probably good to play through it again. Refresh it. Refresh it. Especially considering it's, like, a cornerstone of this game here. I should probably do 3 as well. Same way. Maybe I played them when they came out on Game Boy Advance Online. Maybe I did. I forget. I might have gone through them then. So, probably been like a year or 2 or 3. Relatively long, maybe. I don't know. Considering that I do Mario Maker as a main thing. Long. Relatively. You'd think it would be less long. Hello, Grub Gamer. How's it going? Go ahead and submit a level if you please. There was also, by the way, someone on the YouTube side who didn't figure out how to submit. Let me submit on the Twitch side on their behalf. Codes. Let me go ahead and just I'll do it myself in my own Twitch chat. Since I already have a code in the YouTube chat, this is the only way I can do it. Okay? Okay. I would like it. It's frustrating when some folks on the YouTube side can't get in queue. Sometimes the messages get eaten. Sometimes the messages get eaten. That's on YouTube. I don't know. It might be just a learning curve thing. Or maybe just everyone's messages are getting eaten. I am not 100% sure. Also, it's worth noting that YouTube doesn't have as many chatbots, so people might not be as familiar with the etiquettes. How you do it, you know? I just made that level and want to see what people think of it. Let's go. I'll say it's gonna be a minute until it comes up, but yeah, let's keep on rolling. We are in the lightning round now, so levels will go faster. Next year, you should 100% all the 2D Marios on stream. I mean, next year, there's gonna be one more 2D Mario All-Stars July 4th stream. I gotta finish the job on that, but, yeah, you know, that wouldn't be a bad idea eventually. Doing all those games 100% style, because, like, yeah, you know, they are literally the basis for the styles of this game, the game that I play every week. A 24-hour stream? Oh, jeez. I mean, that wouldn't be a bad idea, honestly. Like, if I specifically did the 4 styles that make up this game. So that is to say, Brothers, 3, World, and, New You. And let's not say 100%, let's say beat them without shortcuts. Let's say beat them without shortcuts. Let's say beat every castle. I think that could be an interesting long stream. But, like, we already have a version of that that's very similar, but, you know, different. In the July 4th thing that's, you know, not finished yet. Maybe I could do that, like, the subsequent July 4ths. I'll say also, as a rule, I don't like going above, like, 12 hours, just because YouTube VODs don't go 12 hours. If you do that, are you going to play Lost Levels? I already did. I already did as a part of the July 4th stream. It was not good. Lost Levels is not one of the sources of, it's not one of the styles here, so no. Definitely not. I mean, this archetype does have some Lost Levels elements. But, you know, there's like Zelda elements in this game, and I'm not gonna play Zelda 1 as part of that. There are a lot of games that I could play. There are a lot of games I could play on stream, I'll say. Like, as I say Zelda 1, a part of me goes like, you know, I've never beat Zelda 1. Would that be an interesting stream series? Me just going through the first Zelda game? Is it hard or just like, you know, easy to get lost in? Link to the Past would also be a good one to do. There's a lot of like SNES era games that would be
Oh.
pretty good to go. Pretty good to go through, I think. It's stupid that YouTube won't allow that. Yeah, I would agree. It definitely has been an inconvenience with, like, when I wasn't thinking about that, and my older VODs, some of them had to be divided into, like, 2 parts. I don't like to do that. It's weird and, you know... I like, you know, I do my playthroughs, like, part 1, part 2, part 3, and usually they're, like, a week apart, right? So, if I have, like, a 2-part special feature, I mark it in a different way, which... I don't know, that's not really clear or intuitive, right? Like, how do you demarcate, like, okay, this is the 3rd part of a playthrough that is lasting a month versus this is the second half of a 12-hour stream. Of a 24-hour stream. Yeah, it's definitely bothersome. Nocturnal Sakai. It's definitely bothersome, and I wish it wasn't that way, but it is, so what are you gonna do? I work around it. If they ever change it, I guess I'll do a long stream for once, and I'll just let it be. Hey Tech is amazing. Oh, you're the one person who has cheered 100 bits. I was wondering that. I was looking at the dashboard when I added a new emote, and I wondered, like, who has 100 bits? Who has this emote? Access to it. I changed that emote, by the way. Tech is amazing. The new emote you have now is a goon. It is a goon with 2 lines under it. Anyone else who wait, is it 100 or that's 100? Okay, wait, no, that's 1K. Okay, someone else has 1K. I don't know who that is then. Sorry, false alarm. My bad. I thought that was 1,000. Someone has 1,000 bits and they have the new one. Cheer at 0, you're broke. I understand, but look at that. Isn't that good? Goon. That just strikes me as a very useful emote. I hope to use it eventually myself. And y'all, anyone who has cheered $10 worth basically in Twitch bucks will have the access to that as well. You know, whenever. Mushrooms at the start, you have to pick it up to die, or you will die. Okay, Grub Gamer, when it comes up, we will get to that. But the queue is long. Hey, 1 plus 000. Oh, that's cute. 06i. That doesn't do it. Close though, close. I'll say also there's special effects if someone were to cheer like 1,000 in one go. There'd be something special that would happen. People don't usually cheer. Subscriptions are more often what happens if someone's willing to put out or willing to pay up more than like $5, right? Are you trying, Nocturnal? You're just typing that in. It doesn't work like that. It's like a whole function. You understand. Thank you for level. I believe 06i is up next, so yes, perfect. You are confirmed and good. 1,000 bits is $20. Is it? It might. I thought it was $10. I thought it was $10. I thought it paid out like. I think it pays out that like that. I think like 1 bit is 1 cent. If it might cost more though, I'll say, for what it's worth. Also, if you're on your it's on your phone, the prices may be different. I thought a bit was like. I mean, I'll say like they obfuscate the price of it. To be fair, and they make it more. It's never quite as cheap as you would like. Let me see. If I click on here, and on like the OBS, if I click on the bits button, buy bits. 100 bits is $1.40. 500 bits is $7. 1,500 bits is $20. Eventually, you get to where it's almost 1 per 1. At like $300 gets you 25,000 bits, but it's like a, you know, It's like currency in a video game, right? Or it's like premium currency. It's the more you buy, the more of a deal you get, the more bits you get. But it pays out 1 cent per 1 bit is how it pays to like me. It's worth that much. It's a screwy thing, honestly. I'll admit. Also, like, you know, obviously, if you were to just directly donate that through another feature, I got a donation thing available if you don't want to go through Twitch. You could, like PayPal, you could just PayPal or it's like a thing. I forget how that's set up. It's barely ever been the thing. That pays out more to me, but I don't know, bits are fun. And they get you fun emotes, so what the fuck? Thank you, Lord Bowser. That door is evil? What door? Whose door? Oh, Grub Gamer is playing, you're playing Grub Gamer's level. Okay, cool. I will see that, in time, I guess. There's some stuff Abelena is dealing with in Grub Gamer's level. Let's look forward to that, I guess. I don't buy bits that often. I'm more like I more use subs, but I'm just saying, like there's a new emote. You don't have to use it. You don't have to get it, but I'll say like it is at the lowest threshold that I can offer as far as a emote-based bit-based emote goes. What a you know, I'll say like I think that these subscription ones are the more important emotes, but fresh out of fucking slots on there. Don't have one to spare. Getting some play-by-play in the chat as far as Abelena playing Grub Gamer's level. We'll see that in a while. This seems pretty chill. These are just flowers. It's all theming. We got a checkpoint for some reason. Is this gonna be a cave? Nah, more outside. I feel like when I first played Mario Maker 1 and I made a pipe for the first time, I had it so that the overworld and the subworld were different, you understand? Like, one was the overworld, one was a cave. And I feel like, it's become much more the practice of, like, just thinking of it as an extension of the level, rather than, like, in a more, like, original Mario sense. You know what I mean? Like, in a Mario game, you would never take a pipe. Well, that's not true, actually. There's some levels where you take a pipe and you end up back in the same world, you know? Like, Dinosaur Kingdom. Dinosaur Kingdom? Dinosaur, Chocolate Island in Mario World is like that. We lost a life. Two pipes is mandatory for a full-length level? Yes, exactly. That's also part of it. I feel like that developed over time, though. Like, the checkpoint was, like, a crucial thing in, like, making that possible. Without the checkpoint, I do feel like one screen length is enough for a level. You know, if you can't put a checkpoint in. I say it's enough. It's more like it's ideal, because if you go too long, it just becomes, like, overly long without a checkpoint. You need to have, like, some relief. Ugh. Looks like we could climb up whichever way we please, which is pretty nice. This time we won't, jam ourselves in there. We'll instead just wait for it to do its business. I was about to jam myself in there. You know, I was about to get in there. That would have been a bad move. You're the only soul to enter the level and survive. Congratulations, Ebelena. That is impressive. It's like a pretty easy boss. I mean, we get free fucking power-ups, so... how hard can it be? It keeps going. This is a whole new segment. This kind of looks like a big climactic ending, though. There's a big slide, and there we go. Good shit, the 06i. Yay! Woo! Fireworks! Let me hit complete and bring up the next level. Speedrunner Mario is up next. Speedrunner Mario is up next. Abelena, you're right after that, so I'll say you're looking pretty good to be looking pretty good as far as like I think you'll be good for it. Speedrunner Mario, go ahead and confirm. I'm gonna put a thing in chat so Speedrunner Mario knows. I'll pull another card. Hey, did you see that Donkey Kong Land came onto Game Boy Online yesterday? That's right, Donkey Kong Land came out on Game Boy Online. You know, this thing right here, where you play the Game Boy games on your Switch, or your Switch 2 eventually, in time. I'm really happy about that. I love the Donkey Kong Country games, and Donkey Kong Land is a novelty. It has like a weird amount of ambition. Also, it's janky as hell. And, you know, the fact that the screen is tiny, it controls not quite as good as the originals, but, like, decently enough. And is full of, like, weird design, weird new enemy types, some cool, like, settings and stuff. For a sequel to a pre-rendered game, I do think it is quite fun that they put out a pre-rendered game on Game Boy Color, a system that has 4 colors, count them. And also in the manual, if you could read the manual, it's not like included in Game Boy Color Online, right? Or Game Boy Online. But I remember hearing in the manual and maybe seeing scans of it. I don't think I ever owned a physical copy of Donkey Kong Land for what it's worth. I got it on the 3DS though before. I played it before, to be clear. Many times. Quite a few times, I'll say. Probably not as many as, definitely not nearly as many as the original DKCs, but, you know, I played it plenty. Probably like a handful of times, maybe like 3 or 4, maybe. The thing that's in the manual, there's a whole part where the story is like, oh, the only reason your adventure worked and was popular is because of graphics. And then Donkey Kong says like, well, yeah, well, I can do it without graphics. How about that? What if I do it on the Game Boy? And it's sort of a very meta story about Donkey Kong proving he can do it whilst being on a platform with no colors or whatever. Which is neat. I hope they put out the other 2 Donkey Kongs. Donkey Kong Land 2, Donkey Kong Land 3, and I also hope they put up Donkey Kong Country Game Boy Color Edition. Also, they should put up the Game Boy Color version of Donkey Kong Land 3, and if they could port that back to the English version, that would be nice. It's only in the Japanese version by default right now. I don't see Speedrunner Mario, so we're just gonna go. I think that'd be nice. I also would like them to do the GBA Donkey Kong countries, like all 3 of them. Oh, geez, this one. Oh, geez. This one can be a getting over it style level if we don't die. Which, I kind of remember how to do this, so I think I shouldn't die. We have 2 tries, though. I'll say, by the way that this works is that, if we get a timeout, it counts for 1 life per 100 seconds. And there were 500 seconds, so that would be all of them. Even if we don't... Even if we get out of sudden death, I'll say. So, yeah, those are how we do things and how we account for levels like this. Fuck. Jesus. I can't believe we lived there. That looked like it shouldn't have survived. These ones are like the Monty Moles earlier. These ones are friend. These ones are friendly. We are mutually. We can live and let live here. I mean, we can't kill them, and they can kill us, but what are you gonna do? That's the dynamic. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering, after you get through this, you have to do another thing, and then there's another room. So this level is doing these rooms over and over again. It is I mean, I'll say I'd like to beat it one day. And then, you know, in theory anyway, I would never have to play it again. Though, I guess if you wanted me to play it again, it is what it is, right? I'd be obligated to. Ugh. Anyway, here's another card. Let's do another card. Follow up on anime. I did catch out on Tower of God, and also Refin like finished for the season. For like the core. It's gonna be back next year. Marco? I don't get the context there. Hey, Dan. Oh, we played your level, Dan. We weren't able to get through it. You weren't here, so, I'll say, feel free to resubmit. Get back into queue. You are currently, not in queue anymore on account of, we did your level. Using the rules that happen if you're not here. Again. Marco equals Dan. Ah. So you know Dan then. You make a new level? Cool. Feel free to submit. I'll say again, though, if you're not here when it comes up, I get fewer tries to beat it. So, you know, less chance of beating it. Right now, we only have 2 because, yeah. Yeah, that last episode was pretty good. It was pretty damn good. I'll say, like, I feel a little bit, put off, though, with ReZero, just a little bit. Because this season was all set up. I want the payoff. I want the payoff so bad. But I know that's all gonna be, like, months from now. Sad. I'm kind of sad about that, but, you know, like you said, they did some really fucking good business with, like, people making speeches, making big, triumphant, declarations. Only 3 months. That's fair. That's fair. They did some good shit to end on, and some good shit this cycle. I wonder if Subaru is gonna die next season and have to reset the whole thing. I feel like he might have gotten a checkpoint right now. I feel like this, where he's at right now, that might be a checkpoint. And if he dies next season, he'll end up right here. I'm not 100% sure about that, but we'll see. I mean, manga people could like confirm or deny or say like, well, he never dies, so he doesn't die this next season, so you know we never find out. But don't tell me. I would rather not know. You know, I don't speculate because I want to know the answer prematurely. I speculate because it's fun to speculate, you know what I mean? As for Tower of God, I don't know why that show is continues to be popular. I mean, I know I'm kind of hate watching it, but apparently, like, I look at Crunchyroll stats, and apparently it's like the number simulcast show as far as viewership goes, that's fucked up. That show sucks. That show has been terrible. I finally finished like catching up after falling behind during while I was in Japan a month and a half ago. And yeah, it's not a great season. It's confusing, it's weird. There's a lot of bullshit that's happening. And like, oh crap, we have to like I'm so glad that didn't kill us, but we have to like boogie out of the door. We gotta boogie out of the door here. Okay, okay. You got better at Super Mario Brothers? That is good, Dan. It's add, not join. It's add. I just thought you didn't see me. Oh, were you chatting? Were you chatting, Dan? If you were chatting, I'm sorry. Maybe the YouTube chat was weird or something. It's been disconnecting a bit today. But yeah, I didn't see any messages from you. Did I just, like, miss them? Or were you just, like, away from keyboard? I mean, it's fine, hey. The sudden death is fun to do as well. Oh, you really have to time it properly to get that bullet bill, huh? I know, Grub Gamer. When your level comes up, you can confirm. Anyway, I'll say Tower God is like weirdly full of dumb-ass shit, poorly executed action, battle... How do you call it? Like, is there a term for, like, the thing that My Hero Academia does, where it's like, okay, we all have superpowers, and here's the rules of the game of tag that we're playing. Okay, so if you get tagged, you get a point. If I get tagged, you get 2 points, okay? Some people are worth more points than others. Where it's like a really elaborate setup to set up, like, a basic shonen, competition that has, like, basically Calvin Ball rules. Insofar as it's just made up for the benefit of the story. My Hero Academia does that really well. Tower God, just about every time, does it poorly. Insofar as the solution oftentimes is just like, yeah, well, they fight a guy good, and then they win. And that's about really all the plot. All the plot that is really involved in this sort of competition. That had, like, a whole 5-minute explanation of like, okay, you can shoot them with a light bullet and that sends them to the next level. Or you can shoot them with a dark bullet because, not established. And the first one to be shot gets like an extra bonus thing. The first one to shoot someone. And you're just thinking like, why are you making this so complicated? This is a bunch of bullshit. Oh crap, I died, and that's the second life. And, Speedrun Mario did not come back, so that's it. Good looking out, Abelemon. Nice that you, beat some levels in the chat. I would like to beat some levels, too. It's only popular because of the manga? Gotcha. Yeah, it's not good. It's so bad. They're, like, bungling, like, everything. And I'll say that my least favorite thing that it does... Okay, here we go. The next level is the one that Abelena could not submit due to technical issues. I submitted it on Abelena's behalf. Let's punch it in. And Abelena is here. So, perfect. I think my least favorite thing that Tower God does is it will do a thing where some characters will be like, aha, I've been evil the whole time. And you just look at them and go, who are you again? I've never seen you before in my life. You're evil? Okay. Sorry, this doesn't have the impact that the bullshit twist at the end of the first season had, which, by the way, was bullshit, but at least we knew the character. I mean, we thought we knew the character. This is just, like, pathetic. It feels like you're trying to do that twist again, but so badly because, like, yeah, I didn't know that guy's name barely. I saw him in the background a few times, I guess. You're telling me he was an evil mastermind? Okay, is that your idea of storytelling? I'm not really impressed. No, you didn't give me clues. There were no clues that this guy was evil. This is not how you do a mystery. I'll say another example. There was a scene in, like, the last episode where they were fighting two guys that were, like, hitting them with, like, lasers or something. They're like, we're blasting the lasers. And the guy over the intercom is like, hang on. Oh, you should dodge to the left. And they go like, oh no, they found our weakness. And he's like, oh yeah. Yeah, I played this one. We'll play a different one. Let's look at what you got here. You dodged the weakness. Oh no, curses. And they go like, oh, the guy over the radar goes, yeah, that's right. It's because that guy is a double. He's actually one person, not two people. And I'm just sitting there going like, okay, I've never heard of this concept. You've never established this concept before. I've never seen these characters before. Am I supposed to be impressed that two characters turned out to be one character? Unestablished? That's like, I'm kind of reminded of H. Bomber Guy talking about Sherlock, about how that show, in H. Bomber Guy's opinion, I have not seen the show, I can't really speak to it, but H. Bomber Guy sort of explains like, Sherlock often solves mysteries without showing you the work. Just like doing some bullshit in his mind, going like, and going like, aha, it was a boomerang. And not explaining like why that makes sense or how he came to that conclusion, right? And yeah, if you cannot solve a mystery on your own, it's not a very good mystery, is it? At least in terms of like mystery stories, I guess. I guess it's not always necessary for you to be able to solve something on your own, but it's better writing when you can. How about Arctic programming? Platforming, programming. I'll say one more thing about Tower of God that I'm pissy about. I'm annoyed every time the AI character is mentioned, or the AI subplot, because it's like the stupidest shit I've ever seen, as far as the characters and their understanding of basic shit. Okay, let me say. Here's how it works. The characters just like ask the AI on their phone stuff that it would not have the answers to. Like, you know, like, oh, where's my friend? Where's Bobby? And the AI answers like, hang on, like, how does the AI know who Bobby is? How does the AI know where Bobby is? You know, if you ask your phone, like, how do I get out of here? Your phone isn't going to be like, quick, go to the door. It's going to go like, where are you? Where are you? What is going on in the world? It doesn't have, magically, context. It doesn't know where people are, magically. That's not how it works. And, I've just been very annoyed by that shit. Hey, Zach, how's it going? That's, like, probably the thread that has been annoying me the most in Tower of God. I'll say it is nice that they are finally getting back to some characters that you recognize from the first season, but, like, I don't know. I feel like even they cannot save the show. It is a sloppy mess. And I have heard, I think 06i did tell me that the director of Tower of God is the same one who bungled Uzumaki. So that makes sense to me. I think on average, Uzumaki is better. The worst episodes of Uzumaki are worse than Tower of God, but I think overall Uzumaki is better because of the first episode. And also the relatively low number of episodes, so one good episode goes a much longer way than Tower of God does. Oof. Thank you for the level, that was fantastic. That was really good. Hope you enjoyed me doing it. Hey Zach, do an exclamation point ad at the top of, you know, like the pinned message says. Let me give you the instructions there. Mysterious Star just threw some Pikmin at me, so Mysterious Star is good. Let's go. I can't wait for ReZero to return and to end with a climax. I'll say, they've done this stuff before where they had like a season, and it has like one big arc split between two seasons. I don't like that as much. I kind of find that to be like, I just want it to be over. I just want to see the ending. I just want to see the payoff, but That's just not how they structure these arcs anymore. I hope that... I don't know if that's literally possible, Evelina. In fact, I'm pretty sure codes can't include some of those letters. Specifically. For what it's worth. Actually, no. Z, I, and O. So, yeah, no, that's... Oh, yeah, no. I is the last one in that. You cannot have an I in the code. There you go. There you have it. I'll say, like, I hope that they're getting to some shorter arcs soon. So that they can just, Yeah, there are a bunch in the queue right now, huh? The queue is long. I hope they can get to some shorter arcs in ReZero. It should have come way faster because of the delay. Was it originally supposed to go, like, all the way through and they had to delay by 3 months? That's really too bad, then. I understand that happens, though, yeah. I understand that production can be hard. I get it. This is a really well-made show with beautiful animation. I don't want them to cut corners. But I do think it'd be nice if they started it when they were ready to finish it. You know? Like, if they timed that out just right, so they didn't have to take a break. Or maybe just, like, a short break. You know, like My Hero Academia did. Back when My Hero Academia was still... it's not past tense. It still has one final season left. Like My Hero Academia does. Sometimes. In some of its seasons. Has done before. Let's play the level. Let's go. We got the lives up. Perfect. You know what I've been thinking about recently? I say recently. Today, I randomly watched some, I want this coin. I randomly watched some videos about Full Metal Alchemist and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Like, the differences between them, and, how that, pans out, I guess. And that sort of whets my appetite for some Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Or maybe the original show, I don't know. I love FMAB and Brotherhood most especially. I think Brotherhood is a goddamn masterpiece. And, like, it has been a while since I watched that. They're already done with a couple of episodes of Season 4. I would hope so. I mean, I would hope they're not just delivering right before, right? I hope that they have, like, a buffer. I'll say with Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, I like to watch the dub because that's what I started with. You know, back on the Adult Swim, I watched the dub back then. You know, it's sort of a childhood anime to me, and as a result, it was on Adult Swim, right? That was Adult Swim. It wasn't. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Damn it! Ow, ow, ow! I deserve that. Sorry, friend. That's very sad, what happened to Mario there. He just died a bunch. The P-jumps are difficult. The timing of them, I think, is the difficult part here. Yeah. Well, what can you do? Kind of in the mood for Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and since I like the dub, since that show is grandfathered into the dub, I could watch that whilst doing other things, unlike other anime, where that's a little bit harder. I could watch that while eating food. Stuff like that. That could be a I was about to say a podcast. That could be something I watch while playing a video game. In similar to like the opposite of a podcast game. That can be a distraction show. Is there a word for a show that you don't pay full attention to? Like a second screen show, I think is something that Netflix was pushing around, or like is like a Netflix term for what they are trying to do. It can be like a not full attention show, you know what I mean? And thus it'll be easier to manage. I'm gonna hit dismiss, and yeah. That's anime. We could talk about all the shows that are going on, like we have for the last couple weeks, but let's not. Let's just plow on ahead. Maybe next week we won't talk about anime at all. Wouldn't that be a thing? I feel like we've talked about anime every week. Including some shows that are great, that involve, you know... I was gonna talk about, some circular objects, but, some... What's the word? You know, some balls. But, God, actually, now that I say that, that could be multiple shows. Those balls could either be like mystical balls that are part of a whole set of 7, or mystical balls that are part of a set of 2. I could be referring to either one. I'm referring to the set of 2. The set of 2 of them. You know. You got Silver Super Expert, bruh. That's impressive. I don't really do those modes, so I don't have the context for it, honestly. Even in a game I play ages every day, there's a lot I don't know. Let's do this. Mortis? Mortis, go ahead and confirm. Actually, we haven't heard from Mortis in a minute, so go ahead and say something. If you're not here, it'll be sudden death. Let me take a drink of my water. Isn't Fang from New Zealand? There could be multiple people named Fang. This could be a different Fang. I honestly don't know. I don't know this Fang. I don't know. I don't have that sort of name recognition that Abelina and Dan do. In the YouTube chat. YouTube. Let's I'm gonna hit sudden death. Let's get going. Do say something, Mortis, and I will upgrade you. But let's keep trucking. Let's keep moving. And try to do this on 2 tries. I think this is doable. This is the kind of level where you just jump where you should do. And it's gonna be pretty intuitive. Shit. That might be enough to doom us. Let's see what happens. We did have a small delay there. $11 seconds, 10 seconds. Fuck! Needed to jump there. Okay, second try. This is close. This is gonna be close. We could do it here, or we could die. Those are always the 2 options, but you know. Often the 2 options. God damn it! Oh, I don't know. Having to jump right after the turnaround, that's tough. That's tough. I wonder if, like, there's ways to gain extra time by, like, running on the treadmills as long as possible. No, you gotta hit your head on the top, so it will take the time that it takes. Is the exit right here? Close! That was a very close thing. We had 0 seconds left. We made it. We made it. Let me hit complete. And yeah, get up the next one. Tech is amazing. You are up. Tech is amazing. Ooh. Sitting up here. Adjusting my seat. I'm going to put this into chat so that Tech is amazing can see and confirm. See YouTube channel. You made a YouTube channel, Ebelina? That's nice. I guess you can share that with each other if you so please. I guess the YouTube people don't have a way of, like, directly messaging each other and sharing that information. Otherwise, go ahead. That's fine. Let me do another card while I enter in this code and wait for, and also while waiting for Tech is Amazing. Follow up on Windows activation bullshit. I'm still working around it. Last week I talked about how I've been having some issues with Windows activation. Hey, Tech is Amazing is here. Fantastic. Where, like, after a Windows update, my Windows key seems to have deactivated, and as a result, now when I leave my computer on for too long, a little thing appears in one of the corners of one of the screens saying, like, activate Windows, go to settings. I'll say I have been able to, like, do some stuff to work around that a little bit. Yeah, I'll have a look once the thing comes up. We'll figure out what we haven't played yet. I have figured out ways to work around that. Specifically, because I have 4 monitors, like 2 over here by the TV. You know, I use the TV as a monitor sometimes, and the preview monitor as a monitor. And I have 2 over there by the PC, right? Like 1, 2, like a main screen, and what is usually mirroring the preview monitor. I have now set it up so that during streams, the preview monitor is a different one from the main monitor, so it doesn't get the activation messages on it. Also, the main monitor doesn't do it either, so that I can watch TV and shows and stuff without that fucking watermark appearing on my screen. It is now relegated to a screen that I look at less, which is the advantage, I guess, of having 4 monitors / TVs hooked up to your computer. That you can just relegate one as the sacrifice and ignore it. I will say, like I said last week, I did find a Windows key, like, backup. It did not work plugging that in. I probably should call Microsoft and tell them, like, hey, I found my key. Let me tell you my key, and you guys should check what's going on with it, because they do say that they're hearing reports of this, right? And that's a thing going around, and that they're trying to fix it. But, like, I am wondering, low-key, if there's, like, a fix that doesn't involve me just waiting for a month or 2 for this fucking watermark to go away. It's annoying. But, like, so long as they don't make me pay money, I guess it's just business as usual. How about Gusty Glacier? That sounds fun. Gusty Glacier. Very cool. Oh, you want Pyramid Land. Okay, you got it. Pyramid Land. Pyramid Lava Land. Okay, up to you. Ugh. No problem, no problem. It's cool. Oh, geez, there's the sun. I mean, the sun is not so scary. Like, look. So long as you're standing in just the right spots, above a certain height, you cannot be hit by the sun. Unless you're at the end or start of a level. So, we should just be brave and get through. Okay. I guess this doesn't hit on-offs. Red coins are required. There is an infinite checkpoint. Okay. Oh, I think this might be like a spawner or something. Oh, I know what we do here. These are just sort of like little puzzles, I guess. Oh, come on now. Why did he come down on me? That's weird. Dan. Yeah, dude is looking for a channel name of, wait, what? Weird how he falls down onto the spring. There we go. I think it's just the same account that Avalena is chatting from. Maybe. So why don't you click that and go to account or something. That works usually, I think. if you're looking for someone's YouTube channel. Googling also works. Multiple options there. Hey, clients of gaming. I see you switched out the level. That's cool. We'll see what happens when we come to it. Maybe this one is more suited to the lightning round or something. In any case, should be good. Yo and bye. I'll say, by the way, how these repeating checkpoints work. I'll say how they work. If we get to a checkpoint with new progress, that counts as a thing. We hadn't activated that checkpoint before, so I will count it to refresh that life. But, typically we need to get progress between one checkpoint and the next for it to, count for a refresh, okay? So, no progress, no refresh. Understand? Understand? Good. Also, we should thank you for the sub. Oh, you're subbing to Abelena. Okay. Well, I'm sure Abelena appreciates it as well. Oh, I see. I'm doing it wrong. We need to wait and let it walk. Let it walk all the way to here. This isn't that harrowing. Or rather, it's less close than it looks at first. At first blush. Alright, we found a shelmet. We need to use the shell. Thank you for the sub, Evelina, as well. I appreciate it. Hell, I appreciate every sub, every YouTube sub, Twitch sub, Twitch follow, whatever. However you want to, you know, follow along. You're 316, that's correct. 316. 316, huh? We're at 314 before the stream, so that's cool. You and one of the other ones, I suppose, who has been chatting tonight. The YouTube just hit 300 like a few weeks ago. It's nice. It's, you know, continuing to grow at a good pace. The Twitch... It's harder to say on the Twitch because there was some bot malarkey that happened, like, a couple months ago, where, like, it looks like a bunch of Twitch bots followed, so as to disguise, like... I think the idea is that they do bots and they follow a bunch of people randomly, so as to disguise, like, who paid for them, basically. And, you know, I'm sure those are being banned, like, slowly, even though I reported them, like, right away. So, I don't know, like, what the real count is on YouTube or on Twitch anymore. But, you know, it's probably like 800. I think it was like a 600 before the bots screwed it up. But it's probably at like 700 legit, if I had to guess. You really can't say. Fucking thanks, bots. Making it weird. They are annoying, yes. Not the ones that you program yourself and are fine or normal, but like, just obvious for the purposes of... shit. I risked all and lost. I should have... We should, you know, lock in that progress next time. We will, we will. Anyway, like, I'll say, I have a lot of, if you suddenly lose thousands of subs, you know why? Well, I would have to suddenly gain thousands of subs first. I would have to do that. Would have to come first, and I'd be suspicious. I'd be suspicious. Unless they looked like real people who were chatting at a average rate. I said I was gonna lock it in, and then I didn't do. Let me go lock it in. I don't know. I'll say on the YouTube, I put up the VODs shortly after every stream. So if you want to watch the VOD of a stream, it'll be up after a fashion. Checkpoint refreshes after new progress. Very good. The VODs will be up after a fashion. Also, I put up a YouTube short every day. I was putting up 2 YouTube shorts every day, but that's too much. I find that it's stressful to always have to be thinking like, okay, every day, which short goes up today? Which short goes up today? Also, if like YouTube shows it to 0 people, and you know, if they shows it to 0 people and it just like flops, I find that to be a very stressful thing. YouTube shorts tend to do pretty good, honestly. But, the algorithm is a fickle thing, so what the fuck? Sometimes it's like, okay, it's, you know, put this up, it got a decent amount of views and a couple likes, okay, good. Another video, same topic, same type thing. It got shown to 1 person. It got put in 1 person's feed. Great. Fucking great, YouTube. How the fuck am... Like, come on. I understand if it's a bad clip, you know, like, hey, shit. It's not as funny as I thought it was, maybe. That's fair. You know, maybe I am the only one who thinks that's funny, but, like, if the algorithm is the one judging, like... Nah, that's not a person. That doesn't mean anything. It's fucked up. Check out those shorts, they're good. I think the shorts are good. And I'm pretty sure the shorts have driven a lot of the followers, people following over the last, like, year since I started doing them. But, I don't know. Doesn't seem to, like, you know, trend-wise, they seem to not, like... I don't know that, like, YouTube surfaces, like, the algorithm... I don't know, like, followers see that many shorts of yours, even if they're, like, subscribed and all. Like, I don't know, fucking that algorithm. YouTube is a whole mess as far as that stuff all goes, right? I don't approve that one. I don't know, it's just a funny clip where I drive a car that is too tall in Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, and it tips over, like, immediately, because I try to drive it in not a straight line. I renamed that right before the stream. I wonder if that's been shown to people now that it has a new name. That wasn't Tall Car's #1 weakness, straight lines. Apparently YouTube doesn't like that name. Maybe YouTube doesn't like that name. Maybe no one's looking for Nuts and Bolts clips. Also possible. Let me see. YouTube fell off hard? Yeah, no, still. Reach, let me look at reach. Shown in 1 feed, okay. Well. What the fuck? Twitch fell off? YouTube fell off? Well, what's replacing it, though? With this sort of long-form content, you can't really go with, like, a TikTok or Instagram? Like, it doesn't really... It's not really compatible. My content is too long for the likes of TikTok and such. Also, I tried doing the YouTube Shorts, but on TikTok, and they got, like, apparently they got marked immediately for not for the For You page, so I was just like, okay, fuck this. It's gonna be a lot of work anyway, and if it's all fucked, then, you know, it's all fucked, then I'm not gonna do it. You gotta go. Thanks for stopping by, Abilena. You have a good one. Do you like YouTube streams because no ads, but channel points are so slow? Yeah, I like, are so good, yeah. Good, not slow. Yeah, I like to watch streams on the YouTube as well. When I'm watching, Giant Bomb, for instance. Like, we saw the, I showed off my YouTube stats and Giant Bomb was up there. That's because I watch on the YouTube. Even though, like, no one chats over there and they don't read the chat when anyone chats there. You know, just because they got a Twitch and a personal, like, proprietary chat that they pay more attention to. No shade, you know, that's just, it's not the priority platform. But I don't get ads on it, so... I don't pay anything, by the way, I just don't get ads. It doesn't make any sense. But I don't get ads there, so it's just the nicest place to, watch that stream. Watch those streams. Also, it's the best as far as, like, archives go. I'll say, like, there's a lot of streams where I watch on Twitch, to be fair. YouTube subscriptions can be 90.99? What do you mean? I mean, YouTube subscriptions are the free ones on the YouTube side, and they're the pay ones on the Twitch side, but, like, YouTube does have an equivalent of that. It's called memberships. It's not something that I have access to on account of I don't have 500 subs, nor do I have, requisite watch hours, I guess. I don't know. So, like, I don't have access to that, but one day, maybe. I don't know. I always worry we're getting too meta. Too meta talking about the channel and, like, what goes into it. And, like, oh, here's the process of making thumbnails. And, you know, like, the fucking metrics, right? Like, I'll say, last Tuesday, I did a stream where I streamed Metroid Dread Randomizer for the second time. The first time I did that, the VOD of that did really well. And it got, like, hundreds more views than any other VOD did. It got, like, 8 likes, and that's above average for a VOD. You know, the live streams are kind of the main thing here, honestly. And the VODs, they kind of suffer in comparison. But, the second time I did it, you know, months later, it got, how many views exactly? Let me see. The live stream went great. It got there were a lot of people coming by and hanging out during that live stream. But the VOD got, 1 view. So go figure, what the fuck? Do the same thing that worked last time, but, just different numbers. I'll say probably part of it is that the thumbnail on the original one was really fucking good. You should see that thumbnail. I thought about having that on a button, but I don't, so I can't show it. Instead, I have these Pokemon cards instead. But, whatever. The thumbnail for that original one was probably a big reason why. A good name, a good thumbnail, that probably makes a lot of difference for the algorithm, and it's all confusing and weird. Ugh. Enough meta talk. Enough talk about, channel business. It doesn't really matter, also, so long as we're having a good time, and the stream is fun, and people come by and they chat. You know, I mean, honestly, the VOD is a secondary concern. And, all that. But, you know, I do like it when... I'll say this. Whenever someone likes, comments, subscribes, it does mean a lot to me, because it doesn't happen, you know. It's not that common of a thing that I'm desensitized to it. You know what I mean? Like, I see a like, I go, on a video, on a VOD, I go, oh crap, good, okay. That makes me feel good. I feel validated. Okay, cool. And I appreciate everyone who leaves those. And, you know, makes the effort to press the button. I'll say, like, honestly, I need to... I have always needed to, I think, really, get more into the habit of doing that myself. Sometimes I just navigate away. I think I only have, like, 1,000 liked videos over the course of 10 years. Looking at the stats and, looking at my list of liked videos, and that can't be right. obviously is way short of how many videos I have watched and liked, so just it's a hard habit to form. Hard habit to form. Client of Gaming is up next, and Client Gaming has just confirmed. Fantastic. Hey, how about another card? Follow-up on mattresses. So I've been really thinking recently, really thinking about getting like a Tempur-Pedic or something, or like some other fancy mattress, and I want to do it before like Black Friday sales like conclude, right? And I'm really not sure about that. Sleep Number. Is Sleep Number like a mattress or is it like a store? Or both? It's probably both. I went to the flagship Tempur-Pedic store, and I think they might have the best deal as far as price goes. As far as like how that adds up. The idea of Sleep Number is it has like different sensitivities, right? Or you can set it. I probably don't need that. I just need something that's soft and good. I'll say like I feel like a big part of my thought process is just like the Tempur-Pedic is the brand I know, and I do worry that like is this so memory foam is too warm and keeps you sweating? Is a computer bed? It has Wi-Fi. I don't need Wi-Fi. I'll tell you, I have a watch that is, by the way, still alive. It has not run out of power yet, though it is at 6%. I need to charge it after the stream, I guess. Only in summer, says Client of Gaming. I'll say, I always keep the AC pretty low. I keep it pretty I keep it pretty cold in my apartments at night. So long as that doesn't counteract the I guess the question I would ask is how does it compare to like a hybrid? Because I do have a hybrid mattress now, right? That was from IKEA and is really old. I would have to imagine that the Pro Adapt line of Tempur-Pedic has better shit than like your average. Also, I could probably go up a level and get like the premium model if I wanted to spend like an extra grand. I will say I'm looking at this shit and sort of like thinking in my head, what the hell is going on? We gotta explore a dungeon? Okay. Cool. Okay, don't. Holes bad. Holes are bad. Is this a hole? No, this is good. Fuck! What was I saying? I don't know if I'm 100% sold on the Tempur-Pedic. I don't know if I'm 100% sold. I think I like it. It seems fine. But, like, I do gotta give myself pause and think, like, okay, well, the wire cutter doesn't say Tempur-Pedic. The wire cutter says, go with, like, this brand or that brand. And it's, like, 1,000. And Tempur-Pedic is like, yo, with the base, it's gonna be, like, 4,000, you know? It's gonna be, like, essentially as expensive of that trip I just took to Japan earlier this year for a bed. A bed and a stand that goes up and down. Definitely want that stand. Again. Definitely want that stand. That stand that goes up and down. That sounds like a pretty cool thing. $1,000 for a mattress is crazy work. Yeah. And Tempur-Pedics are like much more than that, but man, I kind of want to treat myself, you know? I'll say part of it is the logic that I am going to get like a bonus this year, which I've never done before in any previous, job, in my previous job before the current job that I got at the start of this year. So like, you know, some amount, you know, I have some money to throw around, or will do at some point, you know, once that happens. I mean, I don't want to really wait that long to make the purchasing decision, but you know, it's fine. I think I would like to splurge a little and That's what I would probably splurge on if I were to splurge on anything. What's the deal here? This is all screwy. Wait a minute. We have to... Oh, we gotta guide that guy up. It's not... The dry bones is not our friend. This motherfucker. This guy is not our friend. We can stomp him all we want. Call back to what was said earlier in the stream. Fuck you. This is annoying. This motherfucker. Our new friend is kind of a dick here. This whirly motherfucker, kind of a dick. I should get that mushroom before I get killed. You have only a $200 mattress? I forget how much my mattress cost originally, but it was from IKEA. So it was pretty cheap, but it was like one of their more middle upper end ones. I'll say also it's like 10 years ago, so it's been a while. You know, people say that you should replace that like every few years, so I am like well behind schedule, I guess, if that's you know, if it is as they say, right? Wait, I gotta like connect them. I think I got this figured out, pretty much. There we go. Beautiful. Yay! Repeating checkpoint. Ooh, new progress, so we count that. Getting some real exploration stuff here, that's nice. I think I could manage just on this old mattress if I really wanted to. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Yeah, Super Mario Maker 2. Thank you, thank you. I think I could continue on my current mattress, it's just that I would like to treat myself and get something better. I mean, I guess maybe I should look more at Casper and watch some videos on the YouTube about, like, how to purchase and where to, what to consider, right? Versus just, like, rushing into the one brand that I've sort of associated with luxury, right? You know, sort of the Apple of mattresses. Which is good, and, you know, I know my parents have had one for ages, or, like, had maybe multiple over the years. And maybe thrown one away and, like, got a new one at some point. I don't know. Part of it is definitely that I remember, like, when my parents got a mattress of that kind, a Tempur-Pedic. And, you know, that has always been a impressive thing. That's always been a thing of, like, to covet, right? Always been a thing to look at it and go, like, oh, damn. I bet that's rad. I bet that's great to lay upon. I bet it is. What the fuck? Huh? So we made a hole. Joe Budden style. Y'all know that tweet? I've been reading too much Twitter recently. I am probably getting too online. You know what I'll say? I hope that, like, this new Pokemon... Me playing Pokemon TCG... means that I'll do less in the way of Twitter and looking at Twitter, things of that nature. That's right, you're in the queue. It's kind of a long queue right now. Ah! The door is closed. There's reds that are blocking us from going that way anyway. Oh, I think I understand what we're supposed to do here. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna pop that there. Now I have a way to get across this gap. Did we figure that out before? I believe we've seen this level before, right? Yes, I have liked it before. I don't know if we've ever figured out how to get past that bit. Also, what's the deal with that red coin? How do we get there? Take your time. There's a lot of people ahead of you. Oh, it's an exit pipe. It's an exit pipe. You gotta go through this room, and that'll be how we get there. I'm really not sure. The wire cutter says one thing, and, you know, it's like, okay, well, you want me to get some no-name brand. I don't know that the wire cutter has as much cachet as it once did, you know? I feel like their budgets got cut to hell, and now I don't really trust them as much. As far as like, yeah, okay, this is the mattress? I don't know. Maybe. But also, them not saying just get a Tempur-Pedic makes me go like, well, hang on. Am I sure about Tempur-Pedic? I don't know that I'm really sure about Tempur-Pedic, honestly. So, a lot to think about. Maybe I should look at Casper or Sleep Number or whatever. Ah, a spring will get us up there. Cool. We should do a repeating checkpoint now. Good, and let's do a quick reset death. I'll say a reset death I will not count towards the thing, because it is a reset death. I am intentionally dying here to reset my timer. Did you ever play Yoshi's Island? I have, yeah, as a kid. And I did recently. I went through it, like, off-stream. And, shit. And, had a good time, going through it, like, you know... I did it not in the way that you usually do. I tried to do it as fast as possible, you know what I mean? Like, I tried to, damn it. I tried to just go through the levels any percent style, which was kind of fun, in contrast to the usual style where you just spend a million hours in each level, like, getting 100% and stressing if you miss something, which I'll say, like, is not my favorite thing. I wish in Yoshi's Island, if you could collect things once and just keep it, I would like it more. That's more my preference on how a platformer should work, right? As far as collectibles should work. One and done, like... I don't think it makes sense to have the challenge be like, okay, do you think you can find all the collectibles in one go? It's like, well, if I found them once, I can find them again. This is just annoying. This is just requiring me to remember things. So, star. Neat. I guess let's run this way. Oh wait, no, I've been here before. This is nothing. Wait a minute. Hey, this is fun. Okay. Have we been over here before? Not sure if we've been over here before. Oh yeah, no, this was the horrible room. This was the bad room. I just say horrible room, you know. No shade, I'm just saying how it made me feel, you know? It's a good room. It's just hard. You understand. Some of your levels have 3 coins, but no checkpoint. Yes, that is a way you could do it. I understand that. I sometimes have sections that are just like 5 coin hunts, but they're quick, so you can get them done in not too much time. You know, they're not like, extremely difficult. Here's where our last coin will be, I think. One more piece of follow-up here. Oh no, that's not that. Right, I forgot that the first follow-up was on anime. I remembered I had 3 follow-up cards, but not what they were. I got an Xbox 360. That's the plan for Extra Life. Yeah, so you know what? We'll show it after this level. We'll show this after the level. Oh, also we need to toggle the thing. on the outside. So yeah, I've done Extra Life the last 2 years. Want to do it again. Was thinking about like whether I wanted to do Extra Life or something else, but I think I will just do Extra Life. It's just you know, it is the season to do Extra Life, and I do like doing Extra Life, so fuck. You know what? Let me pause for a second after that death. So the plan for this year is I just got this in the mail. I ordered it from Amazon for like a little over $100. It is a Xbox 360. I hope it's in working order. Hello, Super Mario. And with it, I'm going to play some games that are. I'm gonna do a 12-hour stream where I play a bunch of Xbox 360 games. Yeah, it looks good condition. My last one stopped working. My last 360 a while ago, and I hope this one still works. I hope this one still works then. If it does, that would be lovely. I wonder if my old hard drive... Did I get rid of the old 360 hard drive include? I think I did. I think that's long gone. But this one has a hard drive, so I don't need a new one. Yeah, it's a Xbox 360. I'm going to plug it in. I'm going to play some Xbox 360 exclusives, the ones that are like not backwards compatible. Also, it'll be Extra Life, so there will be a donation incentive for choosing the next game, and you can choose any game that I have on Xbox 360 that I have. So I'll have those on hand, and for like $25, let's say a $25 donation. I don't know. Maybe we'll make it so that the first couple are 25, and then if we get that many, I can only play so many games in 12 hours, or depending on like how long I go. So we'll do like a stair step thing where it's like, okay, the first couple of donations to choose the next game, $25, then 50, then we'll see. I'll think about what it should be from there, but like, yeah, got an Xbox 360 with a controller. Also, I got Amped 3. I've never played Amped 3. I remember it has a very fun story mode, which I have watched on YouTube before, and I'm very curious to play it. Like, is it fun also? I think that'd be cool. It will say, like, other games that I want to play again. Honestly, a lot of them have licensed music, which will be awkward for the VOD purposes and for copyright purposes, but whatever. I think it's worth it because I love Tony Hawk's Project 8. I want to play that. It's been so long since I was able to play Tony Hawk's Project 8, and yeah, that stream, Tony Hawk's Project 8 will be one of them. Amp 3 and Blur are the three that come to mind. Blur, the driving game where it's sort of like Mario Kart. You have power-ups. That is not backwards compatible and, might as well not exist now. And it's a damn shame because I love Blur. Blur was fucking great. Those are the three big ones. Like I said, any Xbox 360 game is on the table. As would be, also, there is an Xbox Live Arcade version of Catan that was not backwards compatible. I'll play that for a bit, also. And maybe any other, like, Xbox Live games that I have that never got ported forward. I don't know that there are any, though. I think that most things are back compat. That's the plan for Extra Life. I don't know when that'll be. I was saying earlier, like, could it be like, could we do it like next Friday, on Black Friday? I have the whole day off. Maybe I could do a big giant stream instead of the usual Mario Makers viewer levels. Would y'all be okay with that? Would that be fun? What say you? It would be for a good cause. I think we should probably decide which way we're going by the end of this stream. But, would y'all be down to watch that next Friday? Would y'all be busy? Would y'all come back from shopping to check that out? Whatever, you know. Should I do it on Saturday instead? Yeah, this on-off is really high. Can I get like a... Like a... There are springs in this level. The shell. That's the ticket. Aren't we smart? God damn it! Where are you going? So close. Next time, next time. Okay. That's the plan for Extra Life. I don't have a date yet. And, I'm really not sure when I will. I would like to have a date soon so that we can, like, you know, start making so that, like, I can promote it as I'd like to do. Honestly, I'm thinking December. I'm thinking a nice December stream. But then I have a lot of other streams I like to do in December. Like, I like to do a Game of the Year prep stream where I revisit a bunch of games from this year. I like to do, what the fuck else do I like to do in December? I guess it's mainly the prep stream. The prep stream is like the main one, I suppose. I'll say I have a lot of plans. Ooh, hey, progress with a checkpoint that gets our lives back. Fantastic. We still have one coin left. That would be behind. Okay, I know where it is. That'd be behind the Thwomp that gave us the business earlier. So it'd be over here. Oh damn it! The on-off is the wrong way. Here's another card. I'm gonna do a Game Pass stream soon. Lots out. I've discussed this recently too. Fuck. I've discussed this recently too. I have done before recently, and I say recently. I have done in the past streams where I played a bunch of Game Pass games for the first time. Want to do another one of those pretty soon here. Once Indiana Jones is out. I also have been hearing that new Call of Duty is, like, good. I've not played... I played one Call of Duty, the bad one, from last year, because it was on Game Pass. I would like to play this good one, because it's on Game Pass and I don't have to pay money for it. And, I'm very curious to see if I'll like it. There's also Indiana Jones, which I bet that's gonna be good. Looking forward to that. That'll be, like, sometime early December. I know that Indiana Jones comes out December 6th, so probably like around there. And like there's kind of a lot of other games that I've downloaded to my Xbox recently for the game purposes of Game Pass stuff. Such as, do I need to, like, can you, like, throw a POW up and, no, you can't, like, grab it in the midair or something. This is the run. Yes, I agree. You're still here, Grub Gamer? Fantastic. I want to check that out. I want to see if I like it. Also, there are other games like the Spyro collection. I've not played a proper Spyro game, and that will certainly be on the agenda, on the docket for that when I do a Game Pass stream. Coming up next month. Honestly, I'll say I am thinking about doing some extra streams in the near future. Honestly, like I do have. Next week is a short week, but I am gonna be working from home for more of it than I usually would. So I wouldn't mind doing like a Monday stream and then also the Tuesday stream. Maybe I'll do a Monday stream. I'm not sure. Let's check. keep an eye on the Discord if I decide to do a Monday stream. I have ideas. I have things I want to do. Hey, Robbie Angel, how's it going? Let me hit complete. Good level. And we finished it too, so, you know. Nocturnal is up again. Fantastic. Go ahead and confirm Nocturnal. Is Nocturnal chatting? Let me scroll up a little and just check. Nocturnal said GG. Didn't Nocturnal. Or no, that's Client of Gaming. Nocturnal. Well, in any case, it's been a minute. I'm gonna hit the thing to confirm. Here we go. Nocturnal, whichever chat you're in, go ahead and say something. And, yeah. One more stream I've been planning on, thinking of, whatever. I'm also going to do Metroid Prime 3 Randomizer soonish. Maybe, honestly, would Prime 3 Randomizer be good as an extra life? Maybe I could save myself some of the trouble and do this as the extra life rather than, you know, maybe I could do the 360 thing as like a one-off, or like play some of these games as separate streams. I don't know, but basically, I'll say, like, when I was researching, doing some looking into Dread Randomizer and how to get that working again, I saw some stuff about Prime 3 Corruption Randomizer, and also that how to set it up and how to do it. And through following that material and doing some messing around, I was able to get some Wiimotes connected to my PC. So, like, yo, I can do Metroid Prime 3 randomizer with actual Wiimotes, and I'm really excited about that because I've always thought that Metroid Prime 3, low-key, is, like, of the Metroid Primes, like, the best suited to randomization. How's the stream been? It's been good. It's been good. It's been solid. A solid stream so far. Lots of good shit. Lots of good shit. Good levels, some exploration, some bullshit. You know, like we usually do. Some friendly enemies that sometimes, you know, frog scorpion us. You know the parable, the frog and the scorpion from the movie Drive, or any other place that you might have seen it. That's like a big part of the movie Drive, right? Is that the frog and the scorpion? Anyway, that was a cool thing that happened, a funny thing that happened, like a couple hours ago. Probably gonna be like the namesake of the stream, of like the VOD, you know. I'm gonna do a Metroid Prime 3 randomizer soonish. I am kind of like champing at the bit to do that, but it's not gonna be next Tuesday. Maybe I could do it next Monday. Would that be fun? Like after work? Maybe I could do it on Sunday instead, and do like a big Sunday stream this weekend for that. I'm kind of worried that Metroid Prime 3 might take a while, so I should probably start earlier. I don't see Nocturnal Sakai, so let's do Sudden Death for that. I'm very excited about the prospect of Metroid Prime 3. The thing I think that makes it good for randomization is that it already has a fast travel system built in, and the way of like getting from one map to way somewhere else and like halfway across the galaxy in like a few load screens. And the fact that that's already there means that, you know, it's easy to backtrack when you have to go somewhere else to get the next check, which I think is really good in a randomizer. Like, just a really good minor little thing, and I bet that's gonna be fun as fuck. That'll be soon. At least within the next month. Before the end of the year, I'm gonna say. And I will say again, I have some time off, like, the last 2 weeks of the year, so we could do Extra Life then. We could do Extra Life and a bunch of other big streams, like, around that time, and I think that'd be fun. You know, it's also fun to just relax and take a load off and not worry about stuff for, like, a day or two, or, like, a week or two. Take a couple days off from streaming where I would usually stream. But, I don't know. Let's do the Super World this time. Let's just pop into the Super World there. This is like a full-length one, too, so it's four levels per world, I guess. So that seems very good. There's a bunch of streams I want to do. There's just a constant thing about, like, well, that top looks really weird. I guess that's the ground. We're upside down. Interesting. Interesting gimmick here. Nocturnal. I wonder if this whole super world is entirely upside down levels. That'd be really cool if so. Let's get through this so that we can, I'll say, obviously, the way this works is that people get one level, but I would just like to pop into the second level to just see, like, is this one too? That was neat. Neat shit, neat shit. We gotta check one too, just to see if this pattern is like the whole super world or just this one level. If this next one is 1-2 upside down, I'm curious. I'm curious. What do you think? Yes or no? I think yes. I'm hitting the button before anyone can answer. But you can say yes or no on lag. Oh, yep, there we go. Cool concept for a super world there. But of course, the one level is actually all we can do. So yeah, thank you, Nocturnal. It's quite nice. Grub, you're finally up, Grub. You're still here. You said that relatively recently. Fantastic. I like to see it. I understand it's been a minute. Hello, Tenebrous Agency. Tenebrous Agency, how you doing? We coming up on the end of my the cards I prepared. Let me see. I got like 6 left, and there's 13 levels in the queue. What's the next level after Grub? The next one was I believe it was a level review. Someone who probably didn't know how to submit a level. I don't know if they're going to be up when their level comes up. Okay, you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say this. After this level, I am going to go to last call for levels. We are going to close the queue after I play some of my own levels and show them to you. You know, give you all some time to submit any last levels. And that'll include you, Grub Gamer. You can get one more in if you want to go around the horn one more time. And then we will close the queue and finish off the levels that are submitted. And that'll be the stream. Okay? Okay. Let's do it. The truth behind Little Timmy levels. Ominous, but a clear rate that's not bad. So, you know, it's probably... It's not bad, you know. Hey. Okay, not bad, not bad. Yes, picking up the shroom was very important there. You did mention that, like, a while ago, that the shroom was necessary to survive. I forgot about that, but I kind of naturally pick up as many shrooms as I can. So, you know... It's all good. I wonder if you can cheese that. Thank you for the level Tenebrous. The part with the claws killed you so many times? I can imagine. Okay, I hope I didn't need that shell. What? Did I just slip through the cracks there? And then I got crushed on the backside? That's, kind of bizarre. That ain't right. That ain't right. No matter. I think we should probably try to kill that guy in a way that, like... Yeah, like that. Where he doesn't survive. And we get to keep this shell. Bit wonky. I guess gotta time it better. This is all timing. I'm gonna assume I need to keep this mushroom. I assumed that, but I still got hit. You think we need that mushroom, or is it just a nice thing? The clear rate is not that bad. You know what I'm gonna say? That mushroom is optional, Grub. What is the verdict? We don't need shell. You don't need shell. Okay. Yeah, those spikes. We got one more try left. Let's make it count. Let's go the distance. Watch me die on these claws right here. Nah, it's not gonna happen. Fuck! We're all out of lives. That was the last one. Of course it was the claws. Of course it was the claws. The claws are unstoppable. That's right. We didn't do it. Thank you for the Twitch follow, Blue-Haired Boy 13. Blue-Haired Boy 13. You're usually on the YouTube side, yeah? That's nice. Hey, how you doing? Let me hit lost. And the next one was, Super Mario Maker 2 level codes, but they didn't submit it themselves, so I submitted them for them. Yeah, you feel like Oppenheimer looking at the claws segment? Yeah, he, really didn't like that he made the bomb, or... Is that a spoiler? He's making the face on the box art. You understand that there's a lot of complex feelings involved with nuclear bombs. Just you know, as I don't know if y'all are students of history, but the nuclear bombs kind of a humanitarian disaster in a lot of ways. You know, they caused a lot of stuff, killed a lot of people. And also caused a whole generation of not good times. There was a whole thing you might have heard of called the Cold War. I said the actual thing, even though I was sort of saying it in the way that Plinkett did in that one part of the Plinkett review. Whenever he did that joke. I like Plinkett reviews a lot. I was sort of referencing that, but also not. I've explained it now, so it doesn't... So it's... Maybe I shouldn't have done. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Y'all are cool. Hello, Napondo. Folks, it is now time for last call for levels. It is time now to submit any last levels that you have. Submit them. Now is the time to get them back in. Grub, that includes you. I say Grub. There's a journalist that is called Jeff Grubb that is often called Grub, and it tickles me a little bit that you have the same name, except for, you know, you use 1B and he uses 2. Grub, you're welcome to get another level in if you have one, if you want to resubmit. As can anyone who has you know, doesn't have a level in right now. I know there's 15 levels in the queue, but until such time as the queue is closed, I am accepting new levels. Obviously, if you already have one in there, you that's the one. You would have to replace it. You can only have one in at a time, you see. Okay. Okay, understand? Okay. So long as everyone understands that, we're all cool here. Okay. Thank you for levels. Currently trying to get a level uploaded. Oh, well. I can only buy so much time for you, Grub Gamer. What's the theme here? What's the theme? Well, there was earlier a case of helpful enemies. Enemies that are your friend. I don't think I actually have done any levels like that where an enemy is quote-unquote your friend. So I can't do that precisely. But I could do levels where I used an on-off and a POW block to trigger some sort of automatic behavior. I think, like, recently I did, like, a level with thwomps used in the level. We should do last call, but I'll show you all my levels that have thwomps that activate things automatically as you're passing through. That's a pretty good gimmick. That's a pretty good theme. Let me think for half a second. What levels that applies to? Nope. Is it just like 1 or 2? Is this a longer queue than normal? I would say so. I would say that when it gets up to 16, that is very much a edge case. Usually it's more around 10. Usually it gets around like 10, maybe 12. And on a slow day, maybe more like 6. On a really slow day, could not even get off the ground. Yeah. Let me think. This one is not one. This one is not one. Nope. Wait, no, yes, this one has some. This one has some. Okay. Why are you using 3D World? What do you mean? Oh, I like 3D World. I use all the themes equally. I use all the themes equally. This level has some thwomps that activate things. That is a thing that happens in it. See here, when you get to a certain point in the stage, I wouldn't say 3D sucks. I believe that every theme has opportunity, has potential. You just gotta figure out how to use it. Anyway, in this case, I use them to sort of like have a lap 2 in some rooms, or just have a 2 and back style structure. And especially since like these on-offs go left when they're one way and right when they're another way, it's pretty intuitive to just be like, okay, well, you're sort of being directed back by the treadmills. Except in this case where you have to jump across and they go the wrong way. Sometimes they go the wrong way, and you just have to live with it. That's life. I like there how those guys bounce up when the POW happens. That's one of my favorite touches. Why did you think a winged boo ring in a clown car would be a good idea? I don't know why you thought that. That sounds horrifying. That sounds horrifying. I'll say you can always submit it, I'm not sure if I'm gonna do next week since it's Black Friday. We're doing it lightning round style, by the way. Tech is Amazing says, he actually enjoys 3D World. I do too! I think it's good. Blue-haired boy uses New Super Mario Brothers and New Super World. Super World more than the others, like decorating the levels. It is true that decoration-wise, you can't get much in 3D World. That is a limitation of it. I don't know. I feel like limitations are meant to give you something to work around. You know, give you something to puzzle out. Green Friday, is that a thing? I've never heard of that. It is the Friday before Black Friday. Has that always been Green Friday? Look, the only 3 holidays in this season are Thanksgiving, Black Friday, and Cyber Monday. There's nothing on Tuesday, and there's nothing on Thursday, and there's definitely nothing a week before. Oh yeah, there's Veterans Day. That exists. That's a real one. Red Monday after Black Friday? No, it's Cyber Monday. Cyber Monday. That's actually a thing. That's like recognized. Though no one takes Cyber Monday off, unless they're serious about cybering. Do they still call it Cyber Monday? I feel like the online sales start like well before. You've never heard of Cyber Monday? It's a real thing. I didn't make it up, and it's not sexual. To be clear, it's not sexual at all. It is just a day where the sales are online rather than in a store. This one also has a little bit of a some like Thwomps activating things. Thwomps activating on-offs. So let's do this one then. Why do you make the keys curse keys? Why did you make the keys curse keys? Oh, I also made the curse keys, curse keys, and the answer is because it makes it more harrowing. This is a level where you have Switch Palace, and you can go in there, and it sort of adds a bunch of switches to the rest of the level, or switch blocks, in the style of Mario World. Which I think is pretty rad. Pretty rad to do. Enjoyed playing around with this thing that World does, and yeah, it's great. Kind of interesting the way that the level is different with or without the blocks, and I tried to do it this way. This sort of has like a checkpoint, and you see here, let me show you how this works. Say you die, right? You come off the checkpoint, and there's the Thwomp that reactivates the thing based on which checkpoint you got. Whether you got one in the overworld or the subworld, so it saves your block status. Nifty, right? Nifty. Kind of a slight thing, but you know, with an on-off, sometimes like one or two sequences that use it is enough. You know, it's good as like a little bit of seasoning. You know, a little bit of extra, a little bit of salt, a little bit of punch. You know, and you only need a little sometimes. Cyber Monday is a real thing. It's just when they put things on sale. I do my best to make sure I use all 5 of the themes equally. And for every level of one, I have a level of the other ones. Right now, because I haven't finished my Super World, I have one less 3D World level than the rest. And when I finish this 3D World level, everything will be equal. And then after that, you know, once I'm done with my Super World, every 5 levels are going to be basically a set of levels, right? There's going to be one of each theme. And I only will repeat a theme after I'm, like, through the loop. Okay? That's how I did it before the Super World. And, you know, before I was a streamer, even. And that's how I'm going to do it after. Assuming that I even have that much time to make levels. Considering that there's going to be a new Switch and maybe a new Mario Maker before too long. I don't know. We'll see how many levels I can make before it gets replaced by a new one. I mean, I'll make levels in the new one, so that's not really complicated. I'm thinking, is there a... That's right, there are 666 plays on that level. That's true. True. Thinking what levels have some Thwomp business where they're hitting switches. This one is Thwomp business, but they're not hitting switches. I think this one has some Thwomp business. You beat it, then you soft-locked yourself. Ah, too bad, too bad. You'll make Mario Maker 2 levels as long as your Switch works, and the servers are online, don't forget that. I hope that they just move everything over to new servers. Please tell me that someone can back up all these Mario Maker 2 levels. Please tell me that someone can do that. I think I heard that they did that with, Oh no, this doesn't have... I mean, I'm almost done. This is not a, POW on-off situation. This is just... You hit an on-off and it has blocks under it. That's different. That's different. It's still a cool level, though. Apologies. I still love that type of level. I need to make more types of levels like this once the super world is over. Some more 20-second levels with a clear condition. That's gonna be the type of level that I make a bunch of once I'm through the whole thing. Let's see. They did it in Super Mario Maker 1 with the new servers. Yeah, I've heard that, yeah. A YouTuber, Ninthumb, has a bunch of recorded levels. Well, it's not just that they... Obviously, the archives of me playing these levels are going to be available in perpetuity. You know, whenever you want to see any of these levels, it's just a simple matter of finding the right VOD where I played it in. Or, you know, someone else's VOD. But, like, who knows if Mario Maker 2 will suffer the same fate as Mario Maker 1. That's a depressing thought, but hopefully the answer is no, it's backwards compatible, and Switch games aren't going to suffer the same that Wii U games did. It's a popular console. People have it. I'm thinking. No. Not in that one. This one uses... should this count? This is an automatic... You know what? I'll count this one. It's not Thwomps activating on-offs, but it is something else automatically activating an on-off. And it's really damn cool, I think. In this case, these bombs, they drop into the lava, blowing up and activating... Wait, that's not an on-off. That's different. That doesn't count. Okay, you know what? Another time we'll do whatever that is. There's like one case of that in here. I guess I did do this a good amount in the Super World. I guess this picked up as I went forward. This trick. It is like this, right? This one's sort of a weird case. In fact, I am wondering, like, we need to see the whole thing. In this case, when you pass this point, you can go back. It is because, this is a coin hunt, and, if you couldn't backtrack easily, then, you might, you know, you need to be able to backtrack in case you missed a coin. And that's like it for Thwomps in this level, so why don't we just go to the checkpoint here. Unprecedented not to finish a level. You know what? That's unprecedented. Not the idea of not finishing a level that meets the criteria for last calls. I'll do it fast. This level has a bunch of enemies, like, you know, flying, and because they're slow moving, they're sort of perfect targets for the Super Ball. Also, you get a power-up at the end of the line here, in addition to your Super Ball in the boot. I picked enemies that were fun to target with these Super Balls, and I think this is the only time I've used the Super Ball, this level. It's a good level. You started working on a level inspired by a level I think you were making, Pokies and Icicle in Super Mario Maker 3 Sky. I forgot the fucking keys. Forgot to get the fucking keys. God damn it. Yeah, you're supposed to get these keys on the way. I should probably do a re-upload with that. You know, if I forget about the keys, you gotta figure like probably half the people do playing this level. I should admit that that needs to be changed. Remind me in a day to add Red Girder Gala to the revision list. Change keys to be foolproof. Okay, that was you know what? It was productive to play this level on account of I have thought about it, but not locked in. Yeah, that was a pokey level. Yeah, that was pokey pressure from the last world of my super world. One of the last levels I made, in fact. Quite fond of that level. That one's a good one. I mean, I'll be honest, like, every level I've made, I think, is a banger. I think I put in a lot of work and I'm fucking proud of them. Like, shit. Originally, when I started streaming, like, the #1 priority was like, okay, well, I'm gonna show off my levels. Because I'm very proud of them. More proud than I am necessarily of, like, you know, anything I had going on in, like, the early days of me streaming. Here's one that's a really good example of some Thwomp bullshit. Check this shit out. This is another 20-second level, by the way. This is a green banana bonus, like in DKC3. Check this out. So, how this works is that when you run to the left, the Thwomps, they switch one thing. Oh. It's a green banana bonus. When you run to the left, leap and kill these guys, by the way, who are embedded in the scenery, so they die instantly. A POW toggles the on-off, and a coin drops, so you can collect it. And it basically looks like the coins are activating the on-off. And you have to collect all 8 of them to finish. It's good, and you can do it in 20 seconds, if you don't die. Indeed, I did, not counting that death. 20-second green banana bonus. Pretty cool. To and Fro Factory is the name of the level. I love that name. That's a good name. I guess the problem with this gimmick is, as like a theme, is that there's a lot of levels where that's just low-key something that happens. Does this have something that... Yes, technically, I said I would, said it's the gimmick. This is the gimmick based on Thwomp activation. In this level, this level actually... You know, I don't know if this one should count. I don't know if this should count. Hey, Daniel. I should explain why, rather than just, like, backing out right now. It's a boss rush level, where, each of these bosses is doable in 20 seconds on their own. So you can do the whole thing in, like, 20 seconds plus. The POW here is just a failsafe. If the on-off is in the wrong position, it resets it to the right position. So there's a good chance that we won't even see the POW. Or the Thwomp. Yes, that is a lot of moles. I'm very proud of all my levels, and I hope y'all enjoy seeing them. I enjoy always playing them. Even though, you know, I made them, so I know them like the back of my hand. You know, earlier, we looked at the YouTube, my YouTube gaming shit. See, there's the POW friend. There's the Thwomp friend. There's the friend Thwomp. We went through YouTube thing, and it said that I was my own favorite streamer as far as YouTube goes. I think that's because when I have the window open with the YouTube stream thing open, it has my stream open while I'm streaming, so it thinks I'm watching myself, I guess. Which, I guess technically, oh hey, I'm keeping an eye on it in the background occasionally. But like, as far as levels go, I am convinced that no one has played my levels more than I have. Like, I don't know that that's... If anyone wants to, you know, if anyone thinks that's not the case, and if anyone has been, like, playing my levels more than I have, I would be very surprised, honestly. If anyone could beat me in a race of all my Super World levels, that would be a surprise to me. I'll say that. I gotta do when the super world finishes. I gotta do like a speed run of my own super world. That would be fun. That's definitely something that's on my my thought process. You know, just do some speed runs of the whole super world. See how long it can take. See how long it can take me. And then from that, I would like to have it so that, like, you know, I don't know where I would put this, but the super world, in theory, would have like a par time that y'all can shoot for if you want to have some fun, you know. You don't play your levels, you little clear check a level, and you don't ever go back. You only go back if you need inspiration. Dang. Well, that's a way of doing it. Let me think about this one. I think this one doesn't. Hang on, does this one have POWs? This one has some switches that are activated, but I forget how they work. Daniel, we're in last call, so now's the time to get in. Yeah, it's just hitting on-offs. That's not what this is all about. Nope. Nope. Wait. Are there on-offs in this one? No, I think this is just... No, there's definitely not on-offs. This one is on-offs, but they're not automatic. Oh shit, like technically there is one that sets it back the way that it was, and there's some interesting setup as far as that goes. Hello, yeah, Super Mario Maker 2. We're doing last call. Giving people a chance to get in any last levels. This is a very long last call for how many levels are in the queue right now, I'll admit. But I picked a theme that is very, very open. Let's do this fast. This level is, Arsenal Antics, and it's, a series of... Yikes. Wow. Okay, we got through there. It's a series of rooms where you get a different, helmets, and you gotta get through, hit it on off, and come back. And, you do that 5 times. And I guess at some point, the on-off is reset between rooms. I don't remember seeing where it gets reset, but it does. It does. Fun stuff. That message is way too long. You're saying a bunch of Gen Alpha words I don't know. Like I said earlier, it's not that, you know, us older people, we don't have new words. Like, I have said Gooner a lot this year. Well, I don't know how much, but like, Gooner is a new word for older people. As is, like, you know, talking about AI slop. Things of that nature. Oh, I bet it's when you go through the door. Oh, right here. No. That one's not, I guess, are these not Thwomp based? Not Thwomp based on-off transitions? Spike ball is a different thing. Spike ball is a different thing. I think there is one that uses obviously also repeating checkpoints, so you go through so you only go through once each segment. Also, in this one, if you lose your mask, everyone is just like open fire on you. It's just like open season. It just becomes very hard to get through. So, you know, you want to avoid losing your mask. That's why things went so shittily there. Everyone started opening... It was on site once my mask was off. On site, that's something that's like... On site is something that millennials sometimes say. That's like, I think that's like between generations. I think that's like, it's not a Gen Alpha word. That's one's like, older than that. Thank you for the level, Daniel. Perfect. We got one more segment here to do. One more segment. I regret making the gimmick this open-ended. Making the theme this open-ended this time. Perhaps this is too many levels. Here you can't hit the ceiling or else you'll die, so that's fun. And now, once you get the key, here's what happens. Check this shit out. You go into this on-off, and then this POW hits the on-offs there automatically, and that opens up a gate and also makes that checkpoint work like a checkpoint. And you see that was a little bit of an a POW. We're still good. That was definitely a Thwomp doing an on-off. And it's just like a final sequence of like going through the whole thing. Exclamation point list to see the list. Daniel the guy. Exclamation point list. I should have a button where I can just put list into the chat. That would be helpful for simplicity's sake. I wouldn't have to say it as much. This one you hit an on-off. It doesn't work. It doesn't apply. This one, no on-offs. Nope, nope. Thinking, does this one have on-offs? Yes, it does. Shit. Oh, geez. I didn't use it this much before the Super World, but, 1 second. Let me check a thing real fast. See if a thing is activated via POW. Via, Yes, okay. There is a Thwomp that activates an on-off in this level. Why didn't I just use a spike ball? I asked myself in retrospect. I don't know why I didn't use a spike ball in half these cases. Maybe the spike ball would spawn when it shouldn't do. And the POWs are more controllable. It's nice to automate the on-offs and make them activate at only the right time. Have you played Times On-Off? I don't remember that one.
Yep.
But if I have, I'll pick a different one, blue-haired boy. So you don't have to worry, you can just do whatever. Again, we're gonna go fast, so let's cut the explanation. This is a level where you have to go around these loops and solve a puzzle to get through. We're not gonna fuck around this time. I'm just gonna say the solution here is that you bring a spring forward. That lets you get where you need to go. See, you get up here, you get the POW, you get a key, and now with the POW, you can get through the door. Simple. The right door, the key door. I have a new one. Well, whichever way, you can submit. And it's cool. Here you can see there that Thwomp activates a POW, and in so doing prevents you from getting into the exit until you can do a thing. So I guess that's kind of the other use of that, to have something you don't want to activate around the thing. Here's the second half. Here's the second half's puzzle. I'm just gonna give it away again. I mean, I say it's a puzzle. It's more of a matter of progressing the only way that you can. You hit that bomb, and a bullet bill breaks the rest of the wall for you. You get this item. Then, with this item, you can get another item. See, it sort of follows a pattern. Scratch, scratch. Fuck. You hate to see it. Very cool. I can't wait to play your level. Get that fucking thing again. Good thing that these, also, there's a thing that spawns them in. Good thing that those don't disappear. This is like a ghost house. This is a ghost house in the style of Mario Maker Ghost House, you know? A lot of them are about, like, looping through the same spaces and trying to find the way forward. You know, despite it being hard, despite it being difficult. And it does mean it's a level that can go longer than a lot of my other levels, but, you know, just from lost time and all. But, it's cool. Also, there's some tricks there, like, hey, check this out. This brings us back to where we were earlier. How about that? And from here, we can now avoid activating this guy and go in the door. There's one final segment here. Also, there's some thwomps that activate one more on-off. So here, now, you go through the same rooms that you went through before, except upwards. This is a reverse Squeals on Wheels. This whole level builds up to this last bit where, you ascend vertically through the stage. Have you ever seen a vertical Squeals on Wheels before? It's pretty hard to do, I'll tell you. It's a lot of, figuring out. Yeah, a Squeals on Wheels is where, like, you go through a level, right? And then at the end, you, like, go down through it, right? Like Squeals on Wheels and several other Mario Maker levels that exist. Okay, looking at these last ones. No, 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 and no. There is one last level here that has the gimmick. Yeah, I made this one. These are all mine. I'm showing off my levels, Robbie. One last. Jeez, I've used this gimmick so many times, I guess. This is the last one. The last one that I have done. I say it's a gimmick. It's more like a mechanic. It's more like a contraption. And probably like the best contraption, so it kind of makes sense that it would be used multiple times. Wait until you see this one, if you've not seen this one before. This is an auto-scroller, sort of inspired by, like, minecart levels, where I wanted to make it a little bit evil. This first part, it's not evil at all. It's pretty chill. Using the custom scroll, I calibrated it so that it doesn't move too fast, so that you fall behind, but it moves fast enough where you do have to kind of keep up, and you can't just be like, okay, I'm waiting. Something happened. Come on. And check out this shit. Check out this shit. Turns into an upside-down level in the back half. It's Grave Gauntlet, by the way, is the name of this one. This world is full of weird levels. This world is full of slightly weird levels. Unmoored mines.
Oh.
I loved in this level using the upside down to, like, turn simple platforming into something, like, difficult, right? Like, this is all pretty rudimentary, but because it's upside down, it's really goddamn challenging, you know? It's difficult. I say really goddamn challenging. It's, like, more challenging than it otherwise would be. And here's the Thwomp on-off section. You just have to jump and trust that the on-off will be on-off by the time you land on the other side. Look at this shit. You have to jump over fire bars whilst depending on the on-off. I thought it was fun. I thought that was a fun way to be a little bit evil. And then I make the player platform quote-unquote above the stage. This level is delightful. You know, I always task myself in making every type of level, you know? Like, I hadn't done an auto-scroller in this super world before this point. I said to myself, like, okay, I gotta do an auto-scroller. And I did a lot of experimentation, I did a lot of thinking, and eventually, you know, came to these solutions. I mean, if you want to see, like, how, literally, all these levels were made while I was a streamer, and, you know, after a certain point, they've been archived, those streams, so, like, everything after, like, I don't know, World 4 or 5, you can see my thought process, and me going from, like, yeah, I'm trying to stuff with auto-scroll, but I don't know, to... I wonder how early I had upside-down auto-scroll. That would be fascinating to look back at, the creative process there. And, like I said, it's all out there, you know? It's all archived. Well, not like every making thing, but, you know, every Friday I got on stream and I said, like, hey, here's how the level's been progressing. Here's how my experiments have gone. And there's probably also, like, a making stream or two. Depending on the level, I don't know. That's, Oh, that was too many. That was too many. That was too many levels for last call for levels. We might have... still, though, hey. Hope you enjoyed seeing them. And, yeah. If you, when Mario Maker 3 comes out, if you make a super world, you want to record the process and upload it to YouTube, yeah, that'd be cool. I'll say, like, I had thought about at one point, like, more edited content, right? Like, making content that was more edited in nature, where it's like, okay, maybe some of the making could be like a time-lapse situation, where, like, you know, it's done, like, really fast, like, just, here's making, and then, like, it's an hour later, and it's like, okay, I've done this, and that, let's run through and see how it feels. Except that, making is never quite that convenient, I think. To, like, fit into that structure, at least my making. I like to make more in, like, 10-minute segments, 10-minute bursts than, like, 5-hour bursts, you know? That's just, how I like to make my Mario these days, generally. Unless I have, like, a ton of inspiration, a ton of, like, drive to get it done. Last call is over. Let's close the queue. This level was submitted by viewer level codes in the YouTube chat who didn't know how to submit, so I submitted on their behalf. I don't see the fella, so we're doing it in the lightning round. We're gonna finish off all the levels that are in queue. The queue is closed, and yeah, there's like 16 of them, maybe more. The YouTube side never counts the levels correctly until someone on the Twitch side adds one, or if one gets pulled out. 221 MIH 2BQ. Code don't work. Creator not in chat. We gotta move on. Thank you for submitting. I wasn't able to do it. Please double check your codes next time. Cool. I say it's a miss, but that's on him, not on me. Your levels are really cool. Thank you, Daniel. I'm glad you enjoy seeing them. I enjoy showing them. What the fuck? Oh, I just put in the same code again. Somehow. Or rather, I didn't enter the new code, which is Lord Bowser's. Yeah, baby. Woo, yeah, we love Lord Bowser here on this channel. Lord Bowser does good levels. You're playing the Super World right now? Fantastic. I like my Super World too. I just got one last level. I need to buckle down and really make it. Really figure out, like, what it's gonna be. Really just... I don't know. We'll see when that comes together. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking, let's do this for next week. Here's my thought for next week. Okay. Next week is Black Friday. I have the day off. Let's do an early stream. At a time that is more... Fuck! Let's do a stream at an earlier time. Something that is more approachable for European viewers, okay? Let's say that. Lunchtime viewer levels. Let's do it around lunchtime. Let's say. I guess I'll say, like, I used to title the streams with, like, the time of day that they were at, you know, it'd be like Friday evening viewer levels, or something of that sort. And when I would do them at different times, they would have different names, like, you know, Friday lunchtime viewer levels. That doesn't quite roll off the tongue as much. This would be viewer levels, but at lunchtime. It doesn't need a fancy name quite anymore, I think. That sounds like a good idea. And then, you know, maybe if, like, I'm already gonna be, like, if I get off that stream early and I'm able to just, like, do the VOD and all that and relax and do a bunch with the rest of my day, then maybe I could do a Saturday stream or a Sunday stream for Extra Life, and we could do Extra Life that weekend. The weekend of Thanksgiving. Saturday or Sunday? What do y'all think? Do y'all have a... What would be better for y'all if y'all were interested in coming by Extra Life and, you know, supporting the kids? I'm leaning towards Saturday. Leaning towards Saturday. And then have a nice, relaxing Sunday. Saturday, says Tenebris. Let's go Saturday. Let's go Saturday from... 12-hour stream. I'm gonna say a 12-hour stream with like a half-hour break. Let's say 12 hours including a 10-minute break, which will be like, you know, not in the VOD because it needs to be under 12 hours to be on YouTube, you know? So it needs to be under 12 hours is the thing with YouTube VODs, you know how they are, so... Let's, I'll say I'll program in a break of some length so I can eat some food, okay? Let's say, how much would I need to have some lunch? Have a lunch dinner. Have some Thanksgiving leftovers. It'll be Thanksgiving leftovers. Ooh, that's good. I probably only need like 20 minutes. It's tough. It's tough, deciding how that should go, given that, you know, I don't want to stream less than 12 hours, but, YouTube the way it is, you know? Gotta have the VOD be under that. Thank you for the level. Let's get another one up. I'll ponder that over the next week. I'll ponder that over the next week. It'll be 12 hours. It'll be 12 hours. Next Saturday, let's say. See you next week. See you next week, Lord Bowser. You have a good one. Again, it's going to be lunchtime for viewer levels next Friday. Lunchtime. Let's do lunchtime next Friday. Next up is Dan. Dan, please confirm. I put into the chat so that Dan over on the YouTube can see. You out of here, Tenebris? Or are you saying goodbye to Bowser on the other side? Either way, you know, whoever's gotta go, you gotta go. I understand. It's probably getting pretty late. It's 10:30? 10:30. Yeah. I have my doubts that I will get to bed at a good time, but I really should. You're saying goodbye to Bowser? That's very kind of you. I also do have a number of cards left, so let me sprinkle them in through these such and such levels. Should we give this another go? No, let's do a different one. What about collaboration level with Bobby Joe? Clear rate's not so bad. Dan, please confirm. You're doing another all-nighter, probably? I have... What is this? What are we doing? Shells? Huh? Yeah, okay, so you need to throw one up, shell jump, and, throw one up, shell jump, spring, same location. Wow, that is elaborate and, hard to do in 2 tries. I mean, we could have another 3 if, Dan could confirm right now. Let me do a card. I'm gonna drink some of my water, and then I'll do a card. And, Dan, you can speak up anytime in the next bit. Oh yeah, next Tuesday is another stream. I forgot I had one more stream-related card. I thought I was through with all the upcoming stream cards, but next Tuesday I'm gonna start a new playthrough, just sort of randomly, just sort of something I thought I wanted to do. I want to do Half-Life 2 with the new commentary. They just did a big update for Half-Life 2 on the PC that adds a bunch of commentary nodes to the whole thing. I'm going to do a full playthrough of that. It's been a long time since I did a full playthrough of that, probably since before I was a streamer. And that's going to be fun. And, you know, we'll learn a thing or two together about all those new commentary nodes and how they developed the game. Like, right, this is the 20-year anniversary, so over 20 years ago now. Jeez, time flies. That's one of many things that makes me feel old. One of many things that makes me feel old. One of many things that makes me feel old is too long for a stream title. That's too long. That's probably too long for a stream title, but it's not bad, honestly. That'll be next Tuesday, and we'll do every Tuesday from there until we finish it. I will say, as far as playthroughs go, I do want to do some Tuesday night playthroughs in the future here. Other than that, when Metal Gear Delta comes out, I'm going to do that as a full playthrough on Tuesdays, and after that, whenever Delta is done, I want to do a whole series of playthroughs on Tuesdays where it's like, I love Rareware, and there's a lot of Rareware games I have not played on stream. So, what I want to do is I want to get 5 of them. Star Fox Adventures, Conker's Bad Fur Day, the DKC GBA versions, that they'll be like packaged, they'll be like all as one. Banjo-Kazooie, Grunty's Revenge, and Cameo, Elements of Power, those 5. I'm going to spin a wheel at the start of each playthrough, and that's going to determine which one gets played through next. So there'll be those 5 in random order. It's not going to be on a per stream basis. Like, once we start one, we're going to finish it, and we're going to go and keep doing streams of it until it's over. But the order of them will be random, and I think that'll be fun. Have I seen Antonio recently? I don't think so. I could be wrong. I don't think Antonio has been around in a minute. I don't see Dan, so let's go ahead and dismiss the thing and move on to the next one. Those are the plans I have for playthroughs, but you know, hell, there's so many things that I could play through. Like, we were discussing like other Mario games, like the 2D Marios. Hell, I have not done Sunshine on stream. I could do Sunshine. I could do Galaxy. I could do 64. I could do pretty much anything. Like, shit, man, there's so many old games that I love or have a fondness for. Zach, you're up. Go ahead and confirm that I would love to, Zach on the YouTube side, I believe. Right, it'd be hard to get Zach, just Zach on Twitch because they're unique names on Twitch. Not on YouTube, though. It would be bad luck if 2 YouTube viewers had the same name. Would that cause an issue? I don't know how that works. Hopefully it just never comes up. Let's just hope for the best on that. Go ahead and confirm. I mean, what's more likely that we... You'd have to have a lot of people to get 2 of the same name, exactly, right? Like, what are the fucking odds? Go ahead and confirm. I'll say, there are a lot of things that I could play through. a lot of things that could be whole things, and also, you know, I do think I want to fit in more, like, more variety streams in between playthroughs, so that is definitely something I'm thinking about, and, you know, I look forward to all that, all those playthroughs once they happen. Should be fun. It's funny, I put so many games, like, I was thinking about doing Chrono Trigger and Mother 3 at some point, but ended up sort of putting those on the back burner. Maybe I'll do those eventually as well. It's funny, I put so many games and have them be like, okay, well, I want those to be content, so I can't replay them off stream. I put so many games in that box that I end up with very few games to replay, like, off stream. Very few, relatively few. I mean, there's at least 3 people with the name Guy on YouTube. Don't check me on that. That might be true. Let's do it, Zach. I don't see Zach right now, so we'll just do sudden death, but do say something and you will get more lives. This might not be... Oh, wait, spring drops. This is gonna be a whole thing. Oh, where...
Oh.
I didn't even drop it. We're not getting past this, first jump now, are we?
Oh.
I probably need to... You need to drop... Is spring drops where you drop the spring and then you jump off it? Or is it where you drop the spring and then wall jump and then grab it on the way out? Either way, that's 2 lives. Those are spins. Yeah, we didn't do it. That's... Let me take a drink of my water and then we'll get up the next level. Those were spins. What the hell? You must have given it some real experts, Zach. Like, that clear rate for that level? I can't believe that. I can't believe that people are that good at, bounce off a drop spring. There's, like, a knack to that I don't get. Maybe you have to, like, spin and then drop, so it's falling faster than you are. I guess. It's... Maybe with 3 more tries we would have got it. I don't know. It's impossible to say. Let me hit this miss, and let's go to the next one. Kojo. Kojo, go ahead and say. Kojo, let me put thing in chat so you can see. I noticed that the YouTube has stopped disconnecting. That's nice. The YouTube chat has stabilized. I'm happy about that. Let's go. Kojo, go ahead and confirm. I could do another card. American bathrooms are shit, aren't they? I'll say I've been thinking about this in the wake of, like, what people have been saying recently. You know, there's been a whole bunch of really shitty bathroom-based politics going on, right? Where, like, people get really fucking up in arms about trans people, trans women in women's bathrooms. I don't think they care as much about trans men in men's bathrooms. Not really. But they get really up in arms about that shit, and I'll say it's a very weird thing considering that A... Well, 1, it's no big deal, obviously, but B... Bathrooms aren't really that untoward, right? First off, it is worth noting that in a bathroom, the only place where you take off your pants, unless you're a dude, if you're a lady, the only place you disrobe is in a private stall, where ideally you can't see in from the outside. So, yeah, it's no big deal, isn't it? Like, there's nothing, there's no smoke to that fire. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing there. Kojo, I'm gonna start the level. Anywho, I'll say it, the one thing that frustrates me about all this is, like, I feel like you can look at that crap and you can say, like, okay, you care about bathrooms? Okay, well, The only reason why something could be untoward in there is if it's something like, oh, the stalls don't go all the way to the floor, or they have like cracks in the walls, or something of that sort. Like, that's understandable, but also like that's the problem. Like, I just went to Japan like last like a month and a half ago, right? The bathrooms they have there, a lot of them, they go to the fucking floor. The stall goes to the floor. And they don't have cracks neither. And also, not only do they have really advanced toilets in there oftentimes, but they often have like little buttons that can make noise happen that covers up the sound of pissing and pooping. Like, they have so much in the way of privacy there that we don't have. And like, if you're so concerned about bathrooms, like, the solution, the thing that you could do to make them nicer for everyone would be to spend money and make everyone upgrade their bathrooms. And yeah, clean them as well. That would also be lovely. If like the priorities could be like, okay, can we get clean bathrooms that have stalls that go all the way, and maybe some sort of like privacy options for like shutting off sound and you know, and such. That was nice. That was a very good level Kojo. You don't see that many car levels ever, any days. I was gonna say, I could say these days, but it's always been true that car levels were never really a thing, never really a big thing, surprisingly, after they were hyped so much in the pre-release. Yeah, totally. They should be clean. They should have stalls that go all the way to the floor. And like, the more you can invest in like better sinks, better shit, the better. I'll say, for what it's worth, Japanese bathrooms, they can suck ass when it comes to the sinks. Like, some of the times they won't have towels nor like any way to really dry your hands. And I don't know like what you're supposed to do in those situations. I guess they just like, do people just dry their hands on their pants in that situation, or just like shake off, or maybe they don't wash their hands, which, you know, to us Americans is like verboten, you know? I'll say this, at least American bathrooms, we have sinks, and we have, a lot of them have paper towels. Some of them don't. Paper towels are better than not having paper towels, I will say. Thank you for level. That is good. What about sound blockers? Shove those into the walls of stalls to help with privacy? I mean, I'll say, like, sound blockers really aren't as much of a miracle thing as you would think. Tech is Amazing is up next, and Tech is Amazing just said GG. Perfect. Good. Those aren't as much of a cure-all as you'd think. I mean, I've tried, like, I've tried a lot of shit, like trying to put, like, extra padding in front of windows or whatever, you know, or like around fridges that were being noisy. And the things you can buy, like, off the shelf, they don't work very well. If there's any way around the obstruction, you will basically get full volume sound, unfortunately. It's like expensive and hard to soundproof, especially if there's like literally a gap in the bottom or the top. It would have to be literally a closed room, which I'll say it should be. Gender-neutral bathrooms, disabled bathrooms, are the best bathrooms. And they're big, they have total privacy. Those are the best bathrooms, to be clear. And we should have more of them. It can dampen it a bit. If there's any air gap, that's out of the question. I think the best solution is what they have in Japan as far as that goes. A button, you press it, and it goes like gurgle, 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 really loud, so you can't hear the sound of peeing and pooping. That sound is covered. And sometimes you can adjust the volume and be like, yeah, my pissing and pooping is gonna be really loud, so let's let loose. Let's be safe here. All right, Tech is Amazing. Let's go. You say Gusty Glacier? That's a good name. Let's see. Right, this is the one we were looking at earlier and we were curious about. I'll say I am someone who, you know, I don't like a public bathroom. I just can't. I like a bathroom with no one in it, and am willing to walk like a good distance to find one, right? Dang it. That sounds just weirder than normal. That's a fair point, honestly. God damn it, again? You agree, yeah. I'm willing to get on an elevator and go down to another floor to fuck me. Yeah, this is not going well so far. I'm willing to go. I'm screwing up here pretty badly. Let's please have this be the one. Okay, good. Okay, Christ almighty, we have one try left. It is worth noting that they refresh at checkpoints, so we could be still good, you know. Whatever, man. Thank God that was there. I'll say I always, like, try to get a empty public bathroom, or even better, a unisex bathroom, you know, as they're sometimes called, a disabled. Obviously, I'm not, but, you know, those are for everyone. I do believe that. Obviously, priority goes to people who 100% need them, but, I do find it's, just a nicer experience, too. And I think trans people are largely the same way, often have similar insecurities already, and probably do go out of their way to avoid fucking public bathrooms. I mean, obviously, they're being fucking witch hunted for that. Like, it's an irrational fear, not only because it's irrational for so many reasons, but also the people who are being witch hunted hate those bathrooms and don't use them because they get hate for it. It's a fucked up... God. Okay, good, we're surviving. And really, yeah, I would support more gender-neutral bathrooms. I would support that. Also make the ones that they have better. I was more okay with the public bathrooms in Japan. Hell, even in Disney, in Disney Sea, I was fine with those because they have those features and they have closing doors and like, you know, shit that we don't have here. And that just kind of made it work. Kind of made it nice, you know? You should get all those nice things, you know? A Disney World, like, that's like the most busiest place to be. And yet, they had good bathrooms. Sometimes you forget you can chat. It's fine, hey. You know, you got stuff going on. That's always okay. I need to jump there. We got pretty far there, right? Like, how many coins did we have? How many coins do we have right there? What the hell is that a clip of? Oh, right. I was playing that Mario and Luigi, which, by the way, I stopped playing. This seems loud. I usually play it without the music, honestly. And I did a jump with Luigi, and that made him, like, fall off the platform. And then when I got a certain point away from Mario, just, like, gave up and was like, oh, I gotta return to Luigi. That game, I don't think it's very good. I have stopped playing it, basically. Oh, also, I'll say I played a little more Sonic Shadow Generations. Sort of opened up a little bit. That, people say it's great. I think it's okay. So far, I don't know. I'm more like a 3 out of 5 on it. Right, we're out of try, so I gotta hit the button and go. I didn't check. How many coins do we have? My train of thoughts. We got 3. So like over halfway. You don't get how people are so stupid in designing things in the US? Money. Doing things right is expensive. I do believe it comes down to money. It's expensive, and, well, even if what we have is expensive, I guess the money and also the people who have, like, monopolies on the things that we have, yes, is up. Do you get that, too, at the Master DS? What do you mean, Manitowok? Did I get what? What's up? What did you say? I didn't see. Let me scroll up for a bit. You get anxious where there's a bunch of people waiting in a single bathroom I can't go to. Oh, I can't use a bathroom if there's too many people in there. And by too many people, I mean more than me. I just can't. And if it spills, forget about it. Like, I need absolute privacy. I maybe can shut out the world if I use like music or whatever, but it's hard. I just prefer the absolute privacy of a single occupancy type thing, or you know, I'll just make do. You know, sometimes you just gotta do it. I definitely get that. Yeah, I 100% understand. I'm worse. I'm you know, I'll say I managed okay recently when I went to Japan. Sometimes I just had to, you know, like I said, I was at Disney. I was at Disney, and I didn't want to leave to go find a less busy place, you know? Like, I had to stay the whole day. But, you know, like I said, they have more privacy there, and that just, turns out that was more than enough. That was more than enough. Oh, Disney Seas was fantastic. Beautiful place. Yeah, I went to Super Nintendo World as well. Universal Japan was amazing as well. And, while we're just saying, I guess I'll complete the set. Fuji-Q Highlands was pretty cool. Had a lot of very good coasters, you know? Though, was more like a, Silver Dollar City in scale, versus the other two being like, you know, bigger parks. Bigger parks. What's this? We need those 5 tries up because, yes, Mario Maker 2 is here. I'll say, obviously, when I went, DKC wasn't open yet. It's still not open. But I did have fun in the rides that were there, and that was a good time. Ah, that's just a nice, simple little level. Very cool. Very cool. Circus music is called Entry of the Gladiators and was made as a war thing. I've heard about that. Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, it was originally made to inspire like inspire the troops, and sort of became like co-opted by the circus who played it for some reason. And it just sort of became like helplessly associated with the circus and silly things. There was a very good video about that somewhere on YouTube that I watched. Like, I forget if it was a short, if it was a full-length thing, if it was particularly long, but I've definitely seen that tidbit. Did you visit the Nintendo store or the new museum? Oh yeah, I had a fantastic time at the Nintendo Museum. And then later that day, after like a full day of running around Kyoto, I went to the store as well. The Nintendo store in Kyoto. That was like the 3rd day of the Nintendo Museum's operation, so I was very lucky to get a ticket, I guess. I was very lucky to get in. Oh, it was phenomenal. I talked about this on the stream that I did from Sapporo, which I mentioned that the first Mario Maker stream I did from Japan was kind of an unmitigated disaster in a lot of ways. The second one I did was quite good. That one was quite good. That one was a success. That was also the last one I did because I realized, like, after the second week, like, okay, for the third one at the end of the third week, I should just do it after I return home. And it's goddamn good I did because it was, would have been a lot to set up, like, whilst traveling. How did you get a ticket? Luck. I signed up for thing, and then I waited and seed. I did sign up for the first window as well. I did say, like, okay, give me the first day, the second day, or the third day. And it was like, okay, you got the third day. Which I was like, okay, that's fair. You know, the first day gotta be like the most heavily requested day ever, right? For that museum. Imagine if I had been like the first one in there, but I'll take third day, yeah. It's funny, I saw some, first off, Super Mario, you're up, by the way. I'm gonna hit next so that Super Mario knows. Super Mario on the YouTube side. It's funny, in the queue line to get in, right? I got there a little early, I was waiting for a while to get into, I remember trimming the herds, that's right, the herbs. I remember that level, yeah, from the Mario Maker 1. The last level to be cleared, quote unquote. Apparently it was done by a task originally, so they didn't count it, but then they finished it, so whatever. There are probably other ones that were finished by task that got cleared. Who knows? Who can say, really? Probably, right? In the line for the Nintendo Museum, I ran into some other Americans who also turned out to be from Dallas-Fort Worth. Just like a fucking coincidence that like the first two people in line happened to be from the same Metroplex. And the second thing, when I got in there was someone who was also wearing a Yeti that I had worn the previous day. My Bowser shirt with the Bowser on it. The black shirt with the red Bowser. It was like an SGDQ shirt or something. He was wearing the same exact shirt that I had worn, like, the day before. I told him that. And then later he changed his shirts, apparently. I guess he went into the bathroom and changed shirts. Because he was sort of embarrassed about it. I don't know why. Maybe he was just very sweaty. It could have been a sweat thing. I'll admit, I got really sweaty too whilst walking around Japan all the time. There were times where I was definitely like, man, maybe he had the right idea. Especially after the Nintendo Museum where I went all the way up Fushi Inari. And that's just like a mountain, so... yeah, I could have used a change of clothes, it turns out. Jesus. This is going by fast? Yeah, lightning round can go. Lightning round can go. There was at least 7 Spring Jungle I remember seeing one time. Only possible through Jazz. I think someone did it. I think they did it before. This is 1-1, but different. I think someone did it before Mario Maker 1 went offline. This is easy. Also sudden death, also. We only have 2 tries, so, you know, we're down to it. It helps that there's no enemies here. I say it helps. I just died. But... there's, like, nothing that can get us. An enemy right here would be like, honest to the original game, right? I don't know why there isn't one. And also it would be kind of challenging to deal with, since it would be walking at you. Okay. I didn't buy anything from the Nintendo Museum, I'll say. I'm kind of one that likes, just taking pictures rather than bring things back home, necessarily. But I was very tempted by those Nintendo controller plushies. Those massive cushions. They are ridiculous, and, you know, I took a bunch of pictures of them for sure, but, don't have the space in my luggage to bring them back. That's, that was for sure. I would have to have bought another piece of luggage and checked it into the plane. I wasn't about to do that. That would be inconvenient as all hell. Alright, thank you, Super Mario. Good shit. Corn. Corn is up next. On the YouTube or the Twitch, Corn, whichever one you want to confirm on is good by me. Do what you gotta do. Let me refresh those lives, though. Yeah, I could continue talking about that whole Japan trip. I got a bunch of cards left, by the way, but it's been a bit since that trip. And if y'all are still curious, I mean, I'll say, if anyone is... Yeah, they were pretty strict about the no photographs thing. I, in fact, just took 1,000,000 notes about the whole upper story, the whole second story, which was amazing. I took like 1,000,000 notes and went through them on stream back when I was in Japan. But again, by the way, check out those 3 streams. The first one, the second one, and the third one. The first 2 were 3 hours, about 3 or 4 hours. And the third one, after I got home, was like 6 hours somehow. I guess being home and not being like, you know, not having a whole... Not having to balance using up time on my Japan trip. Just let us go a lot longer. Also, I'll say the last one had to end in a hurry. I sort of had to rush through the Sapporo talk because I had, my battery was running out because it turns out that OBS drained it faster than the recharge it could recharge. Oh yeah, those prototype systems are amazing. Those prototype systems are quite a thing to behold. The photos of those leaked out. I posted a link to those on the Discord. The tweet of them that leaked. So if you look through one of those Discord channels, like probably a month or 2 back. I guess it's only been a month and a half since the thing opened, so it's only been like 2 months since it opened, so it was like a month ago, I think, that happened, but it did leak. You can see photos of it now from people who are less scrupulous than I. But I will share their unscrupulous photos. I don't, you know, hey, they're out there. What are you gonna do? They exist. Exclamation point Discord if you're not in the Discord. The Discord's good. Good for notifications, and occasionally, you know, people I might post what's going on, what I'm thinking for the next stream, if things have to be removed, or if plans change, if I'm like sick or something, I would stay in the Discord. I'd also probably make a Twitch story, I guess, and maybe post on YouTube as well. I'd post multiple places, I guess. Usually, like most schedule stuff, Discord is the first place. As well as, like, you know, you'll see, like, all the Twitch clips and all the YouTube shorts, and they're all there in various channels. It's good. I like the Discord. I think it is good to have. Let's play this level. I only have, like, 5 cards, so, like, I have to make them last. So, like, if anyone else has any questions about that old trip, or anything else, really. It was a great trip. I'll say as far as other highlights that I can talk about again, watch those 12 hours of VOD if you want to, like, get a in-depth look, but I'll say, like, Hakone at the end was really great with, Owakudani, the volcano area. It was a really cool place, the volcano area, Owakudani. Google Owakudani, or check that Hakone / Fuji-Q / Tokyo stream, the 3rd week, Mario Maker / check out that. There's some good photos in that stream of that, but that was amazing. Thank you for level corn. The hot springs were amazing. All the hot springs were fantastic. The best one was in Hakone, though. But there were some great open air ones. There were some great, like, open air ones where, like, you could literally walk up to, like, a fence with your, you know, being entirely naked and all, and just look up across, like, a vast landscape of, like, mountains and stuff. And even, like, parking lots, you know, in front of the building, and be like, oh, damn, this is beautiful. And then just go lounge in the water for a while longer. That was the Sapporo one. Was perhaps the Sapporo one was like that, but the other ones that were more closed in, more fenced in, were amazing as well, and really nice and really nice and serene. And ooh, I think I went to. Let's see, how many hot springs did I go to in Japan? Next up is Robbie Angel. Is Robbie Angel confirmed? Is Robbie Angel be chatting? Robbie Angel, I'm gonna hit next for you. Go ahead and punch that in. How many hot springs did I go to in Japan? Mount Takao. Went to the one by Mount Takao again. I went to that one last time as well, like 6 years ago. It was very good again. Very good hot spring. I went to the ones in the ones that were near Sapporo but not in Sapporo. I forget what that area was called. But it was like a short like an hour-long bus ride out of Sapporo, and it was just like up in the mountains, super serene and beautiful. The third one I went to was, did I go to any in I think the third one was the Fuji-Q Highlands one, which was included as part of the hotel, so it was free. So I went there like multiple times after every day of theme parking or otherwise touring the area or travel. So I got like 3 visits on that one. And finally, I went to the one in Hakone. I went to 2 in Hakone. I went to the one that was in a nearby hotel. It was supposed to be one of the best, and it was absolutely heavenly. Unisun? That, I think it's called Sun or something. That one was heavenly. It was even the cold bath was like so pleasant and good. I could just stay in there forever. And that was remarkable because every other cold bath I was in was just like, ooh, it's a shock. Okay, it's time to go to the real baths now, and they'll feel hotter for me being cold, and that's fun. But this one was like, this one's just pleasant. How the fuck? How does this work? How do you make a cold bath good? And also, I did like the private bath and the one that what is it again? The traditional Japanese hotel that I stayed in. Ryokan, that's it. Oh, I see. We're guiding our boom boom around. Oh, no, he died. I think this is an auto. We gotta wait for Boom Boom to die every time. Oh, Robbie is here, by the way, so perfect. Whoops. I jumped and then I fell into lava. I don't know what I was supposed to do there. Maybe wait. Auto. Don't do anything. Don't do anything. Okay. I'm so glad I was able to get so many hot springs into the trip, as well as so many theme parks. It was a hell of a trip, and you know, like the last one that I took 6 years ago, I would describe it as perfect, and really, there's not a lot of room for improvement there. Not a lot of room for improvements as far as you know, next year. I say next year. Next time, right? Like, it'll probably be like 5-6 years from now, I'll say, or more, until the next time I go to Japan on a vacation, I imagine. Most of, if not an entire decade, I would say. And if I go again, you know, maybe I'll just take the time off and not do streams from the road. That was a little ridiculous as an endeavor, but then again, it is fun. It's fun to do these things and to, I mean, we'll see what the future holds. Maybe like, you know, 5-10 years from now, who knows how this channel will be going? Who knows how busy the Twitch will be? Mario Maker 3 will probably come out by then. At which point, like, you know, as a Mario Maker channel that has existed that came into existence well after Mario Maker 2 came out. I have never really... My main game has never really been alive in the way that Mario Maker 3 will be when it comes out in the time that I've been streaming. You gotta imagine that'll help with the metrics, you know what I mean? That's things will be different then. Things are gonna change by the next time I'm like ready to go back to Japan. Who knows? I might not go to Japan alone next time. Maybe by then. You know, it's like a thing where it's like, okay, well, in 10 years, I don't know what job I'm gonna have. I don't know, like, if I will have found time to pursue romance. That's not impossible. You know, maybe I'll stay the course and things will be basically the same. We'll see. You know, between the first time and the second time I went to Japan, I became a streamer, so life changes about that big could well happen. Anyway, that was like a month and a half ago at this point. Yeah, like a month and a half ago, that whole big trip. Hell of a thing. God damn. Client of Gaming is up next, right? Right? Client of Gaming, go ahead and confirm. You are up. Let's do a card. It's been a while since a card. It's time for one. I watched Good Morning Tri-State. Dan Reichert, a streamer I talk about sometimes because he's like my favorite streamer personally. He did a random stream last night that I managed to tune in on some of it, and in particular, I watched the most of like his. He pulled down the stream and went live again, causing another notification to go out to my phone, my Discord, and I was sort of like, "You doing something? You doing a watch party?" And what he was doing was doing some watching of a YouTube video that is pretty funny, and was apparently what it was is Good Morning Tri-State. It's a fake morning show, basically. It's a morning show, but the gimmick is it's sort of like Follow Age, yeah. I think that broke. I think Follow Age broke a long time ago, so it's not a thing anymore, Cat's Eye, but I appreciate the sentiments. You're gonna go to sleep, blue-haired boy, later. I recommend, by the way, checking out the thing. What it is. Okay. He basically showed us, he showed his stream this, and now I am going to tell you about it, and tell you that it's on YouTube, and you can go find it if you Google Good Morning Tri-State. What it is it's a talk show, fake talk show. It's starring the guy, you know Better Call Saul, right? You know the squat cobbler? You know that dude? He's like playing a awkward talk show host who is just extremely awkward, and he is the only one who knows it's a joke. The basic gimmick was that he would get a different host on, a different guest host on, a different co-host on every week, and he would just be awkward, awful, and stumbly, muttery, and do things like say things weird, and it's sort of a Nathan For You type thing, and it was a pilot, it didn't get picked up, and it finally went onto YouTube like very recently, apparently, like a month or two ago, and it was before that like something that was shared amongst people like on like zip files, you know, privately, discreetly, over the last 10 years. Good Morning Tri-State. You've only been streaming for 5 hours? Has it been 5 hours? Jesus, it's been 5 hours. Good Morning Tri-States. I would recommend checking it out. It is like, if you like Nathan For You, and if you've heard of the squat cobbler guy, also he was in The Things You Do in the Dark. I've never seen that. The Things We Do at Night, The Things We Do in the Dark. I've not seen that, but I have no idea what it is, honestly. But apparently he's in that as well, and people tell me I should watch that. I'm slowly typing it in. I'm telling people about Good Morning Tri-State. Y'all should check it out. It's pretty good. If you like Nathan For You, things of that nature, how to, it's like that. It's like that. I think my favorite. I shouldn't give away any of the jokes, but it is just like a guy stumbling awkwardly, a comedian pretending to be an awkwardly stumbling fuck and fucking up a talk show, a morning show so badly that like it's hilarious. And also like the you know, the other people, they think they're on a real talk show. They're trying to be good, and you know, it's not coming. It's not coming together, and that's just hilarious. Again, failed pilot, didn't become a series, but it is worth looking up, worth checking out. This is just a nice traditional level. I don't think we're gonna have any problems with it. We do have to figure out where to go. The water level seems to be rising. We just go up. Ugh. No worries, no worries. That's right. It's not a big achievement. It's an easy level, but, you know. I still feel good even if the level is easy. I still feel good. Finishing just about any level makes you feel good. Except if it's like a gimme, you know, like a... If it's just like right there, that doesn't feel as good. I guess the harder it is, the better it feels. To finish. Could that be taken out of context? The harder it is, the better it feels? Maybe. Maybe. Anywho, let's... Is it funny to say anywho? I feel like I've been saying anywho a lot. As like a way to quickly... tangent away from, like, a moment of awkwardness. In a way that is somewhat awkward as well. If people like that, maybe I should cool it and do, like, anyway, use some other sort of wacky term more often. I don't know. It's not important. Anyway, let's play this level. I see 06I already. I'm gonna meter these cards out. Oh man, Thanksgiving. You know what? We'll talk about Thanksgiving when I'm out of cards. The next card says, I watched the final episode of Seinfeld. I'll say, over the last couple of years, I watched a good amount of Seinfeld with my family. I never watched it before, so we kind of went through the lot of them and watched them one at a time. And then when we got to the end, we were like, we skipped a bunch along the way. Or sort of like went in it in random order, didn't necessarily see them all, quote unquote. We sort of like were like randomly skipping around for a while, and then we sort of just from one of those random spots, just sort of went forward one at a time at a certain point. So we hadn't really watched them all, and at some point, I think we did finish watching them all, and we never watched the last episode because, as they told me, it was bad. And I've now seen it. It's kind of bad, yeah. Sort of like everyone gets together and airs their grievances against the group. And, yeah, that's absurd. That's kind of dumb. I kind of like the part where they were like, oh, we're gonna make the show about nothing. You know, that is to say, like, the kayfabe Seinfeld is going to make a show, Seinfeld, or as they called it in Seinfeld, they called it Jerry. As, you know, they're gonna make the meta show in the actual show. They're gonna make the fictional show in the actual show. I thought that was cool as a plot thread, but, you know, it then went in some ridiculous directions. They got on trial for something that's not real. That's not how, that's not a real thing, what they got arrested for, by the way. And I do think that makes it less fun. I don't know. Everything else that happens in Seinfeld is pretty much real. It's pretty much a real thing that could happen. I'm pretty sure. Right? I mean, they're based on real things that happened mostly to the real people. You know, like, with Seinfeld, there were some points at which, George, the actor who played George, was talking to, like, one of the writer guys, you know, talking to, like, Curb Your Enthusiasm guy, what's his name? Curb Your Enthusiasm guy? He was talking to him, and he was like, no one would act this way. This wouldn't happen, A, and no one would act this way. And, Curb Your Enthusiasm guy went like, no, it happened to me, and I did that. And, you know, it was at that point that George realized, like, wait, George is real? And he's, the guy from Curb Your Enthusiasm. Oh, shit. What the fuck? And, that must be a hell of a thing to realize. Like, if you didn't know that, Kramer was based off a real person. To not know that Kramer was real. And then discovering that. That would be a hell of a thing to realize. Seinfeld's is good. I'll say I don't like it as much as, like, the other sitcoms of my era, I guess. Like, I feel like, you know, for me, The Office and, like, Arrested Development are, like, the top two. I would describe The Office and Arrested Development as, like, my top two. What happened to my Yoshi? That's weird. Nice, we can now unlock these things without, This is a sick power-up right here, shit. That's just smart design right there. That's just good design. Good job, 06i. What the fuck? Good shit. Just a straight power-up. But Seinfeld's good. I enjoyed watching it, and, you know, I guess it'd be cool to watch, like, oh, there's that Yoshi. Guess he survived. Now we gotta switch back and forth between the two. We gotta solve puzzles collaboratively. That's a reference no one will get. Maybe people who are, like, big Giant Bomb gurus would be able to recognize that one. I'm thinking Giant Bomb, like, 12 years ago. Geez, probably more at this point. Had a t-shirt that said, based off something that they said once to describe Geometry Wars? Neon space crabs who have to work together to solve puzzles collaboratively. That doesn't work out of context. Or, he had to be there, I guess. And also, I'm probably mangling it because it's been a decade. I don't think I own that shirt. I just, you know, like, shit, when I was a college student, I wasn't exactly able to buy every shirt that I would want to. And, you know, maybe had to be a little more discerning. I don't own that shirt. And even if I did, it would be old by now. And probably not the right size, neither. Interesting. So we get to choose our final boss based on which Yoshi we bring forward. Oh, but also we get the other Yoshi anyway. They probably both lead here, I guess. You just choose the door. This is the kind of choice that is big in Life is Strange. Life is Strange, the new one. This is exactly the sort of moral choice. You go through this door or that door, and it's basically the same either way, because the plot can't change. Honestly, that's kind of more of a genre problem than anything to do with Life is Strange sequels particularly. Like, all adventure games kind of are like that these days. I like Red more than the other one. Great level, 06I. Let's hit complete. And, yeah. Tenebris, you are up. You are up next. Tenebris. Go ahead and confirm. I believe Tenebris was on the YouTube side? Or, I forget, but either way, confirm at your leisure. Kaboom says Daniel. Looking for Tenebris right now. Daniel. Tenebris Agency. That just sounds like a good sci-fi name. That sounds like a good tabletop role-playing game name. If you were playing some sort of... Or like a Star Wars character, maybe. Little too much of a mouthful to be Star Wars, I think, but definitely sci-fi. It's definitely some sort of sci-fi. Tenebris Agency. Let me do another card. I watched about 2 minutes of Zoolander #2, and then switched to Jackie Brown, which was a much better movie. Oh, he has to leave? Jackie Brown is fantastic and always will be, and I've seen it many, many, many times, so I don't have that much interesting to say about it, other than you should definitely watch it if you've never seen it. It's on, like, Prime or something. Zoolander 2, though, I had no idea that was a thing. There's an extra character in this code. I'm going to assume that the O is extra. I didn't know it was a thing. I pulled it up for 2 seconds and then like watched the part of the intro where they established like, oh, the happy ending that was at the end of the last movie. Yeah, that's over. His wife died, and his wife died. How about box? Okay. Tenebris, is this your level? I'm going to drink some water. Tenebris, if you were to come back and find out like it's not your level, then you know, correct the code, whatever. But if this is your level, then I guess let's do it. What are the odds that the other codes are valid? This looks good. Let's do it. Anyway, what? I didn't know that Zoolander 2 existed. I'll ask y'all. Did y'all know Zoolander had a sequel? Maybe it was like direct-to-video or something. I don't know, but I watched a minute and I was just like, okay, you know what? I thought the first one was all right, but like was like mid. But like this second one, I don't know. If I had to say a problem, my main problem was like the very start. How it started. It basically started by being like, okay, happy ending is no more. The wife, she's dead. In fairness, Ben Affleck was not married to that wife at the time, apparently. That marriage was over. That real life marriage was over, so maybe that makes sense, but I don't know. I really don't like it when you start a movie by saying like, oh, the happy ending that was last time, that ended like 5 minutes after the end of the movie. That just... I feel like it just has a negative effect on the original movie. Thank you for the level. Assuming this was yours. Tenebris Agency. Let me hit complete and move on to the next one. Blue-haired boy is next. Did blue-haired boy have to go as well? Blue-haired boy had to shuffle off. Had to depart. Had to go to sleep, yes. Well, blue-haired boy can watch the VOD later on. If you're still around, blue-haired boy, I'll just do this in case you're lying in bed half watching or something. You should probably just sleep if you're that tired, though. Um, Clerks 3 did the same thing, and hearing about that is just so distasteful to me. Like, man, I really liked the ending of Clerks 2, and coming back 20 years later and saying like, oh, all the wife died and the kid died. It was all like immediately over, and now he's back to being a sad sack so we can have another movie. That's just really depressing and horrible to me. I don't like it at all. And I guess what else are you gonna do, right? Like, it's a comedy. You can't have him. These characters, if they're happily married, do you make it like a father? How do you deal with the fact that your main character became a father at the end of the movie? Like, if they ever did an Idiocracy 2, how would you deal with the fact that he has, like, a bunch of kids now and a wife? Spoilers for Idiocracy. I didn't say who. Thank you for the level, Napodo. Thank you. I'll say Napodo, the queue is closed now, but I do like to give new viewers who haven't gotten a level in, perhaps, oh, you're up next. You're up next. Okay, it's cool. You're already in. Really enjoy the stream? I assume you mean enjoy there. Really your streams, man. You're in the queue. Okay, you're next, so good looking out. Anyway, that's enough about fucking what the fuck. That's enough about Zoolander #2, which I didn't watch. I watched a different movie that was better, but I have nothing to say about it because I've seen it a million times. If you haven't seen Jackie Brown, go watch it. Fucking phenomenal film. I learned nothing new watching it this time. I just wanted to have something on in the background while I played video game. Whatever video game I was playing at the time. Pokemon, TCG Pocket, Mario World, or Donkey Kong Land. Whatever I was playing, I just wanted to have something on. And I love it, so, you know. Thank you for the level, blue-haired boy. That was pretty straightforward, pretty doable. No problem at all. To get through even after your departure. I am hitting complete. Up next is, Napondo. Let me refresh my tries. And let's do the level. I'll say you know, it's always, I'll say, we spent right here tonight, like, 5 going on 6 hours playing this game, going through so many levels from so many different people. The queue got stacked up all the hell. But, like, I'll say, like, it's hard because, like, there's no way around it. Like, when you get this many levels in, it takes this long to get to the later levels, right? But also, like, I know a lot of streamers that go through levels a lot slower. And I think, like, especially with the lightning round, if people have, like, traditional-ass levels that they want to get played, I'll say, like, I'm pretty sure, like, my way of doing things is, like, so good for traditionally levels and such that, like, you know, this setup, I love it. I don't know why I'm suddenly gushing about my setup, other than I don't think I've really expressed the good properties about it for a while. As a traditional maker myself, I feel like this is the kind of setup that I would like in a streamer. You know, a setup that meant that you were always going on to the next one and not spending like an hour on like a really, really, really hard one that like you might never finish. You know, keeping it moving. That is just how I like to do things and how I would like things to be done, conversely. And I hope that some of y'all who are more traditional in nature feel the same way. Also, it is troll levels are funny when they are done in the lightning round. I'll also say that much. Let's do it. This is some sort of exploration level. How many cards do I have left? We have 3 levels? I got 2. I got 2 cards. We're gonna have to pull one after every thing, every thing. I guess I didn't have a chance to talk about Thanksgiving. I'm excited. It's gonna be nice. I love stuffing. Okay, that's enough. It's gonna be nice to see the family again. Though I see the family often enough. You know, we all live in the same city. And, you know, even if, like, we don't get the whole family every time, I do see my parents every week. You know, for, like, a weekend dinner. Stuffing is so good with the sausage and the bread. Oh my god. My ma is a fantastic cook, let me say. My ma is a fantastic cook. But, her stuffing is fucking fantastic, and, yeah. I will say also, like, my grandma, when she was alive, she had fantastic stuffing, too. Like, that was the best thing she could make, her stuffing. You know, after, like, she got old enough where she stopped cooking, you know, it was sort of a... No one's stuffing really compared for a while, but I think my ma's is, just as good now, if not better. I think that, you know, she likes to tinker, she likes to improve, she likes to get better. I don't know where I'm going with this. Stuffing and the green beans and the turkey. Turkey is hard. I feel like turkey is often dry. I don't know if that's like a preparation thing or just like the nature of the beast. It's a hard fish to... I'm looking at fishes and I know turkey's not a fish. Even though it's worth noting, a biologist would probably say, no, you're right. There's nothing that separates fishes from non-fishes. Technically, everything is descended from fishes, and then cladistically, is cladistically the word? Cladistically, turkeys are fish, but we all know that's not true. Not really. We know I said wrong because I was looking at Fish and Game. They're a tough bird. Gravy would help? Maybe gravy helps. Oh man, Thanksgiving's a good time for food. Good time for food, Thanksgiving. Can't wait. If that's a clippable moment right there with me making that blunder and then addressing it in an interesting way, then I'm gonna have to clip that up like post-haste. I mean, I can't put that out after Thanksgiving. This stream is gonna have to be fast-tracked, clipping-wise. Yeah. Are you guys hosting? Me? Me, guys? I don't live with my parents. My parents are hosting, I think? Or my sister is hosting. I'm not sure. I mean, I have a kitchen table now that has 4 seats around it. I could fit 4 if I really wanted to. But, well, first off, our extended family is 5 plus a baby, so 6. Our like, nuclear family now, I guess, is, like, you know, a total of 6 people, so that's right out. And, also, I don't really have the space or capacity to host such a thing. I don't think I'll ever host Thanksgiving. Something would have to change dramatically. I mean, I do want to get a house. I do want to get a house. A house would have more space. And, you know, in theory, you could host something in a house. My kitchen table does extend. I could, like, have a bigger space in the future. Hey, Merple, how you doing? Miss Purple. Are you a full-time streamer? Is this your job? No. I'm a software engineer in my day job. I stream twice a week. It's basically a hobby. I mean, look at the follower count. It's like 1,000. It's like under 1,000. You can't make money with under 1,000 followers. Or if you can, it just takes a lot of subscribers. You know, you need to have, like, extremely good numbers to make that work. I do alright, day job-wise. Don't worry, you know. I mean, I'll say, like, I do put a lot of effort into streaming, and if you appreciate it, I do want to buy a house, so, like, money money would help, yes. Also, you know, I've bought a lot of, I spent a lot on, like, stream stuff. You know, like, capture cards and all that. Which would be nice to one day recoup, for what it's worth, but, it's not Miss Perplex, but as a new viewer, I wouldn't mind letting you get one in. Let me know if you're ready, and I will open the queue for you, okay? Tell me ready. Tell me when ready. And again, this is just for a new viewer. This is just for Mr. Perplex. Did I say Miss? I'm sorry. It can be hard to read the preview monitor from, you know, couch distance. We got our key. We're ready to exit. We're ready to end. Just have to swim to the end. Let me know when. Thanksgiving is good. I'll say there are family members, like extended family members, that we don't share Thanksgiving with anymore. And I'll say, you know, honestly, I wouldn't mind someday, you know, that section of the family coming back to Thanksgiving, but, you know, I think that section of the family has grown, and also there's some, like, drama there. What are you gonna do? It'll be good to see. It'll be fun anyway, and maybe we'll do some Jackbox, or maybe we'll just, like, hang out and chat. I don't know. Okay, you ready? Here you go. It's a day off and a 4-day weekend. It'll be lovely. Thank you for the level. I'm going to go ahead and close her back up. Also, I'm going to go ahead and hit complete for that level that we just finished. We are getting right down to it, folks. Next up is, Manito O Ice. Manito? Manito Whoa Ice? Thank you for the follow, Mr. Perplex. Thank you, thank you. Manito Whoa Sice. I'm really not sure how you pronounce that. Go ahead and confirm. It hasn't, you know, right now we're getting to the point where people didn't submit that long ago. I mean, I guess everyone who was in queue submitted before the queue closed. That was 13 levels ago. We had, like, a lot of levels in queue. Okay, it was a while ago. Do you get off the week between Xmas and New Year's? I don't get it off, but I take it off. Honestly, I would have taken off next week as well, like all of it, if I had the time off. That 3-week Japan vacation really, you know, has expended all my like days off, you know, other than like I had like so I took like 16 days as part of that. That was like most all my vacation time. I had 7 days left. 7 days. I put 6 towards the New Year's Xmas break, including 2 that are technically from next year, so 8 days there. And I have 1 for Friday, for Black Friday. I don't get Black Friday off by default. I had to take it. And I am taking it. You're a retail manager, so even though you get it off for college, it's gonna be, It's the nightmare of Black Friday. Do you have to go into the office on Thanksgiving, though? Or I say the office. Into the store on Thanksgiving. I never worked retail. I don't know nothing about that, honestly. We got 2 cards left, so I could probably pop them. I should probably pop them real fast. We have after this one. No, thank God. Good, good. My brother-in-law had to work last year on Thanksgiving, but he doesn't have to work this year, so that is good. I've said before he works as like an airplane person. He like you know the guy, you know Breaking Bad, the guy who what the fuck is his name? Q from Star Trek. You know that guy who plays like the airline guy who's like giving the planes instructions. That's what my brother-in-law does. I've mentioned it before, and in the context of that's why my sister and him are able to travel pretty much freely as much as they like. They love to travel, though now that they have a son, it's a little bit weird, I guess. This level took a long time to build. Let's see. It's a fresh breath from Kaizo garbage, so it's not garbage. It's exploration. We have had a lot of exploration tonight. If there was one theme, it's probably exploration. Exploration levels. This is the end of the level. Yeah, one of the major airlines, yes. I mean, have I said what major airline it is? I mean, look. It doesn't take a genius to figure out which one it would be. I've said I live in Dallas-Fort Worth. There is only one airline that is their home base. I mean, I guess maybe the other airlines have people that have to work the other airlines have people at all the I don't know how that works. Maybe I shouldn't speak on it. You know, I'll say, like, that's the airline I usually use. I usually use the same. You know, I usually use that airline on account of it's the one that flies out of Dallas all the time. Again, I'll say the way that levels like this work is that if we go through a repeating checkpoint, and with progress, that refreshes the lives, okay? That is still how it works. Look, I don't want to dox anyone. I do believe it is good to, you know, be vague and shit, and, you know, I'll say, like, I'm not gonna talk about my company, and I'll say, like, I don't want to talk about what I do for a living, neither, even if you could probably find it somehow by looking at, like, LinkedIn or some shit. Not that I'm on LinkedIn as the Master DS, but, you know, my real name is not exactly a secret. I've said it before on stream. I'm not gonna say it now just because, you know, but, like, it's out there. I've had it as my Twitter handle for a time, once upon a time. You know, it's a matter of record, what it is. No, not Nintendo. I'll say, like, my company does make so that if I talk about certain things too directly, I will have to give disclosure. You know, I will have to disclose a conflict of interest, and I'd rather not do that. God damn it, how are we losing all these lives before we even got a single red coin? What the fuck? Oh wait, no, we got one, but we can't... How we need to get a checkpoint. We need to go to a checkpoint so that we can refresh our doodads. We really need a checkpoint. I guess we need to look for a pipe. We're right down to it, folks. This level could go a long It could go a long while, or it could be over right now. It's over right now. That was the last life, and I could not get more than a single coin. I could not get a coin and then cash it in. Or go by a checkpoint. Wow. Shit. Sorry, Manny Toe Ice. I hope you enjoyed watching it, nonetheless. Jeez, how did How the fuck did that go so sideways? You've made a quarter of a new level while watching this stream? That's fantastic, dude. 06I. That's some good productivity right there. Hell yeah. I'm hitting this miss. Thank you for the level. Daniel is that guy on the YouTube side. You are up next. Yeah, I believe you're the last one on the YouTube side. Last one to have chatted in a while too, so I think you are I think you're probably here. You are here. Perfect. And I bet the last person is here since they submitted like 2 minutes ago. Let me do one of these last cards that I have. I'm meaning to watch Penguin and Dune show. I think I might watch the first episode of those two tomorrow. Recently, me and my folks, I like when I go over to my parents' house, you know? I like to go over on the weekends, like, have Saturday dinner. Growing up, we always had Sunday dinner at my grandma's house. But now we do Saturday dinner instead. And it's a nice family night type situation. Go over there, have some dinner, and then watch something. Rewatch something, watch something new, whatever. Movie, whatever's good. Recently we've been going through Better Call Saul, rewatching that. But I would like to watch that Penguin and Dune show. My dad finally re-upped the subscription to Max after he lost it. It wasn't included in his television package anymore. And now we have it back, so I'm gonna watch some Penguin and Dune show maybe tomorrow. That'd be nice as a thing to do. To watch an episode of each or whatever, and see what I think, see what we think, and maybe watch more of them over the next few weeks. That'd be fun. I think that'd be good. I hear people saying great things about Penguin, that it's like sort of a Sopranos type show, and it's pretty fun in that. Like, the Penguin is sort of a Tony Soprano type figure. And I'll say, like, the Dune show is very interesting insofar as the lore of Dune is very interesting to me, and it'll be fun to get more in on that in sort of like a House of the Dragon style drama show, I think is what people are saying about it so far. That sounds great. I want to check out both of those shows. I don't watch that many television shows, honestly. I probably should... Honestly... I should watch more that I haven't seen before. Like, I should watch, what's the biggest one that I haven't watched? I started watching The Boys, but I haven't watched that past, like, episode 4 or so. Because it's sort of, you know, it's hard to find the time to watch a whole several season-long TV show all at once, or, you know. I should watch, what's the Succession? I should watch Succession. That's another one I should watch. There's probably like 2 or 3 other ones that people say are good, that are like relatively new and still pretty fucking like best of television type material. I'll say, if you're watching the VOD, or, you know, you got to this point and you have suggestions, drop them in the comments, I guess. I don't know. Or chat them if you're in real time. Let's play this level. I'm excited to check out both of those shows. Probably will do tomorrow. We'll see. I will see. And then maybe I'll tell you about it next week. You know me. I will. I definitely will. Okay, what are we doing? We're just going through these rooms and, okay, we're on some sort of ride. It's breaking up some sort of platform. I don't know exactly what they're doing over there, but it's random, so it's not like this is a big image or nothing. You are here. You're going into lurk mode. Great stream as always. Thank y'all. I'll say also, you know, VODs need love too. I've been trying to say that more often. I guess it's, I've been trying to say that maybe as like a signing off thing, like, give your love to the VOD once it's up. Something like that. it's kind of hard to naturally say that. Like, thread it into a conversation, you know? Little awkward. But as a signing off thing, it kind of makes sense, if I can remember to say it. It's 1 a.m. here? Ah, gotcha. It's midnight here, so, yeah. And for Europe, it's practically the morning. It's like 6 a.m. at the earliest. At the earliest, you know, getting to mid-morning in the, later, in the, like, the more eastward parts of, Europe, I guess. You archive all the VODs? That's correct, on the YouTube. And I give them, nice thumbnails. And, I give them nice thumbnails and, timestamps. Things of that nature. Yes, there's tons of them. You know, I do at least 2 of them every week. I used to do 3 of them every week. And I still sometimes do a special stream or 2 that are extra long. Check them out sometime, yeah. I appreciate them. I'll also say, you know, I don't get enough, I don't get as many likes where I'm desensitized to them, so, you know, every like just makes me feel very good. And I appreciate everyone that I see. On the shorts and the VODs, you know. Shorts tend to do, I'll say, YouTube pushes the shorts and they're short, you know. Like, look, the VODs are 5 hours long. I understand why your average YouTube person perhaps wouldn't watch a 5-hour stream, a 5-hour stream archive. A lot of them are long. But like, the shorts, you know, people click on them and then they're like, that's funny. Or maybe they're like, that's not funny. And they like or whatever accordingly. You know how it is. There's more traffic to those as a result. Sometimes, if the algorithm is nice. The algorithm sometimes is not your friend. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the algorithm, I'll say. It's not, it's chaotic. It's unreliable. I don't... what the fuck, right? And like the big streamers will say, I'm sure you like the big streamers, you know, the big ones that are actually like up in the upper echelons. Whether or not the algorithm takes to your video can be like a 10x difference in like views and stuff for them. For me, that's not quite as visible on like the VODs, but on shorts, totally visible. I wonder sometimes if I were to like delete and re-upload a short exactly as is, would it get the same traffic? Would it, or is it a chance it would pop up and be like 10 times more successful? Or, you know, 10 times less successful alternatively? And I think the answer is yes, absolutely. It's a fucking roll of the dice. It's a roll of the dice. The algorithm is, it is what it is. You're gonna go to sleep? That sounds good. It is too late to be rambling about the algorithm. I'm sorry. It is too late for that. Mr. Perplex's last was chatting relatively recently, is good for it. I have one last card left. And that is, did you hear about Wicked Store? Universal Studios Orlando. So Wicked is a movie that exists, and apparently they replaced the Hello Kitty store with a Wicked Store. Which I thought was interesting insofar as, like, I heard that Wicked was Universal, and I went like, oh, wait, Wizard of Oz, why isn't, Wizard of Oz would be really good for a theme park land. And sure enough, when I said that in a Discord, someone was like, it's at Universal Studios right now. See? Here's a picture of it. Right over there. That way. Apparently it has products inside. The inside is not as interesting. It's just like shelves and stuff, you know. And shirts and mugs and things of that nature. But the outside is pretty visually stunning, huh? Green and pink. That's a thing. I wonder if they'll still have that, like, when Wicked is not relevant. Or if they'll just, like, make it into, like, a seasonal store. Like a second seasonal store. I mean, looking at the facade there, It's like simple enough where I could totally see them repainting it a different color and changing out those billboards, and you could absolutely make it whatever store you wanted it to. It could definitely be a second summer store. You know, that like that space. The summer store at Universal is a store that gets remade every year into a different themed store. Sort of gives the what's Universal's term for Imagineers? I don't know. They're Imagineers, right? Gives their creatives a chance to flex their muscles, even if they're not assigned like a major ride to work on. They can do a store and make that you know, cut their teeth on that. That's interesting. Also, I heard after in that discussion that apparently there is a park that's getting a Wizard of Oz land. It's not Universal. Apparently, the movie world in Australia is getting that. Hear that their movie world, it's like MGM is the one that actually owns the main franchise. I don't understand how that works. How is Wicked Universal if MGM owns Wizard of Oz? Like, you would think. I don't know. That's all I have to say. Let's finish this level and head out here. This has been a long one. 20 cards is perhaps is a lot. This is a lightning round friendly level. Let's go. Let's see. Oopsie daisy. Yeah, it's definitely doable. It's definitely doable. Little bit tight, but in a way that is fun and thrilling. That was good and fun and thrilling. I liked it a lot. That was a nice light level that was just challenging enough to you know, be just, what's the word? Perilous enough. I mean, I'm sure the clear rate's pretty good, but, you know, it felt good, and it was engaging. I had to be on my toes. How about that? Thank you for a level. That's the last one. I am hitting complete. And, yeah. Let's get rid of that bar there. And let's get rid of these heads here, because... Oh, Kevin Tend. I just, You want to do one more? Hello, Kevin Tendo. How you doing? I was just about to end, but how about one more? Give me that level. Go ahead. Give me that again. Give me that one. You just came right as I was wrapping up, but I do like to give new viewer a chance. Perfect. All right, let's do that. One more. Hang on, let me get that up into the thing. And get the lightning back. There we go. One last level. That last one was a short one anyway. This is fine. Let's go out on whatever this is. Let's see what's up. What else is going on? Let's just play the level. I'm kind of out of things to talk about, I guess. The title is in French? Gotcha. Okay, I don't know French. Well, that's not good. I don't know if these doors are good or bad. I think let's just push forward. Let's just push forward to the side. Nope, gotta get out there. Take the pipe, take the pipe. Oh, there's a clear condition. We gotta kill the Goombas. We're about halfway. Got about halfway through them. Two worlds, one stage. Where does this door lead?
Oh.
It leads a bad place. Okay. What about this door? Also bad. We got 2 tries, folks. Let's make them count. I mean, this level doesn't seem too hard. I think we can do it in 2. We had to fuck around and find out, though. It was very important. It is an essential thing. Fucking around, finding out. Alright. That is, all but one, and I remember seeing that one, last one that we need, right here. Now, I guess the idea is we need to use these bombs, jump across these gaps. Hopefully... Yep. Free this bomb. And there we go. I think we might have done it, folks. I think we might have done it. Good level. Good level. We're able to manage it. That was a nice quick one. Not too weird. Not too difficult to figure out. Lovely and light. Yeah. Alright, seriously though. That's it now. Let me complete. Let me take down the lightning round. Take down the level bar. Because we're done. Folks. That is it for tonight. Wrong button. Make myself big. That is it for tonight. Let me pull up the old schedule there. And talk about what's coming up. Next week. I'll say, I think I have decided on some things during this here stream. Decided on some schedule changes. So I will say, Tuesday will be Half-Life 2 with the new commentary. The new update, the new commentary, playing through that. Part 1 probably will be a multi-part thing. How long is Half-Life 2? I forget. Probably like 10 hours. That's like 2 or 3 streams. That'll be on Tuesday. Come by for that if you like. Then I will be back on Friday with viewer levels, but I think because it will be Black Friday and I will have the day off, I think I'm gonna move that from the morning to maybe like 2 p.m., maybe around like noon. Let's say around noon. Let's say around noon for some lunchtime viewer levels on account of, you know, I have the day off and I might as well do it earlier. And hey, maybe Europeans will be able to watch if it's this early in the day. Yeah, I'm thinking noon. Then, I am currently thinking of Saturday right after that, like the Saturday after Black Friday, for a great big extra live stream. The plan is to do a bunch of Xbox 360 games that are not backwards compatible. I just got this Xbox 360. I have to make sure that it works. Asterisk, asterisk. If it doesn't work, maybe we'll do a improvised thing, and I'll make it so that Metroid Prime 3 Randomizer is the extra live stream instead. But probably like 10 to 12 hours. I don't know. We'll see what makes sense for extra life. 10 to 12 hours of Xbox 360 games, including such hits as Amped 3, Tony Hawk's Project 8, and Blur, and whatever else people might request as well. If they do a dono, they can request a game, will be the idea. Okay. that about sums up everything I have planned for the immediate future. Metroid Prime 3 Randomizer will be sometime in the future as well, but I don't know when. Let me send y'all off on a raid. Y'all in the Twitch chat here. Let me find the fucking stream manager here on my phone so I can do the thing. Alright, let's see. Who is streaming right now? Bunch of people. It is Friday. Bunch of people. I am thinking, who would be good to send y'all to? Someone I haven't sent y'all to in a while. Let's go with, I'm seeing some sort of Metroid randomizer on Neptune Neon's channel. I'm gonna send you there, to Neptune Neon. That sounds good. Randomizers are fun. I just did a Metroid randomizer earlier this week. That's a perfectly good raid target right there. I'm gonna pull that up myself so that I can, watch along. Watch along. Oh, it's AM2R. It's AM2R randomizer, looks like. That's cool. That's probably a cool randomizer. I don't know. I've never done that one in particular. Honestly, I've never finished AM2R. I never got that far into it. I probably wouldn't randomize it then, personally, but, hey, that sounds good. Okay, folks, I'll see you on Tuesday for Half-Life 2, new update with the new commentary, and also me talking. I will talk as well as the developers will talk. The developers will talk, and I will too. It'll be a whole thing. Viewer levels, Friday, around noon, let's say, so that Europeans can watch more readily. And I'm thinking Extra Life next Saturday, right after Black Friday. That all sounds good. I will see y'all on Tuesday, or Friday, or Saturday, or whenever. Bye, folks. Give your love to the VOD when it goes up. Bye.